And welcome back to the Lazer Grand Arena. Here we've got the first match of the 2025 edition of the tournament, Osu's first official Lazer tournament, now in its second iteration. We've got a pretty good match here for y'all tonight. We've got Synchromic going up against Flying Tuna. I'm Miles, and joining me tonight in the booth is going to be Mavs. What's up, Mavs?
Yeah, what's going on, Miles? What's going on, everyone? Welcome in here to Lazer Grand Arena, as Miles said. First official Lazer tournament for Osu, which is great. And yeah, we've got Seed 4 going into Seed 29 here today, which, of course, we're going to have a favorite. It's going to be Tuna, of course, is the favorite. But you never know in these early bracket stages, these pools are easy enough for the lower seeded players to steal points and as we've seen in OWC in the past, even still entire matches. So always have room for error for some of these top players, no matter what, and I'm excited to get into it. There's some cool little just things with this pool and this format and stuff, and especially like watching the Lazer mod map, that flat by second, the freeze frame, like it's just so cool to see that in a tournament, and I'm interested to see if players have actually practiced, you know, those new mods and learned how to play them, because that's not something you just chuck on and play. Like, I wouldn't be able to throw that on and just play it. You actually have to learn how to play that mod. So interesting to see how players will do on it.
Yeah, you have the Lazer mods like that, and you also have rate changes. If you look at the map pool, our DT1 is 1.35x, and our DT3 is 1.20x, so get to play around with rate changes, which is something that OSU players have been doing for years already, so it feels like kind of a natural progression. We finally get to doing that in tournaments more. I mean, we were doing that a little bit in the past, but it was looked down upon. Now it's officially in the game, so don't need to use any external tools to put the map at a specific speed. OSU Lazer can do that, and we're going to have that in the DT pool. And it looks like we're going into the ban phase. Synchromic going to ban out the Nomad 2 against Tuna. I think that's a little bit surprising to me, knowing Synchromic as a player, but...
That is actually, that's surprising to me as well. Like, I was expecting Synchromic to go into some of the tapping / streams and also a bit of aim, maybe. But perhaps that Nomad 2 just a bit too techie for his liking against someone like Tuna. Tuna might absolutely, like, tear up those cut streams. So that might be what he's scared of, to be honest.
Oh yeah, one thing that I think we should elaborate on, because this is the first match of the tournament and not everyone might be familiar with, is the format for the tournament. So you see that there are only 3 points on each side for each player. That is not because this is a best of 5. It's actually because basically the format of this, similarly to last year, we're going to have cumulative scoring decide things again, but this time it's not the total cumulative score of the match. There are going to be sets of 2 maps, 1 pick from each player, and whatever the higher cumulative score is between each player in said duel gets the point. So think of maps as actually, or think of points actually as pairs of maps together. And then if the players tie at 2 points apiece, then we have a third set that is 3 maps, including our OS original down there.
Yeah, so it will be interesting to see. It's a very kind of different style of format that really any of us are even used to in tournament, but it's cool to see things get tested out, get mixed up in this Lazer setting where, you know, a lot of official tournaments are still not using this, you know, the Lazer scoring and all that stuff. So it's a cool time to test these new things and see how they play out. But yeah, we've got some bans out here already. Of course, 2 bans aside, and looks like Synchromic taking out... Oh no, that was a Protect, sorry. Protect was coming out from Synchromic there on the Lazer mod, on that flat by second map. So we will get to see that freeze frame get played, which is awesome. And then Tuna protecting that hidden 3, keeping some of that tech in the pool still. And then the bans coming out here. Hard Rock 1 gone and hidden 2 gone.
Yeah, I am so excited to see flat by second get played, because freeze frame, if you haven't seen, is one of the craziest mods to watch get played in real time. What it does, I think, is every single circle of each combo gets displayed on the screen at once, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's so crazy to watch. It's almost like easy, but on steroids. Like, when that gets picked, everyone's mind is gonna get blown.
Yeah, it's super cool. And that map specifically, just, it looks very visually pleasing to watch with freeze frame, because you've got these long combo strings of like linear patterns you have to follow. And it just looks really cool when they all pop up at once and you're just kind of following along this line that you had to sort of pre-memorize. It's pretty sweet to see. But we're going to have the first picks here getting pre-planned. So Tuna going with a hidden 3 and a no mod 4 here. So kind of expected, sticking to his guns. You know, everyone knows Tuna. He loves this sort of tech, unconventional playstyle, and he loves hidden and no mod. So staying to his guns here.
Doing all the picks in a row. I forgot to mention that. You're picking mostly at the start of the match here, so not going to be reactive picking. You have to plan your picks in advance. Oh, never mind. It's only 1 pick for reference.
Oh, was that a slight, might have been an error. Yeah.
Okay, everyone's learning here. It's a new format. Everyone's getting used to it. I wasn't sure about that myself, but Leo was saying it, so.
Hey man, if it gets picked, you just gotta go with it, right? I thought that was how it was gonna go too, but that shouldn't. I mean, that's not gonna make really any difference here. I don't think Syncromic was going to pick No Mod 4 into Tuna, anyways. It would be a hot take from me, maybe. Probably not.
I don't think that's a hot take. I mean,
No,
Tuna
not
is
at all.
kind of one of the best at that kind of thing in the world. So, if I'm Syncromic, I'm probably looking away from those picks against Tuna.
Yeah, I'm expecting a DT2 and probably 3 maybe out from Syncromic. DT1's an option too, but we'll see. Gonna be getting straight into the Will Stetson song, actually, which is cool to see. It's the first map. Hidden 3 pick from Flying Tuna here. Getting into it, and this one, Miles, this is a very, very unconventional, strange map. It's got a lot of elements in it.
Yeah, I mean, Flake has been doing this for a while, make this really awkward style of alt map that also has a fair amount of slider aim as well. Very heavy on the aim control for sure. And that just leads to, oftentimes, a lot of players struggling. Already see a few act drops and a break from Syncromic out of the start, and there goes another as well, while Tuna is looking so poised on this, nearly double S-ing through the first 300 combo.
Yeah, it's already looking incredibly good for Tuna, especially just the accuracy. As we know, with Lazer scoring, the accuracy is weighted a lot higher than in normal Scorpy 2 from normal OSU clients, so very, very strong lead here for Tuna already, although he did find a break, but again, combos still very impactful, not as impactful as we're used to. Tuna's just, I mean, he's got a pretty huge lead early on here as we keep moving through this map about halfway now. Syncromic trying to do all that he can to get it going.
Building up a pretty good combo, up nearly 200, but Tuna is way ahead of him still with 297 combo going into this break. Just got the last chorus of the map to go. Gonna need a break from Tuna soon.
Yeah, it's still possible here, of course, and there's the break, as you said, from Tuna, double miss, and he gets a few chain misses, something to look out for. That's a lot of accuracy gone, but there goes Syncromic to lose the combo. That's not going to do him any favors. Accuracy is still in Tuna's favor. Some of these, like, vertical wiggle patterns, so brutal. Tuna hitting that one, though. Oh, man. Doesn't look like there's going to be enough time, I think, now for Syncromic with those misses. Tuna just barely solidifying his first pick here, I think, in the ending.
And it looks like there might have been a Bancho miss, because Tuna built up that combo up to nearly 300. I thought he broke closer to that, but it's going to be a massive score from Tuna here. 750k plus, 98.3 AC, avoiding any chain misses on that. It's going to be a great score from him on his first pick, 772k. The victory. And now we have to remember that this score is actually going to be carried into the next map. 772k for Tuna, 645k for Syncromic. Syncromic needs to make up that difference on his pick to get the point.
Yeah, it's great to see something different, like you said, like we're used to. In, you know, a normal format, this would be, you know, Tuna could have won by 1,000 points. It barely won by an absolute tiny margin. And Synchromic's score just wouldn't have mattered. It never would have mattered. It would have just been 1-0, and that would have been that. But because we're playing this in sets, and because it's played with cumulative scoring, that score Syncromic got is going to do a lot. Like, he got a pretty good score for that map, you know? He's 130k short of Tuna's score, but that's going to help him moving forward in these next maps, so it's always cool to see that at least that wasn't for nothing, you know? In a normal match, you kind of just have to go next. But here, a bit different.
And here we go. Flat by second, the first pick from Syncromic, that Lazer Mod 1. This map was originally a custom for, I believe, OWC 2021. I remember that being played in the Grand Finals, USA versus Germany. It was a free mod pick, and now it is going to be used for something a lot more dastardly than just a regular free mod pick. Freeze frame on this map.
Yeah, it's so cool to see, man. I feel like I'm watching Osu again for the first time when I watch like a mod like this be played, because I've not played around with these new Lazer mods. I've not played freeze frame at all. So watching people play this, I'm like, where do I go? Like, where am I aiming? And I just remember the very first time seeing a friend play Osu at their house on like a 5-star map and just being completely dazzled by it. having no idea what was going on. And I get a little bit of that feeling again watching a mod like this get played. I don't really know what to do and how to play it. Of course, it's learnable, but when you're watching it for the first time, it's just so different.
Dude, this is insane. It's like, we're both experienced tournament players. Like, we've seen a lot in our times, but like, this is just something else, man, to the eyes. I know the mysticism might wear off soon, but for now, man, this is so cool.
It's so cool. At least just even visually. I mean, look, you can see Tuna already not looking as practiced on this as Syncromic. It makes sense why Syncromic has protected it, why he wants to pick it. As I say that, finds a couple misses, but does have the early lead. And yeah, as you can see, every single combo string or combo color, basically, all the notes appear at the same time. So yeah, this is it's so hard to play if you're not well practiced on it. And it's very map dependent too, which is another thing. So many factors.
But now at this point, it's a very slight lead for Syncromic, just about 20,000 points, starting to expand it a little bit as Tuna finds more breaks, but he needs to build up 130k of lead in order to take the set. And here we go into this very awkward linear pattern.
Oh my god.
The flow on this is so weird.
Yeah, you can sort of see after these patterns repeat a little bit where your actual kind of follow point is, where you have to go on these lines. They're very linear, but if it's not practiced, you're not going to immediately see that, you know? You can see both these players struggling, even with the protect from Syncromic, something he's clearly practiced, but still finding struggles. But keeping a very slight lead. He's going to want to try and build that lead up, though, a bit more if he wants to make up that score difference from the first map.
And Tuna held up a pretty big combo going out of the linear section and was able to shorten the gap between his score and Syncromic, so it's looking pretty bad for him now. Just a short lead when he needed much more to take the pick, and now going, it looks like Flying Tuna is going to take the first set.
Yep, it looks like that is going to be the case. Syncromic winning his pick, but of course, cumulative scoring, Tuna comes out on top with still 115k or so lead. And he'll be taking that first set right out the gates. So both protects as well already been picked.
Still got a lot of map pool remaining. Pick now goes to Syncromic. First pick for this next set. That trades off. I'll have to check the wiki again to see if that's win dependent or if it just trades off.
Yeah, I don't recall either, to be honest. There's a lot of little rules here we gotta remember for this new format. But Tuna taking that first set by the 116,000 score. So now we move into the next two picks. And yeah, kind of as we expected, I think Syncromic to kind of lean into this DT pool and potentially some aim. He does decide to go for a DT1 here, Hole Dwelling. This map was awesome, man. I've never actually seen this map, but I know it's like fairly popular to my knowledge. It's super cool. It's a super interesting way for something to be mapped. It basically is the patterning on the map just moves slowly left and right the entire time. It's like a sliding left and right, the patterns. And then all the jumps and most of the note placement is like vertical. It's super cool. It's such a cool concept for a map, actually. It looks super awesome to watch.
Melon Boy is one of the mappers who will do that. He's different from the rest. Even if you look at his aim maps, he's always very conscious of like little changes in the music and like how he does his spacing. And no surprise that he's behind something super creative like this.
Yeah, also extremely high AR on this. Recall AR 9.4 with DT. Oh, what is the rate change on this? I actually don't recall.
1.35.
Oh, it says right there, 1.35. It says on the UI. I'm blind. But here you go. You can see this sort of patterning style I was talking about. So you can see the notes just slowly go left and right, left and right, left and right, and all the placement of the notes is just vertical. It's kind of mesmerizing to look at.
Out of the start, both players still holding on to their FCs. A slight accuracy lead for Flying Tuna, going to be giving him a lead of a few thousand points.
Yeah, very early lead and very minuscule lead as well. Expecting fairly big combos, I think, on this over the weekend, just in general. Expecting large combos. As I say that, immediately cursing Tuna as he misses on almost nothing there, actually. So Syncromic, what he wants for his first pick into this next set. Gonna be able to start to amount a pretty big lead as well. As like I said, I'm expecting big combos on a map like this, so it's good news for Syncromic here.
Into this next jump section, still fighting an accuracy deficit to Flying Tuna, so he's not going to be able to take the lead that far, and he finds the break, so the lead starts to shift back over to Tuna now.
Yeah, big break there coming out from Syncromic. Tuna now with a chance to take things back, and you do not want to be losing on your pick as well in these sets. You need to try and build up as much score as you can, because then you're going to have to break point on the opponent's pick and build up enough score advantage to win the set, which is, I mean, that's such a tall order, man. Especially against the seed number 4 and a player like Tuna, so.
Yeah, I mean, player like Tuna, so strong across so many skill sets. It feels really hard to pick into him, and this type of fast aim, you know, he was farming this type of thing like 6 years ago.
Absolutely. Back when he was a mouse player, which is kind of funny to mention because I think a map like this, very comfortable on mouse. Vertical jumps are super comfy on mouse. So, would have been very comfortable if he was still on that mouse, but does find a break there again on nothing. Tuna actually missing, both his misses this map have kind of just been on nothing, on like very tiny patterns of very small jumps. Syncromic though, only miss on that big kind of diff spike section. Building up the combo again, starting to accumulate a score lead now. And Tuna gonna start to fall a little bit behind. Syncromic can hold on through... Well, this is about as free as the combo gets. What I would probably call free combo here. Try and build up a bit more score, but... Oh, he goes down. That's big. That's big.
Yeah, Syncromic really needed Tuna to drop back in that section, but not dropping enough. That ACK lead is dwindling, but it's really not enough, and the lead is only about 10k going into the last section of this pick. It's really not looking like a big enough lead for Syncromic to really have won this, and it actually flips back in favor of Tuna, so can't even really say that.
Yeah, Tuna looking like he's poised to take this in the last minute of this map. But he does go down, loses a combo, but Synchromic's there to trade, so even a tiny lead like this is going to be, this is a steep hill for Syncromic to climb already into the next pick. Gonna have to see how this pans out. What was actually picked next, because I didn't quite catch what the other pick was. See in a moment.
I mean, I'm pretty sure those multiple picks weren't even meant to go through. It was meant to just be that first pick from Tuna, so we'll see if he does continue to go down that line of tech as he was going when he was picking what he thought was multiple maps at once, but it's actually just meant to be one. But yeah, nonetheless, 725k, it's going to be about a 26k win for Tuna on that one going into his own pick, and that is a pretty healthy lead going into your own pick. It is a break pick. Not going to call that a break point because a point is 2 maps combined.
Very true. That would be a break pick technically. Would there even be break points in this format?
I don't think so. I mean,
I don't think it exists, right? Each set is balanced, right? They both have a pick. So yeah, I don't know. But we're expecting, what, the No Mod 4 here, probably?
Absolutely.
As Tuna did, like, kind of pick it at the start there. Was a little bit of shenanigans going on. But he might mix it up after what he's seen so far. But no, we're probably expecting a No Mod 4. Most likely. Yeah, there it is.
And there it is. Self-destruct by Pocket. Pocket is one of those tech mappers that really emerged a few years ago, I think. A lot of his really iconic maps coming out of Course Ace. I don't remember off the top of my head if this one in particular came out of Course Ace, but he is such a remarkable mapper of slider tech, and that's really what this plays in the pool as.
Yeah, I mean, this map kind of starts off mostly kind of chill, and kind of seems more like a light techie sort of map until you get to the part And the high velocity linear sliders start coming into play with some very intensive aim requirements as well, and it starts to get a bit overwhelming. But early on, pretty chill map to kick things off.
Already into some long and fast sliders. You can see some early act drops coming out of Synchromic. Tuna, this is his bread and butter. If there's one skill set that you can pin on Flying Tuna for the entirety of his Osu career, it has been the tech. This is a skill set that not many have a better track record on than him throughout the years. So see how he does on this one. Healthy 98.8-ish% coming out of the beginning, up against 97.3 on Synchromic, but both holding on to the FC.
Yeah, both have the FC here. So moving closer and closer towards that huge diff spike. Yeah, I think Tuna might be that person with the longest track, like one of the longest track records on tech, for sure. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't really think of anyone else like it's kind of been around in the tech game for as long as Tuna. It's always been one of the best tech players. Continues to do so in 2025. But a free combo here. Both players still holding on to those combos. Slight ACK lead for Tuna. Gonna give him a very small lead. I can't quite recall exactly where the diff spike is, but I know it's coming up very shortly. And there's no way we see both the players combo through it fully. I don't expect it. Here we go. We're getting into it now.
The part. Both players looking so poised going through it, but there goes Synchromic finding a slider break. And a couple more at that. Tuna now with the full combo and the accuracy lead. Finally finding a break, but has already accumulated a 50k lead, and which he already has a 25k lead on the score from the previous map. So Synchromic has a ton of ground to make up on this point.
Yeah, it's going to be a steep hill to climb, and there goes the ending of the diff spike there. Tuna actually finding a misread in the midst of that, unfortunately for him. But both players ending that section with the exact same combo, actually. To the one, like exactly the same combo. As we move through this long slider, and about a minute of the map left. It's gonna have to be a miracle, I think, for Synchromic to, one, bring this back, but also make up the 26k score deficit that he has in this set. So he's gonna need to have, you know, build up 75k from where he is above Tuna. It's a lot, because that means Tuna also has to stumble in this ending, which I don't think is gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about Tuna, this all being tech great, like, cannot expect him to have that kind of slip up on the end of this map.
Yeah,
And
doesn't help
there
that a
it
lot
is.
of this ending seems pretty chill as well. So yeah, that looks like it's going to be it for the second set, and probably going into a 2-0 for Tuna. A little cut streams to end things off. Thought it was over, another 20 seconds.
Yep. Some sliders in the ending, in case you didn't have enough in the rest of the map.
Yeah, it's really awkward ending, to be honest. It would be cool to see that in a close map or a close set, like that come down to that ending would be pretty intense, because holding that combo is pretty hard there. But there it is, Tuna gonna be taking that map fairly convincingly and winning the overall set by about 82,000. So not winning either set by some enormous margin, but winning them both fairly comfortably at least.
And now Synchromic back up against the wall. That's 2 sets to none for Tuna. And okay, it looks like it is alternating who picks first in the set, because Tuna is once again going to be the first pick here. See if he continues in this train of sort of awkward, unconventional maps. Something like that No Mod 4. Or I mean the No Mod 3, sorry.
Yeah, No Mod 3. I could expect possibly a No Mod 3. Is that actually GG? Is it? Does it?
It's
Okay,
not
I was
GG,
gonna
it's
say.
not GG.
I was gonna say, does it only go third set if it's like 1-1? But that wouldn't make sense with the the score, the boxes up top. Okay, so yeah, this first of 3 sets.
DT3.
Well, okay, that's not what I said I was gonna expect. I did not expect a DT3 to come out and like the stamina pick for Tuna here. This is, I mean, this map is basically like what you're used to in a Nomad 2 slot, but at roughly 240 BPM in this DT slot here. Not what I expected, honestly, from Tuna to come out. I mean, I know he's very capable of playing a map like this. He'll be fine on it, but just not what I thought he would pick here.
Yeah, when I was doing my research on Synchromic, the first thing I see at the top of his user page is Rate Change Enjoyer. So yeah. I would think that Synchromic might enjoy a map like this. But nonetheless, I really like this map in the map pool. Pupa, this is a callback to Osu World Cup 2015 in the finals pool, grand finals actually. Remember USA and China playing this one twice. It was a free mod map.
Yeah, I think I do actually recall, now that you mention it. I remember the background for sure. But here we go into this DT3. First pick of this set by Flying Tuna, and it's going to have implications on the pick from Synchromic coming up here as well, because if Synchromic can win this pick, which is very possible, by the way, on a map like this, he's got that DT2 available, which is definitely an option. If he loses it, he can just go for something like Nomad 1, go for some aim, go for something a bit more RNG. Gonna find some miss, and there's the trade.
Yeah, Nomad 1 was one of Synchromic's better scores out of qualifiers, so maybe go for that after, but we've still got a little bit of map ahead of us. Huge accuracy lead for Tuna on this, 97 up against about a 92 for Synchromic. Does SS that stream though, and it's a slider break from Tuna, so it's only about a little less than a 40k lead for him on this. If Synchromic can claw some accuracy back, it might be attainable for him, but there it goes, no more combo.
Yeah, Synchromic having a tough time on the accuracy early on in this map, but maybe just getting warmed up into it. Tuna, on the other hand, doing relatively well at that 97. And both players holding a recovery combo. But we don't have much of the map left already, Miles. It's already coming down to the ending, and it looks like Tuna probably will go ahead and take it. Does find the miss, actually. Wait a second. Big combo for Synchromic. Considering the length of this map, that 380 is a lot. Continues to hit this ending. Synchromic bringing it back over towards the ending. Finds a miss. It's flickering. But it looks so like close. Tuna might hold it. Not that it particularly matters too much, of course, because this is not a point. It is a pick in the set. But every little bit of score does count, and that is 12,000 now in the favor of Tuna.
12,000, that is attainable though for Synchromic, keeping it very close on that, comboing the hard ending of this map. If he can manage to win his pick by a decent margin, it could be a win for him in this set. But first he's got to think long and hard about this next pick here. Already through with his Protect, through with his second pick. Does he have a third pick in the bag that could potentially beat Flying Tuna? We mentioned Nomad 1 before, and I think that could be a good pick for him, but it's going to be the hidden one, actually. Okay. Ego, gonna get picked.
Okay, I like it. I mean, going for some sort of aim regardless, just a little bit different type of aim here. This hidden one, fairly dense, AR 9.1, I believe, if memory serves, and quite a bit of anti-aim in here. Fairly uncomfortable type of hidden one to play, but what a lot of people are probably used to in this type of slot. I think it's a good pick to go into some aim here from Synchromic. Something mix it up a little bit in this match. We haven't really seen any generic aim so far. So, here we go.
He got 11th out of qualifiers on the Nomad one. I think he was somewhere in the 20s for hidden one. But still, nonetheless, an aim pick should be good for him here, but this is also the type of map that's up Flying Tuna's alley. Very good awkward aim player.
Definitely up his alley, but maybe at the offset wrong at the start there, just 100'd like every note. He's continuing to do so. Just slightly offbeat on this map, it seems, for Tuna so far. Hopefully he can adjust. Synchromic having a little bit of a better time here on the 96%.
That accuracy is holding all the difference right now as both of them continue their FCs into the first chorus. Lot is hinging on this first break here.
Yeah, and lots of very missable patterns in this map. You can see already, and there goes Syncromic to fall on one of the linear anti-aim patterns, but we're getting into some big jumps here. Tuna's gonna have to find a break if there's any hope for Syncromic. He doesn't, though. We get into a bit more free combo, and Syncromic misses again. Tuna misses on probably the free combo section of the map here. Tuna finding a lot of unconventional misses on weird sections today, to be honest, but regardless, Syncromic continues to miss, so it probably won't make too big of a difference, but it definitely could in the remainder of this map if Syncromic can start to build up a combo.
Oh, but there it goes, missing on that pattern right at the build-up. Now into the chorus, Tuna with the combo and almost the accuracy lead. He has brought it back from those hundreds in the beginning. Now holding a healthy combo and equal accuracy advantage.
Yeah, equalizing that AC after that very rough start. Huge square jumps and both players hitting it actually. Getting towards the final minute of the map here, approaching. Tuna with that combo advantage. Looking like he wants to close this one out 3-0. And it is a 34k lead for him, and he also has that 12k lead from the previous map, so almost a 50k difference total for the set. And, a bit of work for Syncromic to do in this final 45 seconds.
He's got the combo and the accuracy to take advantage if Tuna is to find a break. And we do have the most intense section of the map here, but Tuna is not finding the drop, and there goes Syncromic, so that's probably going to do it for this match here, Mavs. Tuna holding through the ending. Looks like he's going to take this third set in a decisive 3-0 victory over Syncromic in this first bracket stage match.
Actually hitting all of that ending impressively from Tuna there. And I think winning this final set. Oh, hopefully he can combo the ending. Oh my god, the spacing on that is actually kind of insane. He's got it. Yeah, actually winning this final set by, I think, the largest margin of all the three. So taking that one home on the hidden one. Great stuff from Tuna there. Even with a couple little funny misses from him today, still takes the 3-0 victory. And Syncromic, honestly, fairly close on those first two sets. Wasn't, it wasn't anything like a 1,000 score difference or anything crazy, but, like 50,000 score differences around there. Fairly close sets, to be honest, and then Tuna kind of just closing things out convincingly in the ending. So seed number 4, as expected, will be moving on early here.
Yes, and Syncromic, props to him for keeping it close throughout a lot of the match. It felt like for most picks here, Tuna was only winning it by under 100,000 points, only between 50 and 30,000 point differences on a lot of these maps. But unfortunately for him, he had to make up that difference on some of the maps, and Tuna remaining ahead, showing his dominance. And that's going to do it for our first match here. Flying Tuna over Syncromic, moving on.
Yeah, and Flying Tuna going to be going up against the winner between Serbia Trucker 13 and Rudge. I never know how to say his name, man. Rudge?
Rudge is right, yeah.
Rudge, yeah. I never know how to pronounce it. But yeah, that'll be a
messed up match for
match.
bracket stage 1, honestly.
That is, actually, that would be. That would be insane.
Yep, that's going to do it for our first stream here. If you do !when in the chat, we could see our next match is in 25 minutes. We've got AKNZX versus Gilgamesh 815 in what's probably going to be a closer match than this one, in my opinion. But until then, I've been Miles with Mavs, and I hope you all stick around for this next match.
Take care.
watched it fall away. It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. It slipped right through my fingers. You said never let me go. I watched it fall away. can feel you in my heart, you in my arms. I can hear your voice, I can hear you through the silence, through the silence.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome back to Lazer Grand Arena 2025. Moving onward through our first round here in week one, is a round of 32 matches. We are headed into a matchup between the number 6 seed Atkins and the number 27 seed Gilgamesh 815 as our second match of the evening. I'm this one guy. Joining me for this match and reprising his role is going to be Mavs once more. And so I will say good evening to Mavs and welcome back to the caster booth. Thoughts on your countryman Atkins taking on a countryman of mine, Gilgamesh?
Yeah, good evening, Tegan, all out there watching today. But yeah, this is an interesting matchup. I actually have some funny thoughts about this one. Atkins, Gilgamesh, and Gilgamesh, if you don't know this guy, and you know, you might look up his profile right now, what rank is this person? And you look them up. You see this person's almost 5-digit and they're ranked 10k, and you would think they have absolutely no chance against Atkins, but then you look at their top play and see it's Epitaph with sudden death. And it just makes me giggle a little bit that a ranked 10k player has a 760 PP no mod score as their top play. So clearly an extraordinarily underranked player, and I think that obviously goes to show, considering the fact that they've seeded 27th in this tournament. So clearly extremely underranked. Does not mean, of course, that Atkins is not going to be the favorite today. Atkins, one of the top players in recent years and extraordinarily well-rounded, I would say. Of course, strengths in that DT and mechanics field, but very well-rounded as a player. And Gilgamesh, with that Epitaph top play and some other very strong stream top plays, as well as some good tapping scores out of the qualifiers, looking at some of these tapping maps, which is not necessarily going to be the greatest thing going into a player like Atkins, a very, very good tapping player.
Yeah, I'm interested in kind of the stylistic matchup, I suppose, between these two. On this pool in particular, as we're kind of taking a look through it as we make our way through the early bans and protects. Atkins obviously super well known as a really good mechanics player, as you mentioned. Gilgamesh, stream top play, but also I think pretty well known for the reading and some of the kind of like flowy gimmick skill sets as well. So like kind of flow tech stuff, like you see, kind of the tech streams in this Nomad 2, flow slider tech in this Nomad 4, things like that. So it is, to me, a little bit of a clash of skill sets in that regard. That I think should be pretty fun to see, and I think no surprises with what we're getting early here. The DT3 ban from Gilgamesh, the Lazer mod ban, unfortunately, from Atkins. No real surprise there, flat by second with the freeze frame.
Against a reading player, you don't want to have that left up. Nomad 1 ban, interestingly enough, from Gilgamesh. So, kind of the skill cap aim, which Akin's skill cap player, I can understand that, does leave up the DT1 and the DT2, of course, available. So I think, kind of already starting to see what these players are likely to opt into as we get through the picks and bans.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Gilgamesh getting rid of that skill cap. 7.6 star no mod 1, it's not necessarily super comfortable either. Not that it's extremely unconventional, but, decently high BPM aim map at 7.6 stars. Just wants to get that out of there, away from the mechanics player. And the pick here, I believe, from Akins was, wait.
Did he ban DT2?
No, there's no way he just...
There's no way
Akins banned DT2. Did he think he was picking? That can't be right.
I don't know. I mean...
There's no way Akins bans a speed pick, ever. Against any player in the game, I think. I don't think he would ban it.
Well, we'll wait for confirmation, I guess, and see what's going on with that, because I'd be quite surprised that... Yeah, okay, that's been removed. And see what we're hearing. Okay, it was Nomad 3 as the second ban from Atkins, but did not show up in this client in the chat at all. But it is maybe the Nomad 3 ban from Atkins. It is unsurprisingly his first pick. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I think you're slightly underwater there, Tick, if I fix that for a sec. But yeah, let's wait for confirmation here and see what the ban actually was. But I would be extraordinarily surprised to see a DT2 ban out of Akins. Very high BPM speed pick, looks right up his alley. Gilgamesh, of course, yeah, okay, it was a pick. There we go, there's confirmation. I would have been floored if Akins banned this. But no, looks like first pick DT2 out from Akins. Gilgamesh opting to ban that DT3 instead of the DT2, so clearly feeling more comfortable on the raw speed rather than the 240 BPM stamina. And here we go, straight into this DT2. The early misses out from both players, but the ACK is actually equalized. Not great ACK starts for either players here, but I'm sure they'll warm up into the map.
We'll have to see what happens with this one, because on paper it kind of feels like the type of binary skill set that you could establish a pretty sizable lead on in the format that we're running here, with the cumulative score, right? You can, if it's something you're super comfortable on, your opponent isn't, this is a way to give yourself a sizable lead. But if you're both good at it, which they seem to both be having a good time here, then this could stay pretty close, it seems, right? About halfway through. And that score gap is under 5,000 points. These two are staying quite close to one another, and kind of perhaps showing us why Gilgamesh was willing to leave this up beyond that initial ban.
Oh, and that miss is going to be huge from Akins. Actually finding a drop, but
dear.
Gilgamesh right there to trade it. So ACK lead now still in favor of Akins, and he will maintain that lead, but yeah, not ideal for Akins in this matchup, like you said. Can't really abuse this speed. Gilgamesh is right here and able to play it, sitting at a pretty comfortable 96%, almost matching, and barely behind by about 15k score. There goes another miss out from Akins, so now Gilgamesh poised to actually even win this map if he can continue to hold, with about a minute left, and Akins keeps finding breaks on this map.
Akins is having a surprisingly rough time on this skill set, but that's a big drop there from Gilgamesh. Drops the accuracy down, drops some misses down, and all of a sudden that score just flips over, and it's now a 23k lead in favor of Akins, with some combo coming into the last quarter at the end even of the map. Might have some time to build up a little bit of a cushion going into whatever Gilgamesh's pick in this first set might end up being. It's going to be maybe a little bit tighter than I think you'd want if you're Akins in this match, but it is going to give you a bit of advantage here, and you can see Gilgamesh starting to fall a little bit at the end, faltering in the accuracy, faltering in the combo, and now Akins is off to the races into the ending. It's nearly 100k. That's going to be a big deficit to try to overcome for Gilgamesh on his own first pick, because Akins really turned it on in the late stages of this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty considerable score advantage going into the second map, because with the Lazer scoring, of course, we're gonna tend to see with the way the scoring system works in Lazer here, you definitely tend to see higher scores on average. So, you know, you could, depending on the accuracy and combo, you could see 500, 600k scores that would have been, you know, 300k in, you know, original Score v2. So a 100k lead, I think, is fairly nice for Atkins moving into the second pick. It was looking like it was going to be a lot closer, about 3/4 through that map, but Atkins getting a bit more consistent on those very bursty speed sections, just having slightly more consistency in the accuracy and combo, and slowly building up that lead in the ending. And now Gilgamesh to pick, and I'm interested to see what he goes for. We talked about something like that No Mod 2 maybe, those like techie cut streams. Gilgamesh, of course, a very, very, very good stream player. All top players stream maps, Epitaph FC, Sidetrack Day FC, like, just lots of stream maps. So wondering if he's going to stick to something in that field like that No Mod 2, or if he pulls something else out of the bag here, like a tech pick.
Yeah, I could see this being either a Nomad 2 or a Nomad 4 potentially. It does have the protected, which I want to say was the hidden 2. Was the hidden 2 would be available as the protected map, and it is.
Ooh.
So we're gonna get the low approach rate. So this is interesting. You know, the both players. I guess by virtue of this format, it makes more sense to early pick your protect in this particular format because, you know, it's each set is just the 2-map cumulative score, right? So if you're down by a bunch on your opponent's protect, like just pick your own protect right back and see if it gives you as much of an advantage as you need to make up that gap, and give you a chance at succeeding in the first set here. So the hidden 2 protected first pick here for Gilgamesh. It's overlap stack reading hidden AR7 as well, so pretty challenging in the reading department, and this is the skill set I think we identified as working most in the favor of Gilgamesh in this matchup, so we'll see if that turns out to be enough to make up a 98k score lead in Atkins' favor after that DT2 pick.
Yeah, this map looked really brutal. I love to see reading maps now over the past couple of years actually starting to get much more difficult. It's at the point now where, like, I can't even play something like this, man. It's not even necessarily the AR7, it's just the patterning on this map is so hard to read, and you'll see as this map continues, it's so hard, and you've got these doubles mixed in, you need to have played it to know where they are. But Gilgamesh finding a couple early misses on it, and Atkins actually doing well. Although some people might not know about Atkins as a tournament player, very, very well-rounded. Does find a break there, but able to play almost any skill set, and showing that here early on.
And the nice thing about the cushion that he gave himself, right, is that all he needs to do realistically is keep this within 100k. He's got a 98,000 score lead off the first map, so if he wants to win the first set, just lose, worst case scenario, lose this map by 98,000 points and you're good. Like, that's a decent amount of confidence you've been able to build up. And as you said, well-rounded enough to keep the combo up. Accuracy suffering a little bit, so Gilgamesh is gonna hope to bring the score back based on the act, but Atkins keeping that combo up, and we're already halfway through, and the lead is actually still in favor of Atkins. It's going to get very difficult to bring this back for Gilgamesh because of the way the scoring system works, as you were discussing. I don't know that it's even going to be feasible after a certain point. We'll see, but for now, it's Atkins keeping the lead as they trade breaks, and if anything, that might help Atkins out.
That seemed like a misread, like a mistap from both players on that same stack. Both finding misses, but Atkins follows it up with another one, and that's going to give Gilgamesh the slight lead as he does flicker over, but it's not just the win on the map he needs to win by 100,000 points to win this set, and considering both players are sitting at 400k with a third of the map remaining, that's a lot of footwork to make up. We'll see if it's even possible, but these misses from Atkins are a good start, but the trades from Gilgamesh are not going to do him any favors. Oh my god, man. This map.
Yeah, this map is so hard. Like, the stacks are absolutely brutal, and just the little weird patterns you see and stuff as well. The back and forth full screen sliders even just throw in some added difficulty. Nothing is easy unless you are a very, very talented reading player. These overlapping perfect stack patterns, like in this section where they're both just falling to pieces and you see red all over the screen, There's a reason for that. It's because this is incredibly difficult back and forth, perfect stack overlap patterns, just unrelenting into this ending. And that lead is starting to build a bit for Gilgamesh. It's up to 48K, but I think the time might just run out. We'll have to see what happens in the end here. And Atkins pulls it back a little bit. I believe it does look like Gilgamesh will take this point. But unfortunately, winning this map is not going to make up 98K score. It's going to make it a little closer. It's going to make it about 45,000 points, almost exactly. But it's still going to be in favor of Atkins, and that's going to be a 1-0 set lead with a 1.19 versus 1.148 million score lead. Atkins takes the Battle of the Protects, wins it by 45K, and a 1-0 overall match lead.
Yeah, it was actually theoretically doable there for Gilgamesh in the last 45 seconds of that map or so, if he just happened to go God mode on that ending, which was by far the hardest part of the map. He could have made up that score difference, but finding many misses, I think, as you would expect, the ending of that map is just so hard. But theoretically, it was possible to win that one out there in the ending. Didn't quite happen, so we're going to be moving into the second set. Of course, if you just jumped in, you're fully unfamiliar with what's going on with the format. It's basically the cumulative score of the first pick from either player there is going to determine the first point. So you can see Atkins' combined score of the first two maps versus Gilgamesh's combined score of the first two maps. Atkins coming out on top by about 50k and winning that first set. So now we move into the next set, which will determine our next point. And both players will get one pick each here.
And it's going to flip the pick order as well. So we had Atkins first pick in the previous set. It's going to be Gilgamesh first pick in this set. And that first pick is going to be the somewhat expected, I think, Nomad 4. So we get Self-Destruct, and this is our Nomad Slider Tech map. It's by Pocket, and that's a mapper where if you're familiar with some of their maps, you know what you're getting into. You know what's in store for you on one of these picks. Just some very, very challenging Slider Tech patterns all throughout the map. Really another one that has some very lengthy, very challenging sections. And Gilgamesh, a super strong flow tech slider style player. So I think a pretty good pick as the opener for this second set here, trying to maybe establish a little bit of a lead and maybe put a little fear into Atkins going into his own pick. But it is early lead Atkins already here by about 13,000 in these slow sliders.
Yeah, that's a really rough break from Gilgamesh. What I was going to say about this map was the start of the map is, although it's not free combo necessarily, it's relatively chill compared to the diff spike on this map. So you kind of want to try and hold that combo through the first, 30-40% of the map before that diff spike. But Gilgamesh, unfortunately, finding multiple breaks early on, and this big combo from Atkins is going to do so much work considering the diff spike that is slowly approaching. It just means Gilgamesh is going to have to combo all the hardest parts of the map, which is not the position you want to be in here.
No, there are very few players in the world who can, take some solace in the hardest part of a tech map coming up. You can probably count those on one hand. That they can say, you know what, I'm good enough at this that I'll make up this difference on the hard part rather than on the easy part. And unfortunately, it is not so far in this map looking like Gilgamesh is among those, unfortunately. Some misaims, as well as just trouble following these sliders. Meanwhile, Atkins was on 98 AC, holding the FC, still has not broken yet. This is a ludicrous run that he is having on this pick. Just refusing to break, following the heck out of these sliders, keeping that combo alive. And this is getting scary. This is a 120k score lead about halfway through. And, even with Gilgamesh starting to stabilize here, Atkins is just on a rampage. No! Finally, the break comes. But it's 130k advantage into the slow section here. What a performance we're seeing.
Oh, he barely missed. It was like the second last note before the slow slider. And he would have been in for, I'm pretty sure, quite a bit more free combo right here. That would have been an enormous combo, but regardless, pretty much hits the entire diff spike there. Of course, some more difficult parts coming up, but that was seriously impressive from Atkins on that one. I mean, outperforming Tuna on this map, who played this last match, which is, that's already a statement.
Tuna, one of those tech players who might actually, win maps on the most difficult part.
Yeah.
So yeah, putting up a performance similar to what he's capable of is very impressive indeed. now we get into this build up into the ending diff spike, which will make up the remainder of the map, and it's just going to see how much of this Gilgamesh can try to drag back. It'll require a little help. I think, 700 combo and similar accuracy. So Gilgamesh will be able to bring this score down if he can continue to hold into this pattern. There goes Atkins again while Gilgamesh holds. Now, this could get a little closer. It's still not good to be losing your own pick. But there's the break. Unfortunately, that's going to put the brakes on the comeback train, and Atkins now able to maybe build up even more of a lead as he tries to hit some of these ridiculous ending sliders.
Yeah, you can really see the Lazer scoring coming into play here with how close that ended up being. On your Score V2, this would have been a stomp, honestly, if I'm honest, from Atkins. It would have been a complete stomp. The combo scaling would have been extraordinary for him. He would have gotten a way higher score than Gilgamesh, but Gilgamesh, because the accuracy held through, the combo wasn't as important. He got a lot of that score from his solid accuracy, 97% almost, and bringing his score up to 640k, only 100k difference, although still pretty considerable considering the way this scoring system does work. That's very doable. 100k, super doable on this next map.
And our next map is going to be the No Mod 2 as the pick for map 2 of set 2 here, coming from Atkins. So a map that we kind of thought might be a Gilgamesh pick here, because this is Are We Floating in Space? This is a custom from last year's Perennial. It is a cut stream, tech stream pick. So kind of falls under the umbrella of things that we feel that Gilgamesh can be good at, but Atkins has shown us more than competent on this skill set as well. So this should be a fun one. This is a map that I think, again, both these players could have a very good run on.
Yeah, this is comfort zone for both of them, for sure. Just very comfortable stream player, Gilgamesh, but so is Atkins. Both extremely comfortable stream players. This one, of course, elements of tech in here too. We just saw the tech map. We just saw both players perform well on a tech map. So I think neither of them are going to have too many issues. And, being on Lazer again as well, a type of map like this, you generally see so much note lock on some of these transitions between these cut streams, as you can see already. But we don't have note lock to deal with, so interesting to see how that affects a map like this being played in tourney.
Yeah, Lazer definitely opens up some possibilities for things that wouldn't feel super great on the stable client, and there is going to be the early break from Atkins. Gilgamesh holding on. Remember, does have a 107k score to try to bring back on this map, so will have his work more than cut out for him. And you can see the challenge in these tech streams. Very tricky control aim, and the cut patterns making for some really precise adjustments and some really accurate tapping. Just shy of halfway through. It's 26k in favor of Gilgamesh. Going to need to quadruple that to try to make this possible in this second set here. That's a lot of score to build up when the combos and accuracies are pretty similar. The accuracy actually in favor of Gilgamesh. The combo almost at even.
That have 500 spins per minute from Atkins. I don't know how insane that is on Lazer, because I haven't really been keeping up with how much of the fastest spinner's spinning. But that seemed like that was crazy fast on that spinner. But here we go into another diff spike section. Both players finding resets early on here. The accuracy, though, that accuracy from Gilgamesh, just keeping him solidified here in this lead. Over 1.5% roughly lead on the accuracy, 99 plus. Very solid for him, super comfortable. Atkins gonna have to try and make some of that up, some of that accuracy back up, as well as some of this combo. Has to maintain some of this combo lead as we get more into these space streams now, alongside the cut patterns. It starts to get a little aimier, the map, and Gilgamesh just maintaining that accuracy beautifully.
Yeah, this Ak is very, very impressive. The combo, unfortunately, just wasn't quite there in the early goings. Another break from Atkins. This score gap is starting to build a bit here into the ending.
Wait a sec.
Oh, the miss. I mean, it's about the accuracy just a bit more, though, than it's not just the combo. But I think that break may have done it as we come into the very end here. And that's a lot of comeback from Gilgamesh. Both players, kind of winning break points there. But Atkins won his by a wider margin, still retains a 45,000 point lead in the cumulative 2-map score, and therefore will take the point on the set for a 2-0 lead. But that was interesting in that both players had a higher score than their opponent on their opponent's pick within that set.
Yeah, that is true. I guess both picks there were relatively similar skill sets to an extent, and this one a bit more streamy, but both of them having, of course, decently heavy tech elements, so I guess kind of was just a battle of comfort on both ends, and ended up being a little bit random in those, I guess, break picks, you could call them. And Atkins taking the set by a 45k difference. Gilgamesh, he was in for a chance on that No More 2 for sure. If he held that combo, I still don't think it would have been enough, considering the combo scaling is not as large, obviously, on this scoring. But it would have been probably like 15, 20k difference. It would have been very close. But we move into our third set here regardless. Atkins up 2-0 now, final set, and he is going to pick Hole Dwelling in DT1. I think we expected this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Extremely strong mechanics player going into this pick. Yeah, zero surprise whatsoever. Hole Dwelling is the aim DT in this pool. We have 1.35 rate up, so this is slightly slower than a traditional double time 1.5, but this is still going to be the 130 BPM. I forget, did that just come out to 260 on this? I don't know if this is just straight doubled. Air 10.3 though, and it has this cool like gimmick of playing this like left to right thing going on. If you look at the aim patterns, the map makes its way from left to right on the screen, back and forth throughout. It's kind of a nifty thing. But yeah, traditional aim map. First time we'll have seen kind of true aim in this match, and we'll see if it helps Atkins out as the on paper superior player in the mechanics front.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a single map slot you ever would associate with Atkins, it's DT1. One of the best, probably, DT1 players, actually, in the game. I would probably pretty comfortably say that. One of the best, at least. Just very, very good at this skill set. Hopefully I don't curse him here. But Gilgamesh does find the early miss. And like you were saying, yeah, the map shifting from left to right, you can see the way the it just slowly, all the patterning goes left to right, and then the note placement goes up and down. It's super creative. I love how this is mapped.
And it seems that so far, Atkins also loving how this is mapped.
Yeah.
Still quite comfortable thus far. You know, the accuracy, only quote unquote, what, 99.6? I really can't read the 9.5. But keep the combo up, builds up some lead up to 50k, and Gilgamesh maybe has found a skill set that he does not feel the most comfortable on. Struggling quite a bit here through the first half of this map. Lower accuracy by over 1%, or about 1%, and the combo really struggling, much higher miscount. There is a really random break from Atkins. I'm not even sure, just on that little up and down aim pattern, but you know, the lead's been established, right? It's going to be 60,000 points or so, unless he really falls apart in the back half of the map. It feels like he's going to have a decent advantage out of this. We'll see what kind of recovery Gilgamesh can have, though, as he is starting to build up for the first time kind of on this little slower section. But when the map comes back together, we'll see if he can continue that trend.
And the accuracy's there, pretty much matching Atkins' accuracy, so there's of course opportunity to make this close, even opportunity to win the map, although most likely not, but still theoretically possible. But the closer you can make this score, the better. So the cool thing with this format, right, is even if you think you're going to lose the map, you still want to play and try your hardest. Every little bit of score is going to matter in the set. But there he goes, he falls. It looks like perhaps a mistap, like tapping out of time or moving the cursor too early there. Finding a break, finds a couple more misses now. And Atkins building up the combo again after a bit of a random miss on nothing. But 70k lead, looking to bring that up to maybe around 100k if this continues.
Yeah, if Atkins can hold through some of the difficult sections here. Yeah, this part of the map is very awkward with the sliders and the doubles and triples thrown in. It's much more tricky rather than just being the true mechanics test like much of the rest of the map is. And you can see both players struggling quite a bit in here. Atkins getting the better of it, but with Gilgamesh breaking a lot, but you know, not able to really increase the lead by that much in here, despite all the struggles of Gilgamesh. That lead has only gone out by about 10-15,000 points. So, you know, Atkins not able to take quite as big an advantage out of this as he maybe could have. But it is still going to be a comfortable lead coming out of this first map in this set, and Gilgamesh really struggling a lot here with this last quarter of the map.
Yeah, looks like a comfortable victory by about 100k here for Atkins in this final 30 seconds or so. And why did I just notice a key overlay in the bottom right? Actually, do have a little key overlay so you can see who's single tapping, who's alternating. See Atkins full single tapping this map. Pretty good stuff. Definitely shows he's comfortable.
One of many little visual differences in the Lazer client. If you are not used to this this overlay, it definitely one of the things that you might just not instantly notice. But as you said, does end up being over 100k there. The last bit of that map really not going super well for Gilgamesh. Okay, that was weird. 114k, the advantage gained by Atkins, and frankly, unless something goes really, really wrong, that's very, very hard to come back from.
Yeah. 100k wouldn't seem like much previously in other tournament formats and stuff, but yeah, here with the scoring system, 114k is it's fairly significant. Of course, it's not anything close to impossible. Absolutely, very doable, but quite a large gap. You're expecting a player like Atkins in a bracket stage to basically fumble a map pretty hard, or for Gilgamesh to, like, you know, get an FC on something, or close to at least. And it's gonna be Will Stetson hitting 3 here. Mapped by Flake. This is it's a pretty cool one. Very, very kind of jackable trade style map. Lots of different skill sets incorporated in here. Bit techie, bit ulti, bit of aim control, bit of everything.
Yeah, when I was looking at the pool, my thought about this map was that it really is a true hybrid style map. You can't assign this to any one single skill set. It is like an absolute banger of a map. Flake did a really good job with this map. I don't say this is not a custom or anything for this, but it is a really nice map. It just offers so much, as you said, and I'm very excited to see how these players do on it, because I think this is another one where, you know, kind of like the Nomad 2 and the Nomad 4, I expect both of them to be able to perform pretty well. So with all the aim control required, the finger control required, you know, a light amount of reading with the hidden and everything. So this is what I was excited to see people play. I think it's cool. It's like, you know, at the end of the day, like, it's a cool map, which is always nice to see.
Yeah. I don't know if anyone else caught that at the start, but for some reason it's just like a Scarlet Witch ult from Marble Rivals in the background. I still don't know if that's the hit sounding or the song, but it's pretty funny regardless. I don't know why it's there. Both players finding pretty heavy struggles on this map early. As you can see, it's quite brutal. Some of those space patterns tripping both players up pretty considerably. Both looking to hopefully stabilize here early on. Accuracy's fairly even. Looks like Atkins with a slight lead based on just accuracy and combo. A little bit.
When you say early on, but we are already halfway through, because this is barely over 2 minutes long. It is not a long map. And that was always, you know, going to be a challenge for Gilgamesh here as well. Already down to 114k, and on a short map that is quite challenging. It's tough to build up any sort of advantage of the size you would need to bring that much score back. And man, look at what Atkins is doing. Yeah, the accuracy drops a little, but keeping the combo up through a lot of those tricky aim control patterns and the linears as well. Now into these difficult sliders and the aim control alt flow patterns. I mean, like you said, this map just throws the kitchen sink at you, and the players can suffer a little bit for it. But unfortunately for Gilgamesh, he is suffering a little bit more and just not going to be able to bring the score back that he would have needed to, I don't think.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to win the point, but it was looking possible for him to win the map itself. A pretty considerable ACK lead now, but isn't quite going to be enough. Not that it would have mattered for the set, but almost wins the map over Atkins. Not quite there. It looks like Atkins just a bit too strong today. Very, very good performances actually on quite a few of these maps, and wins the final point here, taking the third set 3-0 in a sweep fashion here.
Yeah, and that's just how these matches go. You know, if you win the first map in a given set, which Atkins did all 3 times, you build yourself up that advantage on the second map, and you can sometimes relax a little bit. He had a big lead off of a couple of the first maps in these sets, and you know, was able to even build on it a little bit more in this case. But just ended up working out for him. And now 3-0. So with this round of 32 being single elimination, that is going to eliminate Gilgamesh from the tournament. But a respectable performance. Those sets were not one-sided by any means. So, you know, excited to see what he is capable of in the future in tournament play. And for Atkins, you know, you're the 6th seed. You're one of the best tournament players from your country and one of the best mechanics players out there in the world, period. So expected to win this, but you sometimes still need to fight through a little bit, and he was able to do exactly that for the 3-0. So I think things going to expectations here in a positive way for both players. I think you can take something good from this match if you're either of them.
I think Gilgamesh played very, very well. It's always going to be a very, very tall order. You're going up against seed 6. You've kind of not barely qualified, but, you know, qualified in that lower portion of the seeding, and you got to go up against one of the top players in the tourney in that first round, and it's single elim off rip. So do what you can, try and get a point. Is what it is most of the time. We rarely see big upsets in those sort of matches. So commiserations to Gilgamesh, of course, and Atkins will be moving on to face off against the winner of Fedora Goose, and I'm sorry if I butcher this name, Polish player, Kosiarek or Kosirek, I don't know how to say his name. But yeah, winner of that match will be who Atkins is going up against. And in 26 minutes, Tig, we've actually got pretty cool matchup here with Emilbus and Jackson going off in the early stages. Of course, I think Jackson going to be a favorite. Great player to watch.
Yeah, that should be, like you said, I think that, you know, it's 12 versus 21 seed. Emilbus qualifying in 12th. Well done there. But yeah,
oh, wait,
Jackson,
really?
Yeah,
I was so wrong on. Okay. I just
Emilbus,
assumed Jackson was
no.
a favorite. Okay, that's insane from Emilbus. Wow.
Emilbus, the number 12 seed out of New Zealand. Jackson, the number 21 seed, an American player. So I think that should be a good match. I think that's one that'll be definitely worth watching because I think it's a little closer than some of what we've seen. That's one where we could maybe see something that isn't a sweep for the first time, and hopefully so, because we want to see, you know, some close competitive matches. And as you said, 25 minutes till that one, 5 a.m. UTC. You know, convert that to your local time as you see fit. But that'll be the third and final match of our evening block here in the round of 32 before we switch over tomorrow morning into the lengthy block all day long Saturday. But so congrats again to our winners so far. Tuna earlier, Atkins just now. And hope you stick around. 25 minutes, our next match, Emilbus versus Jackson. I've been T1G, he's been Mavs. We thank you for watching, and we will see you on the other side of this break. 25 minutes from now. Grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. Meet us back here on the other side as Lazer Grand Arena continues onward.
multiverse, the allure of traveling through parallel universes beckons intrepid adventurers. Each universe presents distinct laws of physics, alternate histories, and uncharted wonders. As we journey, we encounter reflections of ourselves and ponder the myriad possibilities that hope is within. Guided by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, we embrace the thrill of discovery amidst enigmatic landscapes. This cosmic odyssey, the dance with destiny, reaffirms the unbreakable spirit of human curiosity, a feeling that the wonders of the multiverse are limitless.
On the hour, so you know what that means. It's time for another match in Lazer Grand Arena 2025. Welcome everybody to the round of 32 stage, or week one, the start of week one rather, of this tournament. I am Fire Rage, going to be casting this alongside a brand new caster addition to this lineup that we have. Blank Tap, I know you've been wanted on the casting lineup for the last year's World Cup. How's it feel to be here now?
You know, it's what's strange, definitely, but it is an absolute honor to be here, and what is also an honor is to be able to cast this match. It's Boss against Jackson. This is, in my opinion, going to be quite close, but you know, Boss definitely much more, maybe all-rounded when compared to Jackson, but again, very interesting gimmick or mechanic for the scoring system for this arena in particular, so definitely excited how it will affect the outcome of this match.
For those unaware, there is a first ban phase, and then into a protect phase, into a second ban phase, and then afterwards, players will be playing sets of 2 maps. The cumulative score winner of that set of 2 maps wins the set. First to 3 wins. If it's 2-2, they play a final set consisting of 3 maps, and the winner of that takes it all. And the third map is going to be our OS Original by 7, Deglaciation. I probably butchered that pronunciation, but I don't care. Nonetheless, players are already banning and protecting. I'm not really too surprised with how it's going so far. Jackson's very pronounced weakness is hidden, so getting rid of the hidden 2 immediately, honestly, not surprising. Emilbus with the No Mod 2 ban, I think, is kind of surprising. And a DT2 protect!
Yeah,
okay!
Already? I mean, it's transpiring quite interestingly, that's for sure, you know. You would expect Emilbus to go for something along the lines of maybe Hidden 3 as a protect. It's kinda makes a bit more sense. It's Hidden Flow, very awkward flow, to say the least. But, facing Jackson with a very confident DT to protect, I'm very curious how this will go. However, second ban phase. What are we thinking here, Bossman?
I'm not too sure. Emilbus protecting into DT2 is definitely something that can happen. I would expect Jackson to basically insta-pick that, but with it being protected now, that is a kind of cooking. Mind games 101. So Jackson now having to get their second ban in, I imagine it's probably most likely going to be Hidden 3. I wouldn't be too surprised to see. I guess that also works. No Mod 4 ban, getting the raw tech out of the way. It is a skill set that Jackson is okay at, but not very comfortable at. Emilbus being well-rounded, just not wanting to deal with it. Not really. I can vibe with it.
Yeah, that's very much understandable. I don't know, I'm still trying to make sense of this DT2 protect. Maybe trying to prevent Jackson from going DT2 first. Maybe so, because Emilbus cannot, double down on the loss because DT3 is protected and it's unpickable by the opponent. Maybe that's what it's going for.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, but if the match goes down to the wire, he's going to have to play that at some point, so it is definitely one of the strategies. No Mod 1 ban. I can kind of get it. 240 BPM streams on that is pretty brutal. It is a lot more of an aim pick, but it does make sense.
The soul section, I suppose, as a focus, that part really goes very quickly, so maybe he's very afraid of that, but nonetheless, after such a, I would say, controversial protect and ban phase, we're going into Hidden 3, High Yorokonde, straight up into the hidden modification for Emilbus.
Yeah, that's not too surprising. As we mentioned, Emilbus, going out of the qualifier stage, had a fairly consistent score lineup. Jackson, very obvious weakness on the hidden mod. So, expect that to be Emilbus's second pick in the second set. Would not be too surprising.
And a bit of info on this Hidden 3, map by Flake. Very uncomfortable flow, it's just a bit of a party, left, right, and center, some jagged patterns, some linear, some curved. Everything you can think of, it's in this map. Igaku samples, High Yorokonde, and Will Stetson, quite a nice combination.
It's a tech difficulties classic.
Oh yeah. I would say fixing Lazer, but we are indeed in Lazer, so damn.
When I step out of my shadow, I find I'm just getting mad how I'm still just dancing to the beat. Boom, boom, boom. Step out of our shadows, to find we're just getting mad how we emerge even will never.
It should be interesting to see what happens with this match, though. I imagine Jackson probably wanting to pick into DT3 immediately after this, since that is what he protected. And that is definitely a map that he's almost certainly probably going to do really well at. For now, seems like the tech issues have solved itself. We're going to be going into Hidden 3. Hi, Pippi.
It's a bit of a loading screen right now. Maybe waiting for both players to synchronize. For now, we can absolutely enjoy this very beautiful PP awkward. And we're still loading. Oh boy.
I just gave it a bit. There we go.
Yeah. Nice.
Kind of. There we go. We'll get Emilbus in later, I imagine, but as you can see from the outset, a lot of different things on the HUD now. You can actually see the key presses a lot more clearly of each individual, and the UR bar on the side. Get that hopefully settled out right now.
Yeah, a bit of a fun fact actually, not really too fun for Emilbus. Every time I cast his match or whenever I spectate any of his matches in any other tournaments, his internet does a bit of throwing, so maybe it's just that happening yet again. And it seems it's in the board. Alright, we're running it back. Wow.
We having tech issues on your first match. That is wild.
Man, I mean, you know, like, it is what it is. But hopefully, MLBus's internet will revive. Maybe, you know.
Doesn't even seem like it was an internet. Doesn't even seem like it was an
Really?
internet issue. It was just a random client
That's
bug.
crazy then. Okay.
So, we'll see if it works properly this time. I don't know what was going on there.
Alright, here we go.
Takes a bit to load since a lot more things going on Lazer.
God, if you're up there, please.
Please make it so we see two. We didn't see two screens.
This is crazy.
We
Oh,
did not
man.
see two screens.
We did not indeed see two screens. Okay, what a wonderful start. Maybe we are gonna see a bit of a restart coming from MLBus, and I suppose we'll have to be a bit more patient until then. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, maybe refill your drinks, pop yourself more horns, and maybe get some more stacks.
It might just be an issue with client-side updating, I think. I mean, we'll see, but I've never seen this happen before.
Yeah, very unfortunate for the players involved, and basically everyone else trying to spectate this potentially insane match, but it's just not meant to start smoothly, to say the least.
That happens. Seems like they have tried something, so we'll see if it has changed anything at all.
Once again, never stop playing chance, ladies and gents. Once again, we are into the fray. Come on! I know we can do it.
Are we going to be seeing two screens? Come on. That's not, nope. Alright,
Number 4.
take four, babies.
Give it up for number 4. Give it up for number 4, ladies and gents. Place your bets. Will it be 2 screens, 1 screen, 0 screens, instant reset? You name it. Bet on it, ladies and gents. Because we will be here once again trying it out. Number 4. A bit of a reset on the chat as well, I suppose.
We might just be trying to get a new lobby straight up, honestly. Or at least seeing what the MLBus can do to re-download the map. Yeah, he restarted his PC, but it is also worth mentioning, as somebody in chat said, this has a lot of custom hit sounding, so it could potentially be the client getting overwhelmed by the amount of custom hit sounds, but I kind of find that a bit hard to believe. It might just be like cosmic rays interfering with MLBus's PC. Yeah, there it is. Okay, cool.
Oh my god!
Cosmic rays!
Oh man. Finally, alright. We rolled the dice. We finally hit it, ladies and gentlemen. A natural 20. Let's get right into the map.
You can see pretty much what this map is all about immediately from the onset. It is a lot techy than your standard map. It is a collab between Moff and Flake. And those two mappers very well known for this type of alt-oriented style. This is a lot more, it's still within the realm of being a tech-oriented map, but it does have a lot of those alt-map-oriented flavors with the pattern choices. Early miss here from Jackson.
Absolutely, with MLBus on the combo advantage right now, increasing the score rate to a solid 30k difference. Just building up that very important score rate in this set format. And still actually holding the full combo throughout and not missing a beat whatsoever hits that linear stream.
It's going to be dropping, I believe that's slider end on that. And then immediately after missing on one of the 1/8s. It's going to even out the combo advantage. Jackson now with a 200 combo advantage. Accuracy is basically identical for both the players, so that's not making a difference.
Jackson slowly chipping away. But will it be enough? Down to 28k, looking real good into the linear flow section. Bit of a jagged end there, and finally finding the miss.
Jackson finding a miss on that as well as the median after that back and forth pattern on that stream. Still relatively close, but it is starting to pretty convincingly go in favor of Emil Bus here.
It's just gonna keep on going. 100k difference, plenty enough. Only 10 seconds remaining in the map. And this will be a very solid start for Emil Bus. And now the question will be, does he go for it? Does he go for the protect, or will he go for some other losing picks to just say, alright, I concede, we'll go to the second set and I'm gonna destroy you with my protect or something?
I mean, 110k score deficit honestly isn't that bad, and I do think Jackson would probably want to go for this. I imagine DT3.
That's
He got
fair,
scared from
though.
seeing gameplay? That's crazy. Yeah, once again, this is a cumulative score, so if Jackson goes for DT3 and pops off on that, well, Emil Bus gets a 800k, as we know he's capable of from the qualifiers, it will be in favor of Jackson, so if he wants to go for that, that is an option. Otherwise, and now our rep is having tech issues. Everything is
Man,
collapsing in on itself.
My bad, guys. Sorry. Smash indeed from us. Okay, like, oh, do you think Jackson is the type to overly practice something like Lazer mod?
He actually did pretty well on the qualifiers laser
Oh.
mod, so yes, I would not be surprised to see him try that if he wanted to. If he wanted to go for a bit more risky, but Emil Bus also, I believe, got decent scores on that. Not obviously as good of scores as Jackson, but nope, it's gonna be DT3. Get it out of the way immediately.
Okay. Yeah, very quick map, very short map. You know, zero tricks whatsoever. Some doubles here and there, but the ending, that will be the make or break point for both of these players, with the streams being basically unlimited, free for all you can eat.
This is a probably a surprise for a lot of you. You might be saying, how is Poopa DT in this pool? And that's because it is a rate change. It is 1.2 times the speed as we're using Lazer client. That is actually a thing that you can do, as a matter of fact. So this is now, it is Poopa at 242 BPM. So pretty lengthy streams on this. Very intensive speed stamina section, especially at the very end. Should be very fun to see. Note lock also not being a factor might play a huge difference here.
Actually fixing Lazer, what a surprise. And a bit of a elaboration on the AR, it's AR 9.92, so you know, I don't think reading this map would be a problem for either of the players, but nonetheless it is 242 BPM and we're gonna get right into DT3. Good luck and have fun.
Yeah, the shortest map by far in this pool, almost under a minute 20 seconds roughly. This is where we might see AC difference start to make a pretty big difference. For those unaware, accuracy is a lot more impactful on these types of laser maps. So you can have a very good combo and FC the map, but still get 800k if your accuracy is that bad. And we're kind of seeing that already, about a 20k lead from accuracy alone on these early streams here. 4% AC difference favoring Jackson. Both players holding on to what is essentially FCs though.
Absolutely. And Emil Bus, he's no slouch, but this is what Jackson is known for. This is Jackson's bread and butter, and he eats this for breakfast. Very, very massive accuracy difference at 2.7%. But the game is not over. He needs 130k to pay his debt. And will Emil Bus be able to slow him down just enough finding a miss though.
Misreading, I think that was a misread on one of the doubles, unfortunately. Jackson does trade it, but not before increasing the lead to 100k. Needs a bit more than that in order to claw this set back, though, so we'll see what happens at the ending. This is where the hardest streams come into play. And by the hardest, I mean the ones that are most spaced and the ones that are lengthy. So here we go.
The last section coming into a close. Jackson unable to pay his debt. It's staying at 70k. Some misses coming from Emil Bus, and it's increasing even more. 140k. That might just be enough, actually.
That is enough. 30k difference now, and Jackson takes the first set off DT3. Is actually very solid 2-miss on that. It's very, very impressive stuff, especially the accuracy. 98.86%. I'd be very surprised to see anyone beat that, honestly.
Kind of scaled plenty from that accuracy help in the end, and Jackson takes the first protect battle in the set. First point going to him, and now he will have the luxury of, well, first picking in this second set.
Thankfully, his protect was not to waste. So he can at least pat himself on the back for that and doesn't have to worry about DT3. Maybe have been better used on some other set instead. Unfortunately, DT2 is what would have been his next pick, but
Emil Bus using his protect as his third ban. Very interesting strategy, and it's probably working currently.
Well, it's working currently, but it's not going to work as soon as they get to a potential fifth set. If they get to a fifth set, then Emil Bus is going to have to pick it, no matter what.
Yeah, just banking on the fact that he must finish this 3-1, or maybe, you know, gain enough advantage where he can say, screw it. Maybe it's time to dive bomb with the DT2. Emil was taunting in the chat, but will that backfire in the later stage of the match?
I do think Jackson could probably go for Hard Rock here. Wouldn't be too surprised to see basically any of the Hard Rock maps, honestly, but Hard Rock 1 probably the most ideal, I would say. I would not be surprised DT1 as well. That could also be a potential pick, but basically anything from the lower half of the mod pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Hard Rock 1 is as pure of a consistency as you can get, but we're going to the up and down map. It's DT1 at 1.35 times speed. AR 10.33, your near and dear AR, so nothing really special on this map. It's just aim. And it's just lots and up and down and up and down, moving left and right and left and right. It's not too special, but it's that.
You just angered people so much by saying it's not too special. This map is pretty beloved. I'd say by a decent amount of mappers. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes, surely.
I will learn my...
Nah, it's a fairly well-known map, I'd say. It's one of the more unique offerings that the editor has. 1.35x speed, so not quite double time, but still offering a pretty consistent challenge nonetheless. Primarily focused on aim.
Starting off, both players staffing very accurately, that's for sure. 97 again, 97, very equal, but we're about to get into the main portion of the map. The aim just slowly but surely creeping in. And both players starting off with a bang, 180 combo, and starting off very well.
And a comfort level not an issue for either of these players, and I imagine that's probably going to be what we're seeing throughout this. It's much like Hidden 3 in that regard. I think this is going to come down to combo rather than the massive accuracy difference we saw on DT3. This is a much more manageable map for Emil.
Yeah, it is a DT1 after all. Both these players definitely not gonna have too much of a problem on the tapping, but again, It's higher, it's like MSG to fried rice. It just enhances the game that much. And now going into the first guy now, bit more intense on the aim. This lead just barring towards Jackson just a tiny bit.
And this is going to slightly halt his advance, though. This is going to shift in favor
Oh!
of Mealbus now. Almost missing on the slider, now just missing kind of everywhere. Just that one miss aim and everything's starting to kind of just fall apart. Mealbus still holding on to the FC, not anymore. As he drops that 23k point favorite on this now. Not a huge lead, though.
Jackson does not have the combo potential to
Oh my
punish,
God.
and now he's just missing on the elementary part. What is going on? Emil Boss now with the combo advantage and accuracy actually by 0.7. Jackson just dropping these random 100s, and we're already at the center point of the map. Can he recover?
This is where the rhythm gets pretty funky, and that's what you saw Jackson drop quite a bit of hundreds on. Was the 1/3 section intro there. Mealbus as well, also somewhat suffering in the accuracy department. Not as much, but still something that is worth mentioning. It's going to be Jackson with another miss. That'll get Mealbus a much larger lead advantage, though.
Very solid 50k against his opponent pick. He will absolutely be rewarded if he can keep this going to his side. The very slow slider now back to these kind of quiet parts, both players trading.
I guess these minor aim parts are a lot more difficult than they'd appear. You'd think they'd be pretty easy, but everyone's just missing everywhere on them. And the accuracy is now in the toilet for both the players from that 1/3 section. Combo reset. I think this is pretty much where the map is going to end at. 50k lead in favor of Mealbus unless something drastic happens.
There's just not too much momentum to South Jackson despite the 1 minute remaining on this map. We are in the hardest part of this current DT1, and no one is really surviving too well with their combo. Jackson trying to hold on, but it's just trades after trades, equal exchange after equal exchange, but Emil Boss having a net positive in the score department. 50k in his back pocket. Can he utilize it in the next pick? But for now, this is looking very solid for him.
Yeah, Jackson's actually kind of just missing everywhere, which is increasing the score lead a lot more than it really should be. 75k and growing now.
And indeed, it's gonna sit comfortably
Like
at a
what?
80k actually. Oh my.
85k by the end of it, and that is not something you necessarily want to see, especially on your own pick.
Oh boy. Potential set point for Emil Bus. Jackson complaining why that's so long. And to be honest, I understand.
It's only 3 minutes 50 seconds in terms of length picks. It's not that bad.
I suppose, but you know, YouTube short attention span.
All right, I forgot these guys play tablet. I forgot that. I forgot that plays a factor in that. I didn't even No wonder. No wonder there was random misses. I completely forgot about that. Wow. Other people use other peripherals to play this game.
Wow. I was thinking we are seeing the UHH. It's 1-0. Current set score in this current set is wait, 95k or was it?
650k to Jackson's
Oh.
565k,
Yeah.
which is I imagine what Emil Bus wanted. I don't know why they're telling him 1-0 in sets. Yeah, there they are. I don't know what. I think everyone's just collectively trolling right now.
Alright, 85k towards Emil Bus. What will he pick in this map pool? There's still a hidden one. And you know, it's kinda hard to lose 95k in an A map. At least in my opinion. Oh, Hot Rock 1! Going from one tiebreaker to the other.
I can kind of see the logic behind this pick. 85k is a pretty substantial lead. You might not want to blow your load on hidden one, which you know you're going to be doing very well on. So go for something a bit more risky.
That's
See
you
if
don't
it
have to win
backfires,
after all.
but- Don't worry, chat. Don't worry.
Alright. Now, this Hot Rock one, it is very much interesting because I think it was actually just straight up a tiebreaker, but we put Hot Rock on it. But yeah,
This was this was a tiebreaker for Corsace 2022, the first round, I believe, round of 32. So,
oh my.
original song made just for that, unfortunately not licensed. Did not get the licensing rights for it, the Us team, but it is a pretty traditional tiebreaker-oriented map. It tests a lot of different skill sets at the same time.
Yeah, one of those being 1-6 quad burst, some, you know, essence of tech, of course. A bit of flow, as we are seeing right now, leading into those tricky sliders. Starting off though, accuracy towards MLBus.
A bit of a tech-oriented section to start things off here. Cut streams, 1-6 bursts, some fast sliders. Jackson taking the front end of it right now. Very poor accuracy, all things considered, on this. As Emil still holding on to a 99, just now dropping to a 98, but still a full 3% higher than what Jackson's holding right now is going to be keeping him solidly in the lead for this.
Especially with the laser scoring, helping him to stay on his pedestal, finding some misses, slight combo for Jackson, but he needs a lot more work to be done here. And he's just not getting any of it. Now going to these tricky 1-6 bursts.
It's worth mentioning you got to see a bit of the taste of no note lock and laser there, as Jackson was missing some of the notes in the streams and not missing the entire rest of the stream after. BPM change here. This is where the song slows down a bit.
Some tricky micro triangles, but Jackson does find a miss. Never mind. MLBus once again in the lead in terms of score. He doesn't even need to win, he just needs to not lose by 85k. And yet he is padding more and more a safety net so he doesn't fall too hard. But he just got this under control, I suppose.
BPM increasing once again, so back around to, I believe, 170 now. Lead is going to be somewhat stable, not anymore, as Jackson finds a miss there. MLBus going to be increasing the lead slightly. We're going to need to pretty much see a collapse from MLBus in order for Jackson to start taking the lead on this. The accuracy lead is very much in favor of him, and the combo lead as well. Over 700 combo in favor of him.
Yeah, collective 175k lead. This is not impossible to come back from at 94% accuracy. Only 2 minutes to stage quite the comeback. He needs a full combo from here on out, and for MLBus to miss, one of the requirements has been filled, and it's all up to him to do something, to say the least.
And the problem is Jackson's going to need to hold for the rest of the map pretty much, as well as work on the accuracy. So if either of those, if both of those rather happen, then this comeback is possible, but just based on what we've been seeing throughout the rest of the map, I'm not too sure if that's going to be reasonable. MLBus continuing to miss is going to help things a bit, at the very least.
Not too much though. Definitely being buried alive by depth. And thus the Debt Collector coming to take his point to equalize things out. But 1 more minute of the map. Going to the final section now. Spacing gets even
there it goes.
more ludicrous, and indeed does not seem Jackson will bring back anything. Elbow straight, but he has done more than enough. 100k in the lead, 185k collective lead. It is safe to say that he's gonna get this set point into his pocket. 1-1, and yeah, definitely very good choice. Not gonna lie.
That's
All
all
the riskier pick.
I wouldn't necessarily say super risky, especially with the 85k point lead, but definitely worked out in Emilbus's favor nonetheless. Looking a lot better on overall tech than Jackson right now, which thankfully for Jackson, there's not that much raw tech remaining in the pool.
Yeah, the Nomad 4 ban and other ban, I think, hidden too, yeah. You know, there's just not much other gimmicks. Lazer mod though, still in the question. And I will await who will open the Pandora box first. That map is very interesting to see between these two players.
In any case, Emilbus 1-1 now, taking that set convincingly, 220k. So we get into another round of picks, starting with Emilbus's third pick. Forgot to switch his skin. This is why you don't use more than one skin, ladies and gentlemen.
That's so real. Play Yugen, guys.
See, I would shill my personal skin, but
Oh,
unfortunately, I think I lost the download link for it anyway.
nah. Alright, fine. Keep your secrets. Oh, hidden one right off the bat. Not even waiting for anything. Going straight with ego.
Yeah, this is what we expected. This is a awkward aim-oriented hidden one, much in line with what you saw in tournaments around 2021, 2023. This is definitely something Emilbus is a lot more confident on than Jackson.
So I think this is custom by Celiac. This
Yes,
map
it
has
is.
big jumps, and this map has Fumo with big shoes, so it's gonna be a fun map, that's for sure.
The background on this is very awesome.
It's Aura. Oh, actually, this map has been updated indeed.
It was updated relatively early on in the week, so should have no issues, unlike whatever the hell was going on with the first map we had. Surely Hidden won't break twice in a row. Yeah, no, we're good.
Oh, there it is! Alright, Fumo drip. Oh my, not the best of start for Emilbus with that fumble on the finger control, but plenty of chances to recover his accuracy.
And a bit of a density check on Hidden, in addition to just aim check. AR 9.1 on this at this BPM 210 is can be a bit tricky to aim, especially when you have some of these wide angle patterns that you're seeing on screen. So far though, Jackson having a pretty sizable lead just off the accuracy blunders from Emilbus early on. Will be missing, so combo advantage is in favor of Emilbus, but
The first guy now, will things change? Will Emilbus combo game somehow in a laser scoring system? Still pulling it back slowly but surely, no one finding the miss on that big jump. A 4k difference down to 3, slowly but surely, counting down like New Year's. Jackson holding on nonetheless though, into the 1-2, he does find the miss, but Emilbus combo games throughout.
solid combo on that from the first hard part. Not letting the accuracy phase him much, still holding on to the F seat.
We're still building now to a solid 7k. Emilbus, how is he getting away with this? Accuracy recovery to a solid 97 soon enough, but Jackson still has that investment, still has that 99% accuracy that can absolutely pop him off in the ending of the map where the multiplayer just spikes up, but the jumps, both players missing.
That's going to affect Jackson a lot more than it's going to affect Emilbus. Emilbus not really having that much issue in the accuracy department, is actually recovered fairly nicely in that regard. Only a couple hundreds here and there, which is more in line with how Jackson's performing.
In this situation, Jackson doesn't really need to win. He just needs to soften the blow. The streams coming in, the jumps, and Emilbus rates yet again against Jackson. 70k difference once more. The last section now. Jackson, can he find a bit more combo? Can he outlast Emilbus on those 1-2 spikes? Here we go once again into the fray, into the gauntlet. Both players in the flow state still hitting it, the squares, not a problem. The triangles, absolutely beautiful. But Jackson finally finding the miss, and Emilbus trades once again. Still staying at a comfortable 75k lead. It's just not going to change too much, I feel.
A bit of a awkward aim to the endings. We'll see if anyone misses, unfortunately, on those, but actually everyone hitting that ending, that's pretty solid.
Oh my.
I was not expecting that, honestly. 78k in favor of Emilbus, which it was his pick to be expected. Jackson now to follow it up with his own pick.
This is going to be quite risky indeed, though. The pressure to outscore your opponent by 78k. Definitely not something you really get used to instantly. Jackson, a bit of a complaining. 10 misses on a map. It is what it is, I suppose.
As the staple of awkward aim hiddens. You get very good accuracy, and then you just miss everywhere. It's very awesome. This opens up the potential for a couple picks here. Jackson has basically the entire Hard Rock pool, minus Hard Rock 1 to pick from. No Mod 3 and the aforementioned Lazer mod. Cannot pick into DT2, since that is protected by Emilbus. Otherwise, he would immediately hop on that.
Oh yeah, definitely tough situation to be in for Jackson. He needs to bring Emilbus to basically the match point for the both of them. The fifth set will be his key onto finding success and victory in this match. But he's gonna go for the No More 3, the acquired taste of a music. It's going to be as unfolding. This is... Yep.
This is a map.
And also a song.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird snaps in this. What the notes classify this map is rhythm finger control, and I feel like it's more song listening. That is a challenge of this. You have to listen to the song and figure out the intricacies of delayed snaps. Sometimes by 1/8, sometimes by 1/4. It gets really, really weird very fast.
And you know, maybe the mapper have just kinda plenty of mood swings in this map for sure. Lots. I mean, at least it's not kind of a speedy Fincon map, but the rhythm changes. It's so frustrating and annoying. Let's see if both these players can adapt quickly enough.
I feel like accuracy is going to play a pretty large factor in this. Maybe even more so than combo, but early stages, not too many issues. Well, it is also worth mentioning that this is somewhat of a slight tech pick as well. Like, outside of the rhythm choice being, you know, rhythm. It is overall structured like a tech-oriented map with slider shapes and cut streams galore. Jackson, the first one to miss, going to be giving Emilbus the lead.
Very solid start indeed. Accuracy ahead as well. Definitely not something you want to see as Jackson here with 1 minute remaining on the map. Combo is still being held tightly by Emilbus, but finally loosened up his grip. There is an opportunity, but it's not much. One miss and
Misread.
it might just be gone.
That was a very unfortunate misread from Jackson. He read that up down instead of down up. Emilbus does find another miss, so lead will be at the very least halted for now, and still 30 seconds of map remaining. Emilbus drops a couple more misses, and Jackson keeps holding on to the combo, which he is not going to be doing, because of course, why would anyone hold on to combo after I mention their name?
A bit of a miss from Emilbus there, but 20 seconds to stage a comeback. Jackson, can he squeeze water out of stone? I don't think so, sadly enough.
He
It
is
going
gonna-
to swing in his favor, yeah.
It will be swinging in his favor, but he needs 80k points in order to win, and even that, he's not going to be winning.
Yeah.
3k loss on that map. Close from both players, but will be Emilbus taking the second set. 2-1 now. Jackson on the ropes.
Back to his pick nonetheless though, the DT2, the cookie jar being stored away farther than he could reach. Emilbus definitely paying off. The 3-2-1 method, it seems.
This is where things get funny, though. Jackson
only
has
half
laser.
remaining.
Yeah,
Oh,
he has both the hard rocks remaining, and he has laser mod. And if he decides to go for laser mod, if he's confident in his ability to read freeze frame, which is the laser mod for this one, things will get interesting. And I think we're
He's
gonna
doing
be.
it.
Oh, yep, we're gonna be seeing it.
Alright. This is going to be a very, very double-edged pick. Jackson saying, screw it. You know what? Might as well.
We saw this earlier in Flying Tuna's match against Synchromic. Synchromic, however you pronounce that. So not going to be the first time we're seeing this. But for those unfamiliar, this is a freeze frame is a unique mod. I'm not really sure how to describe it. It's take a frame from the editor, essentially, like an individual pattern from the editor. You are playing that pattern first with all the notes appearing on the screen. You have to read the approach circles from those notes to play the pattern correctly. So a bit of semi-easy mod reading, I suppose you could call it, to some extent. It is very much a practice mod. If you do not practice, you are not going to have a fun time.
Yeah, I mean... Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to count. Welcome to Counting Class with Fire Rage and Blank Tap. Your students for today, Emilbus and Jackson, starting off very nicely. And count to 3, very good. But accuracy on the side of Jackson right there, Fire Rage.
This is where accuracy could actually make a pretty massive difference, especially if Emilbus is not practiced, which it does not look like he has. This actually is a very good pick for Jackson so far. We're not even 1/4 of the way through the map, and he's already at a 70k lead, even with his own misreads.
Absolutely, 30% accuracy deficit is absolutely something to behold. Jackson's perfect math class live on match, and he's currently counting numbers, and he's probably counting the second point soon enough with this very big lead in the beginning.
Yeah, it's just... Neither of these players are really having a fun time with these high combo ones, and I imagine it's going to be exponentially worse as soon as we get into the latter half here, where the combos increase a lot. Here we go.
Oh my god. Alright, here comes the linear. A bit of a chain miss coming from Bus. Not really reading it too well. Jackson still trying to hold on. Combo does not cross the 20 times mark. Everyone's still trying to survive. Everyone's trying to not drown. The ship's sinking, but Jackson's on life support, still holding on, somehow comboing, actually 85% accuracy, but that is good enough when your opponent is down on the ground.
Finally past that section, back into some more familiar flow aim patterns, although still misread potential for both of these players. And I think Jackson is building up a pretty healthy lead here. Just from this alone, he's going to be at the very minimum 100k in favor of him, as he just completely misreads the pattern and drops 20k from misreading that. Milda's actually doing pretty solid at the ending here, all things considered, but I think it's not going to be enough. It'll still be 120k in favor of Jackson, just barely getting above that 116k, but still a very considerable lead for Jackson going into Emilbus's second pick, which he doesn't really have much choice. Hard Rock 2, Hard Rock 3, DT2. Those are the only maps remaining.
I do feel the smart choice is to just say, screw it, once again, it's martyrdom time, DT2. Let's just tie up on Hot Rock 2 and Hot Rock 3 and go straight for the OG. I think that's like the smartest choice here. Oh, he's doing it!
I think he realizes that the set is kind of doomed, so he just said, screw it, let's go for it. So at the very least, Jackson will be able to play DT2. He has that going for him.
Man, having the luxury, the opportunity, the power to detonate a bomb under yourself at any time, that's what makes this so interesting as a set gimmick. But yeah, it does seem that we're gonna see our very first OG after 2 sweeps, actually, Fire Rage.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Emilbus might pop off on this. Who knows? Anything can happen. Because you have to remember, New Zealand time, I think, is about 1 p.m. right now, somewhere around that. Jackson is playing this at 11 p.m. So worth keeping that in mind.
I mean, you know, usually for the Asian players, that's primetime gaming, but...
6 p.m. Okay.
Oh, okay. Both of them are at night. That's kind of crazy, actually, to think about. Yeah, going straight into DT2 indeed, Fire Rage.
Yeah, true double time this time, 1.5 times speed on this, so this is essentially as if you were playing with stable mods. We're already seeing a pretty big accuracy difference right immediately out of the get-go, so pretty similar to DT3 in that regard. It's just whether or not Jackson can hold on to combo and keep this lead in his favor, which doesn't really seem like he's having that much of an issue. Worth mentioning, 10.3 as well, AR 10.3. This is the only pick above AR 10, I believe. No, never mind. Hole dwelling is 10.3 as well.
Yeah, I mean, Jackson finally finding the miss. And now with 3.5 minutes remaining, very solid lead here with both accuracy and combo dominated on both sides. Definitely looking good.
And this is Jackson's skill set, so it's not really too surprising to see him do very good on this. This is literally, I think, what he did for the OWC test players, was literally just play this type of map over and over.
I mean, yeah, like that cannot be more than obvious right now. Sadly, he did indeed miss bit on the 1 minute mark there, so, you know, no farming in the lobby. Who knows, maybe CSR will kick in.
I don't know if that's how this works. You know, the potential might be there. You know what? I believe it. I believe it.
Division.
Okay, I don't believe it anymore. I feel like this is kind of doomed. This is kind of... We're going to be seeing a... Finally, after... I shouldn't really be saying finally. After the first 3 matches, actually, getting a tied set count now. which is where we get to see the original. That's gonna be very fun to see.
But before that, though, something. It's very interesting that you gotta play the rest of the 2 maps first. We have that tiny advantage on the tiebreaker. Is just once again very funny. Finally going to the snow section now for Jackson and Amilbus alike.
And worth mentioning, somebody in chat said, this is not the top diff. You are correct. If this was a top diff, both these players would be dead by now.
Yeah, if this
Actually,
was top
I
diff,
mean,
you-
Jackson could probably hold his own on it, but
Fair enough. But Amilbus, not too much. I know my man's limit. Going to the last guy, not the last piece of shred. 25 seconds remaining. It's just not much, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy, damn, this is it. 2-2. We are tied in sets. It's time we go to the 5th, Fiery.
the most lopsided set by far. 400k in favor of Jackson by the time the last map is over. Tiebreaker hype? Not necessarily tiebreaker. It's a different method of tie breaking, I suppose.
Wait, that's
since
true.
both of these players still get to pick. That was
illusion
winnable?
of
True.
choice. Sure, full combo, maybe. Crit milk is crazy. Alright,
for those-
there is...
Sorry, I keep interrupting you and I feel bad.
No
for
worries,
that.
no worries. No.
But-
I...
To describe the format, now, the final set will have picks from both these players. So Amilbus going for the Hard Rock 3 pick, which kind of automatically locks Jackson into the Hard Rock 2, as that's the only map remaining. So we'll be seeing those 2 maps, and then followed by the original by Misty, the Glaciation. And the winner overall of those 3 maps, in terms of total cumulative score, wins the match. We'll see what happens.
And now going to our first map in our last set. It's flood warming. It's going to be a bursty old map. Plenty of snaps in this map in that way. So yeah, not a long map as well. Let's get right into the business.
Hard Rock is probably the most contestable pick, I'd say, at least for Jackson, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him get some pretty good scores on that. With that said, rough start on this map, but recovered nicely after that beginning.
Hopefully he has the right skin. I'm fearing for his life if he is wrong right now. Not the time to make those kinds of mistakes. 60k difference, 99.7% accuracy for Amilbus. Still, with the full combo, he wants every piece of advantage that he can get.
Jackson struggling a lot with the snap aim, kind of just flowing through a lot of these, and that's not going to help you much at all. This is a lot more of a snap aim focused map. You can't really flow through these a lot. I mean, you can, but it's not necessarily going to work out in your favor, and we're seeing that kind of in droves right now as Jackson pretty much missing everywhere. Amilbus still holding on to the FC 99.6%. I think Jackson already knows this point might be a bit doomed, and this score lead is going to be a bit hard to recover. Oh my god, what did Amilbus miss on?
Ay, caramba! Okay, Jackson has the opportunity to recover at least stop the bleeding by shoving gauze into his wound. And not much of an opportunity nonetheless, though. Accuracy down in the ditch, combo down in the drain. His opportunity currently down on the ground. And now Jackson still finding more and more misses. It's not looking like he's gonna be in the best form when faced in tiebreaker, to say the least.
Yeah, 200k point deficit's going to be very hard for anyone to really come back from. Luckily, he does have 2 maps at the very least to do it with, but he's going to need to lock in for those 2 maps, and it's just going to keep on growing, actually, as this ending plays out.
My. Jackson's not getting too much of a break right now. 230k. He's gotta start working. Busier than a bee, that's for sure. Going into Hot Rock 2 this time. Going into... It's a package, Hot Rock 2. Slider jump scare here and there. But the map are kind of misaimed and kind of put the CS at 6. So, yeah, this is gonna be very scary.
It's a precision pick, and having the precision pick as the last map that you're going to be playing is always a fun time. Yeah, that was a crazy score from Milbus on that, though. So yeah, as Blank Tap mentioned, CS6 is the base on this, which makes it CS 7.8 with Hard Rock. It's not something you traditionally see in tournament map pools. We've been seeing it a bit more recently, especially in later stages, but it's definitely not the standard precision pick metadata of CS5, which is CS 6.5 after Hard Rock.
Yeah, close to 8, you know. Bruh. And especially the sliders. Man, if it was just aim, if it was just jumps, I think these 2 players can go toe to toe, absolutely. But the sliders might throw a wrench into Jackson's opportunity to come back, especially from the telling Nomad 4 ban.
Well, it's not wasting any time. Jackson's got a 230k score lead to chip into. He's got 2 maps to do it with, and if any of it's going to start, it's going to start here. This is a very precision-oriented pick. Low BPM, not really too much going on outside of the precision aspect, which both players, outside of the early miss from Jackson, not having too much trouble with.
Starting off very comfortably for Milbus here. Looking to add even more lead, even more depth into his pocket. And he's doing very well at that 30k difference. Jackson's not really feeling too comfortable on these very, very precise aim. Finally finding a miss there. Jackson has the opportunity, but he gotta work for it.
Missing on the slider ticks on these sliders is brutal. You do have to aim these sliders. There are slider ticks on a lot of them, which is why you're seeing Jackson get misses on them. It's not entirely doomed for Jackson quite yet, though. Only halfway through the map, and it's a 40k score lead for Emil Buzz, with combos and accuracies being pretty much the same. It just comes down to who's going to be missing more from now on. Unfortunately, Jackson not having a fun time getting a miss there.
Now in the middle of the map, not much parts remaining, not much circles, nor density. And Milbus still holding the key in front of his face, and the lead is just slowly but surely increasing to his favor.
Slowly increasing in favor of Emil Bus. 70k points of difference hovering around that for right now, and it's going to be increasing more with Jackson misaiming the latter note of that burst. No one missing on the stream there.
Oh boy, Jackson finding a miss right after the 340 combo for Milbus. He's looking to increase his lead to a very solid 350k, and that might just be very scary for even Jackson to come back from.
Yeah. you're gonna have to basically pray to God Laser Mod. What we saw in Laser Mod happens, but exponentially worse, and Jackson has to play out of his mind. That is the only way to really come back from this.
And sadly enough, I don't think Tiebreaker is something akin to DT2 as well, so yeah, this is gonna be very tough. There is some mechanics involved, but tech has a part in it as well, and it's not gonna be pretty.
As Lazer mentioned in chat, these tiebreakers are designed with the intent of not being as lopsided as some other tiebreakers you might see. So it is a very much a more well-rounded. I think both of these players are sight reading, so this is going to go well. As is traditional tourney player fashion, never play the tiebreaker.
That is so real. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the glaciation, or however you say it. Oh boy, it's actually the OG. Oh boy. Here we go. Good luck, have fun. Bus with a solid 350k lead. May the best player win.
Yep, I can definitely tell these guys are sight reading this. Those first few sliders solidified it in my mind. So this is going to be kind of funny, actually. There's a couple of patterns in here that could trip you out if you haven't practiced this. We'll see if it makes a difference. As you mentioned, this is a mechanics-oriented tech map, so we are starting things off with a bit of 215 BPM streams here, alongside pretty wacky patterns, and it's actually going to be going in Jackson's favor for right now. He's going to need way more than what's currently being offered in order to get back into this, which thankfully Emilbus is missing quite frequently, and this lead is already about to be 70k.
Will this be the tail of the tortoise and the hare? Emilbus, is he gonna fall asleep too much under the tree? 60k in the lead, but Jackson approaching the tech part. Gonna stop his progress here.
Emilbus seems to have, I don't know what happened. He apparently just decided to lock in now. As soon as I say that, of course, why not? just added a cheeky little slider tick miss in there. I can never be correct for once. But that was a very solid combo showing from him, which is going to keep the lead pretty minimal, and we're going to need to see a pretty drastic collapse in order for Jackson to even have a chance of taking the set.
And with only 1 minute remaining, there's just not too much opportunity here to somehow abracadabra a 310k score into his pocket. Jackson, he is winning the battle, but not the war if this keeps up.
Yeah, both players missing quite frequently on this hardest part of the map here. The accuracy is giving Jackson the lead barely, but he's gonna need to have a lot more than just 60k, and unfortunately I don't think at this point it's gonna be possible for him, even if Emilbus just stops playing. Will be, at the very least, getting closer in favor of Jackson, but with 300k point deficit, it was gonna be an uphill battle from the start, and unfortunately Jackson not going to be able to do that. 100k lead in favor of him at the end of the day. We'll be bringing it down to 200k in favor of Emilbus, but nonetheless, Emilbus still wins 3-2 in terms of overall sets, and he progresses on to the round of 16, which is happening tomorrow. Jackson, this is where we say goodbye, unfortunately. This is not a double elimination tournament until the weekend after this, so quarterfinals onward is where you'll see double elimination. For now, it is single elimination, and that is going to be the last time we see Jackson.
game and well played. Definitely very solid showing, but that very smart DT2 protect play from MLBus just kinda gained that very important footing for himself in the very end. That very solid 350k lead from both Hot Rock 3 and Hot Rock 2 just set him apart for success on the OG pick. And yeah, definitely quite a match, that's for sure. Finally, some tight match for sure.
Still got plenty of matches for you coming on this fine Saturday, or if you're in the West Coast like me, unfortunately, Friday at 11 p.m. We have a Secret Box versus Hidayo. The winner of that will be facing off against Emil Bus tomorrow. That will be happening at 12 UTC Sunday, no matter who wins. So very interesting to see that. We'll see you guys when that happens. But for now, got about a 6-hour break. Get yourself some water. Go to an arcade. Do something. I don't know. I'm going to be sleeping. I love sleeping.
Let's go.
It's my favorite pastime.
Let's go.
That's going to do it for me and Blank Tap on this match, though. We'll see you guys in 13 UTC, 6 hours from now. See you guys then.
Bye-bye.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Lazer Grand Arena. Here we are, introing you off for our block of Saturday matches today. As you can see by our list, got plenty to go, but to kick you off is going to be a secret box in the Seed 6, classic Australian all-round player versus Hadayo, one of the many Polish 4WC standouts that have qualified for the Lazer Grand Arena this time around. I am Hubba Wubba, making my late Osu live debut. And joining me is the man who made his debut last night, Blank Tap. How are you feeling about the matchup?
Yeah, like this is going to be very interesting. Basically, super all-star. Everyone knows him, everyone loves him. It's a secret box, but on the other side, not a slouch either. Hadayo is definitely one of those hidden gem kind of a player, but let's see if he can prove himself right here in the Lazer Grand Arena. And remember, it is going to be a single elimination bracket for now, so everything matters, and any kind of upset will be huge and will affect the bracket entirely, I feel.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be, it's going to come down to the wire, I think. There's going to be a lot of prep for this match, I think. But, at least from Hadayo's side, Secret Box learned about the format of this tournament when spectating the match last night, so we'll see how he adjusts to it. First bands coming through is going to be the Hidden 2 for Hadayo, which makes sense. Secret Box is going to be that #1 performer on the Hidden 2 in quals. And for Secret Box, it's going to be the Laser Mod ban. The freeze frame there is very difficult for that preparation that we're expecting Hadayo to have done.
Yeah, but very interesting with the protect though. No mod 1 for Hadayo. Looking to do a bit of those all-round aim maps with the stream and things.
Yeah, it is very interesting. The no mod 1 refer there. I suppose just plenty all-rounded is Hadayo, if not preferential to that kind of high BPM aim. He was a top performer on DT1. That was the only map that Hadayo on qualifiers outperformed a Secret Box on. So that is going to be the play there, and that is being shown doubly with the fact that a Secret Box is banning DT1.
And not even wasting any breath, DT3 straight up on the board. Secret Box going in with quite a quick map. It's Pupa at 1.2 times speed, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 1.2 times speed Pupa gonna be around that 240 to 245 BPM range. This is a Hood Classic stream map. I imagine a lot of the 5 digits in the chat know all about Pupa. In here, it just becomes a stamina behemoth, though. There's a handful of jumps in there that you gotta look out for, but with the 1.2 times speed, you're not looking at any air 10.3 or anything like that. It's right under air 10. Should be a comfortable tapping check for both of these players.
Yeah, a very solid 242 BPM stamina pick. Let's see if the Secret Box can get some point advantage early on with this one. Double time 3, our first map on our very first set. Good luck, have fun.
And we go with some of this hybrid mapping. Some of these early streams can be way less low aim difficult than the latter half, but with the laser scoring differences, the main focus is going to be on that accuracy, which a Secret Box, despite that early break, is holding on to the 99.3 continuous, and now that Hadayo has traded, it's going to be a big opening for Box.
Down to a 4% accuracy deficit after that long stream. Going into the basically jumpy part of the map. Bit of a break before another stream strikes yet again. A 30k difference, not too painful just yet, but we still have one last part to anticipate.
Yeah, and if anything, this accuracy, uh, yeah, as he builds back up to the 99 mark, is just so consistent from Box. We see why it's the first pick here, as score line slowly building over 40k to 50. Should be a solid wall of defense for that cumulative score.
Onto the last stream now. Let's see if he can increase it even more. Hedaya, will he find a blunder? Will he find a mistake? The last few streams, he's hitting it very beautifully, finally finding the miss. And he just skyrockets that lead, doubling it to 100k. A secret box with a solid start in the beginning.
Yeah, that's the highest accuracy we've seen on that map so far in the first 4 matches. Very strong stuff from a secret box with that first pick. It was not a disastrous lead until that very end of that final stream, the break. Longest stream of the map, as well as the most space. So both players holding onto the stream, Hedaya just missing at the very end for that score.
I suppose both players gonna unleash their protect. Freed mana, Hedaya going in hot and strong with the aim pick. 110k lead is the line to cross. And not gonna lie, well, I'm in like the group where maybe you should keep your picks on your where you can first pick it in a certain set rather than, you know, fight head on. But what do you think, Haba? Do you are you the guy to fight protect with protect, or is there like any other strategy you're cooking up if you are in this position?
I don't know. I think in a position like this, it would be less ideal. Like if it were a reading specialist pick or like something that you have a clear gap on your opponent on, I would be for it. But a map like this, you're going to be seeing overall fairly high accuracies, and if anything, it's going to be those early round nerves for Hedaya, as he finds a handful of breaks in this early beginning for a 25k lead on Box's side early.
Definitely not the best of start, especially when this map is very consistent in its difficulty. It is not made by Fellow 108, it is custom mapped by Lynx. And this one, it's the whole 9 yards, it's the entire song, the entire chorus, the entire solo. So we will see some very interesting tapping section in the middle, and the secret box looking to extend his lead after that miss from Hedaya.
And they still keep on coming, which is just disastrous if you are Hedaya making it to this point. But Box, 600 combo and growing, 70k lead and growing, is a big shocker for one's protect. It's just not traded. This first PI, first gift spike section, the jumps still coming through, 240 BPM. And Box makes it through that first PI.
Looking very comfortable right now. It is Hedaya's protect, it is Hedaya's pick, but it is a secret box's map thus far, increasing the lead to a solid 115k. Hedaya has a lot of work cut out for him. Accuracy has returned, but it's the combo that is just struggling again and again.
Yeah, and this is a strong pick for Hedaya on paper, right? Of course, the Box of old, not as strong on aim. You know him more traditionally as a flow player, but he is new and revitalized post aim swap rework, and put in those aim chops, put in that aim work, holding on to the combo, finally finding that first miss, but it's still 99.75 accuracy. It's still a 165k score deficit. For all intents and purposes, this is done and dusted. But what a play from Box, getting that first set.
Indeed, but the question remains, can he maybe just kind of style it out and land somewhere above the 99.5% accuracy mark? We do know that he's not full combine anymore, but Let's see what he can do in this solo section. Hideo finding the miss now. This very weird finger control, but he's cruising. The act is actually increasing somehow.
Oh, there's a couple 100s there at the tail end of that stream. Kind of awkward wiggle there, but still it continues on. 200k and growing for Box. And what a go out here. I mean, we expected the mechanics to go in his favor, but this is a domination.
Actually, what's the highest PP score that you've seen thus far in this tournament? Because the Street Boss, he's at 555. He's farming.
This has to be it. I mean, I think the second highest was like maybe Jackson yesterday with his DT2 score, but this just blows it out of the park. 575 and growing for Box. Not gonna be quite a farm, but maybe 600.
580. There's not much time, 20 seconds to do it. Secret Box, can you reach for it? The combo is still climbing, it's just not fast enough, sadly. Last a few sliders into the spinner, it's not gonna be a 600, but I think that will stand as the highest PP play in this tournament thus far. And that will be the first set. A Secret Box will take it first.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking on what we were talking about at the beginning of the match, like, do you want to go protect versus protect? In that scenario, that works out great for Hideo, because now he doesn't pick it later and realize, oh no, wait, this isn't that great for me. So it becomes a little bit more well-rounded. He won't get jump scared in the future. He has a couple other picks to work off of.
Looking at the remaining selection, going for something a bit more. Oh, well, I was about to say something more double-edged would help to break the momentum, and he goes straight for Nomad for this map. It is very interesting, that's for sure. Very colorful patterning throughout.
Yeah, this Nomad for a Pocket map. If you know of Pocket, you know well of his tech style. Going to be very control forward. A little bit of finger control in there with the doubles, but big slider focus, slider velocity focus on some of those just straight line checks, as I call them, in the main dip spike.
This map is definitely not fun unstable, but we do know that Lazer has just that much more lenient slider and hits. But will that help? If you do not follow the slider, that is just not going to help after all.
For sure, that leniency is going to help. Of course, the removal of note lock. We haven't been able to see any major showcases of that because the players crushed DT2, or DT3, but in we go with Self-Destruct by Sakura Burst, mapped by Pocket. It's going to be a little bit chill in the early goings of this map. Going to be looking at around that 700 combo mark for that first diff spike, pending any disasters early on for these players.
Already starting off this slider, just kind of skiing across the screen, sliding throughout, and now into these very wacky overlaps. Everyone's still holding on, but again, that accuracy just makes all of the difference, and now the combo will too for Secret Box.
Yeah, second break for Hideo early on. Not what you want to see, but again, just getting it out of the way early. Plenty of time to build later on. This part of the map is easier, so you'd like to build your combo up during this point. That does mean Hideo has to do a little bit of work during these hard sections, but Secret Box still building up 99% accuracy, as has been commonplace in this match thus far.
Commonplace it will stay, at least for this downtime of the map, relatively. It's still quite tricky, but these players definitely not gonna struggle on any of these pairings. But things about to get real spicy once again. The stove will turn on and the heat will rise, going into the main div spike now.
And here we go with some of the more control-oriented sliders. You're gonna be following through some of these awkward angles as Hideo, unfortunately finding that break, is going to be traded by Box towards the halfway point of the div spike, but traded once again and already a 100k deficit again. It's that accuracy in question for Box. Still 98 despite the break, looking so clean, following these sliders so precisely, is just only increasing this deficit as Box once again is up such a dramatic amount.
And we've only hit the 500,000 score mark. There is still half of the map left to be played, and a potential doubling of the lead is a real possibility. Hideo needs to be very careful. He needs to soften the blow so he can get at least a chance in his pick to take the set.
Yeah, big rounded sliders, a little bit of finger control towards the tail end, but at this point for Hideo it's about minimizing damage, right? Just building up some extra combo towards this late stage, some longer hold sliders here. Don't want to fall off quite yet. 500 combo, 600 for Box, still growing as we head into a handful more sliders to close out the map. Main dispike out of the way. Just don't falter now. The cut stream so tricky, but Box 98 still.
Going to the ball slider, 780 combo, still climbing, following it throughout. How does this man not go the wrong way? A built-in GPS guiding him towards a beautiful 250k lead. The secret box looking to dominate in this first pick of Hideo's, actually. Basically, technically, a break point. And now he will have his own pick where he gets all of the advantage.
And immediately goes for Nomad too. I mean, this is pretty strategic. Hideo, no slouch on these kind of mechanical streams, I suppose is the way to put it. Plenty of aim control in these streams, kind of a mid-range BPM for this Devious Panda map. So Secret Box, I mean, he was up 250k in the set. Might as well pick into something both you and your opponent would be vaguely comfortable on. Of course, a Secret Box is a flow specialist by comparison, but in terms of Hideo's strengths, this is a bit of an equalizer.
But Hideo does not need to equalize though, he needs more than that. He needs 257k of advantage. And I don't think a secret box is running a charity right now. Secret box finding the first miss. Hideo having the combo advantage this early on, but once again, accuracy is potentially king, especially when you find a miss later on. Bit of a misread there as well.
Yeah, still building now. Of course, it's all about the accuracy on the laser, and unfortunately, that is 99 once again for Box. You gotta have to get used to seeing that, I suppose. As every single one of these picks, he has just been so dominant on in the accuracy. The stack gonna take away that combo a little bit, but it's been traded by Hideo already, and it just is only continuing this lead for Box on the set.
And just look at that massive accuracy difference. And we are in Lazer actually, Haba. So no not lock, none of those business, and Hideo is still struggling. Potentially like 20 misses for Box and like even more for Hideo if not lock still exists. But there we go, bit of a doubles coming in, 120k, a collective 370k score lead. He's sitting comfortably.
Yeah, massive for Box as we go into some of these back and forth patterns now. The big flow. Of course, I feel it redundant to say this is likely already a Box point, still holding on to 99, but what a showcase of that lack of note lock here throughout these overlapping patterns. Massive cuts and flow difficulty as both players try to shine their brightest. Box though holding on to that combo still, no breaks yet. And this accuracy is still just building. How does he do it?
And he's just continuing to do it. He's not gonna tell us the secret sauce, it's gonna stay hidden. And once again, the set will be taken by Secret Box. And now he will be the first one to pick in the third set and looking to score a blowout in this early on stage.
And so far, Secret Box has been dominant in every selection. No scores under 750k so far throughout these maps. And now back into his pick. I would imagine he starts to play ball in these hiddens as he picks the hidden 3 first. The Flake and Mof collab of Will Stetson's Hayuro Kande. A little bit of a brain rot song by Will Stetson made earlier in the year.
Yeah, the sound effects, you know, it's purely art. It's just something that AI cannot replicate, just pure human imagination and Igaku sound bites, but you know, the song, beautiful.
And this map as well, gonna be a kind of low techish focus with that hidden mod, of course. 2 massive strength of Box, both the flow and that hidden modification that he's known for. Good luck in the chat. We're gonna get underway now with our first hidden pool slot.
Norton starting off with those wacky slider shapes back and forth, already catching Hidayo off guard right now. Secret Boss holding on tight.
Yeah, gonna be a similar style of flow to the last map. A handful of cut streams in here, a little bit more slider velocity as well. Plenty of slider shapes that you know and love with some of the Dorochados patterning. As once again, it's Box with that massive accuracy lead, 8% with the 99. Once again, following the sliders to a T, wiggle streams, no problem. Unfortunately, cannot say the same for Hadada to this point.
Absolutely, this map is not an easy feat to hit. I understand Hidayo completely, but a Secret Box painting like this map, like a canvas, 540 combat, still climbing. 0 miss, by the way, Hava.
Yeah, no breaks quite yet. And I don't know how he hits those wiggle streams. I mean, like, he doesn't even wiggle them. He just, like, accelerates throughout, like, accelerating straight line check. How's he do it? We are in the second half now. A couple of cross-screen aim checks, but it's all eyes on the Secret Box. Can he close out the FC? Big spacing change there, but still no balls for Box. 99 gotta be rebuilt shortly if we don't see any breaks, but this is a behemoth of a score.
Okay.
One of the hardest maps of the weekend from a gimmick perspective.
20 seconds. all he needs to do is to hold for 20 seconds. 98% accuracy, 430 PP. How is he farming on a hidden tree? Hits that stream, a secret box. What a performance! What a blowout!
Whoa.
538k lead.
1 million score. That's the first 1 million we've seen so far throughout this bracket stage of the tournament. 4 matches. That's the first 1 mil. What a show up from a secret box, and I feel like that's just a done set. I mean, like, Hadayo needs like a miracle in order to get this now. That's a 600k nearly lead.
That is quite the I have no clue. All secret box needs to do is to cross the 461,494 score mark. Quick maths, ladies and gentlemen, stay in school. But yeah, this is going to be very difficult for Hidaya. He needs to pray for a generational fumble from a secret boss and a generational performance from himself.
Yeah, not only that, in order to get that performance, he has to basically get a Hard Rock FC on a tiebreaker custom. So that'll be that'll be fun with this Hard Rock 1 pick.
Not the best of start, but the hope is still there. The vision is still there, Haba. Hidaya, can he do it? Can he stage a comeback?
My hopes are not particularly high, but I believe in fun prevailing. He's the goat.
That's oh no, man, the accuracy difference already.
Yeah, Box is just so comfortable on the laser accuracy. Once again, it's 99 throughout these spacing changed bursts. The spaced quints and cut sliders still just completely in his favor as unfortunately Hadayo continuing to fall. Incredibly volatile flow map here, especially with some of these rhythm elements. The 1-6 are no slouch, and only make getting that better accuracy just as well.
Going to a bit of a 1-6 bird section here, in a bit of a flow as well. Secret Box still concocting such a beautiful potion with this aim. And no misses there. A bit of a rhythm change here, but it's still looking pretty good. 99% accuracy, looking very stable, Haba.
Yeah, this is a massive combo. I believe FC on this map is around 3k combo, so just about a third of the way there for Box with this big flow check, sliders, and the BPM change now in play. Gonna have to see if that makes any differences in the combo of Box. Still just holding on tight, so comfortable with these flow patterns playing.
Bit of a custom there, still climbing up and up. Habas, Secret Box, not looking down, still climbing the stairway to heaven. 1,300 combo on a tiebreaker. And not just a tiebreaker, it's tiebreaker with Hot Rock. And that's just pretty cool to say the least. It's the stream as well. And we are halfway into the map. Can he actually do it?
Yeah, this is unbelievable already. I mean, we were talking about in previous matches where the score difference was like 100k, and we'll be like, oh, that's like a solid score difference. Like 100k should be as far as a score lead goes on a map like this. And a Box is just crushing those expectations out of the water, getting 99% or near 99% on every map he's played today. 99.4 in this specific case for a Hard Rock flow tiebreaker. Just, this is unbelievable work, and I mean, if he closes out the FC here, I would think, I would like to say he gets his 600.
That would be crazy. That would be a statement for sure. But This last part is by far the hardest part of the match. Can he do it? A secret box. Everyone's watching you. Can you put on a show? The final part of the map right now. The 1-2's coming in. The stream's not a big problem. Some 1-6 here and there to spice things up. But the man no spice. The man can cook. The man is in the kitchen and he's not burning it down. 2,200 combo. It's still climbing. It's not going down. A secret box only going up. He does not dare to look down. He does not dare to look down on the mortals, for he is gone. What is he doing?
600 PP's been broached. Blank tap finally the breaks. No! That is such a tragic fall, but Secret Box has nothing to prove to us. He's already shown us that this pool is below him. He's crushed every map he's played in this pool. Well over 99 now, 99.5. I mean, it's still not over. He might still get a 600 at the tail end here. Final 10 seconds.
come on!
It's 10 PP. Come on, give it to us.
Just a little stream.
Oh, not quite.
I don't think we will reach. Yeah, man. But he does break his own record and gaining 592 PP with a 1 missed performance on a tiebreaker with Hot Rock. Good game and well played.
Yeah, what a showing from Box throughout this. I mean, a 2 million score on the set, nearly only 12k off from that, is just a next level performance. And I mean, we've been seeing over the past year as Box has well-rounded his game. He's gotten a couple more solo and duo tournament badges under his belt. And now it's going to be a really tough ask to go head-to-head with him on any map. But nevertheless, we're going to be transitioning now into the 1330 match today. Other comms are in here, so going to be kicking it off with Dio and T1G as me and Blank Tap head out of here.
Thank you, Hubba, and thank you, Blank Tap, for that match. And hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Dio. He's T1G, as introduced by Hubba, and we are bringing you the next match up here for Saturday, the round of 32 of Lazer Grand Arena 2025. This next upcoming match, Fedora Goose versus Kosharek. This is, I think, going to be a pretty solid matchup between these two players. Seed number 11 versus seed 22, but with a lot of very similar map placements across the qualifiers pool.
Yeah, taking a look at these guys' results in qualifiers shows that I think we can definitely anticipate this to be a pretty contested one. Good morning to you as well. It was two maps that I feel like really made the difference between these guys. A couple of the tapping picks in the qualifiers pool in the Nomad 2 and the DT2 saw much better performances from Fedora Goose than from Kosharek. But across the rest of the pool, somewhat similar results. So I'm excited to see what they can do in the match, because I think we're going to have likely a lot of super competitive picks, and it also kind of crystallizes our bans and protects maybe just a little, with there not being a huge amount of tapping in this pool, right? The Nomad 2 is kind of a techie stream map, so once you get past, you know, the DT2 and DT3, there's not a whole lot in that regard left. So I'm very interested to see these guys competing on what this pool has to offer for them.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see my first casted match on this pool, honestly. And I think, as you said, with as few kind of pure speed maps in the pool or pure tapping maps in the pool as we have in this round of 32, round of 16 pool for LGA this year, I think it should end up being pretty close generally between the two of them. We do see the DT3 ban coming through from Kosharek and the DT2 Protect coming through from Fedora Goose, and Kosharek just hates seeing a man succeed. Goodbye to the song that I commissioned in Nomad 2. Thanks, bro. As we get also the Laser Mod and Hard Rock 3 bans for Fedora Goose alongside the I actually missed that Protect as it came through, but assuming the did you see the Protect for Kosharek actually?
I'm just hesitantly guessing that it was the DT2. I'm just hesitantly gonna guess that.
We'll guess together, chat.
he
I
is-
mean, the
he is
DT2 Protect
protecting
was
it.
for Fedora Goose, but for
Oh,
Kosterek,
for Coaster
I
I'm sorry.
remember.
In that case, wait. I will tell you in like 2 seconds. It was the hidden 3.
Very nice.
So Kosterek with that, it's like the rounded hidden pick. So, against somebody who you feel is going to be favored on mechanics, take something that is the opposite end of the spectrum to pick for yourself. I'm a little sad about the flat by second. It feels like it's been getting banned out quite a bit, and it's such a sick map, especially with freeze frame on. That's one of the cool new Lazer mods, but unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get to see it too much because if you can't play it, you really can't play it, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those that requires a lot of practice because it's something that's entirely different from anything any of these players have done on stable, right? And so if you're willing to put in the practice, then you have a very strong pick. But if you are not willing to really practice the reading on that map, it is going to be a bad time for you. We saw it once last night, and it was very, very cool. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing more of it this weekend. Unfortunately, not in this match. And now, for the first pick, we get into, with no surprises to anyone, the DT2 first pick for Fedora Goose. Now, for anyone who is just joining us who didn't watch the last match, LGA this year has a slightly different format from your usual tournament matches. It's technically a best of 10. You play 3 sets of 2 maps each, and the first 3 sets victories wins. Set victories are determined by cumulative score. So whoever scores the most across 2 maps at a time gets a set victory. So the key in this format is picking maps that your opponent really can't play and that you are very, very strong on. And Kosterek definitely had a lot of struggles on some of the speed maps in the qualifiers. And Fedora Goose, on the other hand, looked very, very strong on both of the pure tapping maps and qualifiers. So I think something like this, 286, 287 BPM, AR 10.3 DT speed should be very, very good for Fedora Goose in this match.
And we'll get right into it and see if that ends up being accurate in the match itself. Of course, you can talk all you want on paper, but you still got to play out the picks and see how it goes. And so far, this is favoring Kosterek in the early stages, up by 3% accuracy already and holding combo, whereas Fedora Goose has broken a couple times early on. And we'll see if that trend continues through the match. It's a little bit of cheese, I feel, from both of these players to hit some of these patterns, as you see a whole bunch of act dropped on both sides. But Fedora Goose just continuously breaking here in the first third of this map, really not starting off the way he would have liked. Protected map, first pick, and down by 73,000 points already is kind of crazy to my eye, right? Down in every way you can be down as Fedora Goose so far. Kosterek just having his way with this map and gonna have a huge advantage at this rate heading into the second half of the pick. He's already up by 100,000 points, Dio.
Yeah, and 100,000 points in laser scoring is quite a decent margin. I mean, we've seen a lot of higher margin victories, of course, in this format, but the way laser scoring works, your score floor is just a lot higher because combo bonus doesn't matter as much as it does in stable. It's capped, I believe, at a certain number. And so past a certain point, you don't just keep getting infinitely higher score for higher combo. You tap out at some point, which means 100k advantage here for Kosterek is actually massive. Now, his accuracy has finally dropped down a little bit closer to Fedora Goose's. Fedora Goose not really recovering act, but Kosterek dropping down a little bit. And even with that, it's still a 125,000 score lead right now for Kosterek, and Fedora Goose really needs to just pop off in the ending here and get as much combo as possible, because that is the difference maker right now, is that big string of held combo earlier on in the map for Kosterek. And unfortunately for Fedora Goose, it is not working out whatsoever. Down 170k now with about 1:15 left to go in the map.
Yeah, this is so far one of the most brutally one-sided maps I've seen in the several matches that I've watched in this tournament, and it's going to be in the favor of the player who did not pick this, who did not protect this. Fedora Goose just not having the time that he would have expected, or really any of us would have expected on this map. We do finally see some breaks here from Kosterek coming into the ending, With about 30 seconds left in the map, though, that leads 200k, and generally speaking, on most types of maps, 200k is pretty much not comebackable, for want of a better word, because the gaps in general with the Lazer score floor being as high as it is are just often not this big. 193k in what is effectively a breakpoint is a gigantic margin for Kosirek here, and that's not Kosirek at all. They're in the wrong slots. That makes a lot more sense. So that was Fedora Goose the whole time. I was wondering, I was going to ask, and I was like, no, we have everybody experienced in all of the positions. Surely that would not be the case, but that was indeed the case. So that was Fedora Goose the whole time, winning his own protected first pick by almost 200,000 points, and that makes a lot more sense than the way that we were talking about it previously. So you pick the binary skill set that you protected, and you win it by 200k, and you take a huge lead into map 2 of set 1. All right, everything makes a lot more sense now.
That makes so much more sense, but that was going to be a massive breakpoint. Instead, it's just a massive one-sided victory for Fedora Goose, which, yeah, makes perfect sense. And again, 193k is absolutely huge, right? That is something. That is something for the first map of the match. As we get the scores fixed up here. There we go. Correct score difference now in place for both players. And now we get into DT1 Hole Dwelling by Kikuo. This is the... hesitate to call it DT. It's more like rate change because it is not actually 1.5x on this map. It is, I believe, 1.2? No, 1.35 on this map. Kind of previously 130, but much higher BPM. I think 260 after the rate change. AR 10.3, so pretty similar to a normal DT map in terms of approach rate and reading. Just that this map is a little bit gimmicky in terms of how it presents the aim. It's a lot of kind of single directional aim moving across the map, which might not make sense right now, but will make sense as we see more of the map come out.
Yeah, this is very much a concept that's like you'll understand once you watch it. It's vertical jumps, but trending left and then trending right, which you can watch out for, and you'll see very easily already. In fact, you can see what's happening with the concept of this pick. This is an interesting one for me. Kosirek not picking his protects here, which is something we've seen a lot of players doing, is both picking their protects in the first set. Down by 200k almost, maybe just feels that it's not worth wasting that pick here because he's probably not bringing 200k back. So kind of throwing up a little bit of a Hail Mary with a pick that perhaps is a little less optimal. Either that, or he had chosen... I can't imagine that Hidden 3 was chosen as like a ban type of protect, you know? So I kind of do think it's the former situation. Since your opponent can't pick your protect, so like it kind of functions as a ban if you want it to. But I think here it's just let's pick this instead. And both players having a little trouble earlier on, a couple of initial misses, and the jumps are just not easy, man. It's very consistently challenging aim patterns.
Yeah, I think one other thing on Hidden in particular, right, just with the way mod multipliers work, you have a much better chance of making up a large score gap with a larger mod multiplier, right? That 193k on DT2. Let's just see if
he is seeing, chat. I'm not entirely sure what he is seeing, but he's gonna see something. Also, this is like kind of one of the harder parts of the map that we get into, with these slightly awkward elongated sliders, with some triples thrown in as well. This can be tricky for players. We've seen plenty of combo breaks in this section in previous matches where this map was played. Here, though, both guys having a pretty reasonable time. You did see one miss from Fedora Goose, another one there. I don't know. These sliders are just a little awkward. Also, I don't know what the feedback is actually like in terms of this hit sounding, because it sounds a little weird in the client, but obviously this is like the custom hit sounding versus skin hit sounds. So not sure how that plays for the guys in reality. It is Kosirek taking a bit of a lead on the map, but 20,000, as we said, it's tough to bring back 193k, and he's got a lot of work to do, and I don't think it's really going to be feasible.
No, unfortunately, probably not. What I was going to say earlier, and my point kind of ties in well with how you ended that, is it's a lot easier to bring back a large score lead on a mechanics map where you're typically going to score higher and with a higher mod multiplier. On Hidden, for example, that 193k that we have is a 170k score gap. I don't know if you make that up on Hidden 3, just because I don't know if you score high enough to make up that kind of a gap on the Hidden 3, right? And so with more gimmicky maps like that, it tends to be better to kind of counterpick with mechanics, because there can be a large score gap, unless there's such a huge gap on gimmick, for example, on truly low approach rate structural reading, that your opponent just can't play the map at all, right? I think that's the one other skill set where you can kind of theoretically counterpick mechanics with gimmick in this kind of cumulative score format. So I do think this pick makes sense on paper, and Kozirek is winning it, right? Is set to win it with 30 seconds left in the map and a 15k score lead. No big combo on Fedora Goose. So is going to win the point, but not going to win the set due to that higher score difference on the first map for Fedora Goose. Fedora Goose will go up 1-0 in the set score. 1-1 in maps, but much higher cumulative score difference for Fedora Goose.
Yeah, pretty comfy based on the margin of victory on that first pick. Even losing the second map by a small amount, he still wins it by 181k. And that's, I think, a little bit in this format, the advantage of having first pick in a given set, especially if you have a map that you are super, super comfortable with versus your opponent. As you talked about, those mechanics maps, the gaps just trend toward being larger than on other types of maps. So if you're able to pick a tapping map that your opponent isn't very good at, well, you give yourself near 200,000 point lead. You're probably not going to lose that set. It's very, very hard because there are just not that many other skill sets like that, as you mentioned. So now we're going to go into set 2. Fedora Goose up 1-0, but set 2, Kozirek will have first pick. So now I think is the time that you probably go into your own protect. I think you go into the Hidden 3 here. Even if the gap isn't as big, you are still the one with the lead going into the second map of that mini set. Indeed, it's going to be that Hidden 3. And you put the onus on your opponent to try to come back, assuming you win your own pick. The first pick advantage per set, I think, is pretty meaningful.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree with the Hidden 3 and everything you talked about there. And it does feel like a solid pick just generally for Kozirek. Pretty solid in-control player, pretty solid gimmick player from originally like 4-digit tournaments, more recently tournaments like I believe 3-digit World Cup from last year or earlier this year. I don't exactly remember. But generally very solid tournament player overall for Kozirek, and those types of players, especially in lower rank ranges, tend to be a lot better at gimmicky maps. That still holds true in this case as well. Not necessarily a low AR reading demon, but very solid alt player, very solid hidden player for Kozirek. So no troubles at all with this pick as we get into kind of a mixed bag, right? It is 170 BPM flow aim control mixed with some kind of funky sliders and a little bit of stack overlap reading with changing timing on some of those patterns as well. Some kind of stop and go stuff where it's very easy to over tap. And of course, a ton of slider aim as we see during this first KI time.
This is one of my favorite maps in the pool stylistically. It just has so much to offer and really challenges the players in consistently, unique ways. Where, as you said, you have the finger control, you have the aim control, you have the slider aim as well. It really throws a lot your way. And you can see you can see a lot of things about this. We're already halfway through. The players having a fair amount of difficulty, right? Neither guy able to establish a ton of combo in the early goings. And it's also going to give us an idea both of the Lazer score floor, because these scores are way higher than you would normally see on a Score V2 tournament at this point in the map. I don't think you'd be seeing 330, 350k based on how many breaks they've had.
It'd be like 150k.
Yeah, this would be half of these scores. But it's also going to give you an idea of how much smaller the gaps are between players when the scores are just lower in general. Even though Kozirek is outperforming by a significant margin in AC and has had several bigger combos, he's only up by 15k, and that's going to shrink a little bit there as well. So this it kind of illuminates a lot of things about this setup of this style of tournament, and it does look like Kozirek's going to pull away here a little bit in the last stages, though. He's up to 40k lead, even without much of a combo to speak of right now. That accuracy doing a lot of work for him.
finally starting to, as you said, pull away in the score for Koshirek at the end here. Bit more of an AC lead, now up to 3% as opposed to like 1% earlier on. And not too much of a combo lead here at the end of the map, but that AC difference is going to do some major work. 74k. And you can see there why you don't necessarily want to counter protect for protect as you would in a normal tournament setting, right? That kind of score difference just wasn't going to cut it against the score difference that Fedora Goose generated on the DT2. So very solid move there from Koshirek to not pick the protect on the first set here. Save it for the second set in order to get a solid score lead. 74k is a big score lead, right? That's a solid play for Koshirek. And now we get Fedora Goose's next pick. What he wants to either kind of throw away or try to counter with. I do think the best pick left in the pool for Fedora Goose is this Nomad 1. So potentially just trying to counter pick in this one and pull back the score lead to win the set overall, make it quick. Because I think this is probably the best map left in the pool for him right now.
I do think I agree. However, I have one thought experiment here. AIM players are nerfed on laser scoring because accuracy plays such a large role. It's a bigger percentage of the score compared to Score V2 where it's, you know, a little more favored toward combo.
Yeah.
So you are punished less for being the worst AIM player as long as you can still keep decent accuracy on laser scoring. I don't know if that will actually matter in this setting. We will have to see.
Yeah, we'll see.
7.7 star aim, so we'll have to find out what happens. But I do feel like there might be something to be said for that, where tapping players are buffed on laser scoring, but aim players are nerfed on laser scoring.
I think you're definitely onto something here. I don't know how much it'll matter on this map in particular, as we already see a miss aim come through for Fedora Goose and a couple of act drops come through for Koshirek. And right now the combo is winning out despite a 1% act lead for Fedora Goose, up at 98.3 to the 97 of Koshirek. But there's a slider break for Koshirek, and now the accuracy should start to play a bit more of a role here for Fedora Goose. And especially, I think, on a map like this that is 240 BPM, which is decently fast, right? That's the same BPM as the DT3 that Koshirek banned out. With a couple of tapping sections, I mean, there's a few streamier parts in this map, especially about, it's either 2/3 or 3/4 of the way in. You get this really big tapping section in this map that can really tank accuracy if you do not have the speed for it. So I think a pick like this is very solid for Fedora Goose, specifically because of that tapping requirement. Because like you said, Aaron, the aim is just not quite as important. It will still matter. The combo does still matter and contribute to score. That's what's keeping it close right now. But I don't know if the accuracy will matter more or enough to bring the score far enough over to Fedora Goose's side. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, definitely on the lookout for that guitar solo section, because the mapping really kind of changes up a bit stylistically there. Obviously, it's a streamy section, but it also has kind of awkward flow patterns and some finger control rhythm changes with, I think there's a little bit of 1/3 as well as, kind of standard 1/2, 1 and 1/4 rhythms. So it throws a little bit of a curveball at you in terms of what the rest of the map is like. 20k score lead for Fedora is all he's able to muster up so far, despite about 1.5% accuracy and a 160 combo lead. But that's just not all that meaningful as of yet. Also, with this being 4.5 minutes long, right? It's a lot of time for that score to try to build. Let's see, though. Both these players looking pretty comfortable on the aim. No notable misses. So we're going to come into that section of the map, and it's going to be big. And there's the break from Koshirek. The instant you get a little bit of tapping, we go to anything other than just aim, and he instantly breaks. And now things are going to get interesting as we get into that tapping section of the map.
And this is 99.4 for Fedora Goose with 1k combo going into this speedier section of the map now. It should start up soon. I swear it exists.
It's the guitar
I'm
solo
not
right
making
after
things
this.
up. I swear it does.
Here we go.
All right. Both players dropping the combo. So now it is just the accuracy that's going to matter here for a little bit. couple of 1/3, a couple of misses for both of them, and actually more axe drops coming through for Fedora Goose, down to 98 points. Actually, that's 98.9, so still holding pretty solid accuracy, but it's not that big of a drop for Kosherek either. And this is now 60k. It is coming down towards Kosherek, but this is dangerous territory. It was only a 74k score lead for Kosherek after his pick on the protected Hidden 3. So if this gets any worse for Kosherek, it can be very, very difficult to come back from. We still have almost a minute left, and it's now to 65k, 66k for Fedora Goose. If he can hold on just a little bit longer, this could actually bring this score lead back. And there's another miss to come through for Kosherek. That is not the timing you want to see that miss on, but there goes Fedora Goose as well. Is it going to be enough? Just barely, I think, to hold on. Another miss comes through for Kosherek. It's now 71k, less than 3,000 points to go for Fedora Goose. Can he just hold on a little bit longer, keep the accuracy intact? If there's any misses at all from Kosherek, this will go over. We have 15 seconds left on the clock. Kosherek shouting, "Stop the clock," as he just barely ekes out
Wait,
the
spinner,
win.
though.
Maybe it's spin to win. Maybe it's spin to win. I don't know if there's going to be enough. No, Kosherek is outspinning just a little bit more. And that will give the point for the set to Kosherek, but by only 3,000 points, which is a little close for comfort, let's say.
Very, very close to cover. That was actually terrifyingly close. Any one miss from Fedora Goose turned into a hit circle. You know, if he finds literally the smallest bit of combo anywhere in that map, he's able to build a big enough advantage on his own map to bring the gap back. But unfortunately, Kosherek built up just a bit of an advantage out of the Hidden 3, just enough to hold on. That I don't know that you're gonna see a set much closer than that one. 3,000 points. I'd have to go back and double check, but that's about as close as it's ever gonna get. And that's the nature of this format, man. That's the excitement that can happen when it comes right down to the last seconds. The smallest little bit of combo can matter the most, and it ties this thing up at one set apiece. Headed into set 3, Fedora Goose will have the first pick. You know, you can take a little of positivity away from the fact that he did, you know, have a great score on the Nomad 1 and did win that map itself by a decent margin, but still lost the set, and we just kind of have a blank slate now.
We'll also say thank you to Lynx for the custom map there. Go check out this map, because that was that gave us some cinema. That was real cool. And now we get into another one of these custom maps for LGA this week. S Unfolding by Sven Noon. This is the pick now for Fedora Goose. Mapped by Bob. This is kind of rhythm alt with... It is 182 BPM, but it does still feel like an alt map. It's mostly aim control, finger control, and a little bit of reading in this map, which makes it very difficult. And again, if you are a tapping player, finger control maps like this can be solid for you, especially in terms of accuracy, which, as we've seen, is pretty important in laser scoring. So we'll see how well both of these players are able to do on something a lot more gimmicky like this. I think this is the least conventional map that we have seen so far in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we did see the Hidden 3, which is a little non-conventional, but this, you know, pushes the boundaries quite a bit farther than that map did, and it's going to challenge the players in a brand new way. And it is going to start off with Kosherek building a decent-sized accuracy advantage through the first few hundred combo. About a third of the way through, and was up by 2%. That's dropped now a little bit to about 0.6%, but it's still giving him just a tiny lead. There's a break from Fedora Goose as well, right about at the halfway mark, and Kosherek gonna now build a little bit more comfortable of a lead, in fact, out to just about 50,000 points, right like that. That accuracy is still staying up there pretty strong, just shy of 98 for Kosherek, doing a really great job of navigating this pick, whereas Fedora Goose falling just a little bit farther. It's had a couple of breaks in the accuracy, down just a tad. And 100k, again, 100k is a pretty big, though not necessarily insurmountable, but pretty big score lead to take out of a pick, especially when it was your opponent. So this one not going the way of Fedora Goose at all. This is a really sick score from Kosirek, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, this is a very, very good score from Kosirek right now, who is just eating this map for breakfast, man. This is not looking good for Fedora Goose, as Kosirek is absolutely dominating this map right now. There's not a lot else you can say. He's still on the full combo, right? This is just absolute domination from Kosirek, and clutching out the full combo on this pool is next level consistency. That is a massive score for Kosirek, who now is up 175,000 points after his opponent's pick on the third set here. One thing you can do, now I'm not saying that you should throw, but one thing you can do is pick a map that you are not as comfortable on. Pick a map that you're not as good on, that you think your opponent might win, but by a small amount, because you already have this massive score lead. So you can save better picks for yourself for later on into the match. You can intentionally pick a map that is bad for you here in order to effectively remove picks from the pool for your opponent and preserve your own picks at the same time.
Yeah, the strategy of this format is really fascinating in that way. The things you can do with your selections based on the situation are very, very interesting to consider when compared to kind of a traditional pick strategy. It is going to be a Hard Rock 2 here for Kosirek as the pick, so we are going to go the precision aim Hard Rock map. A lot of slider aim and some awkward linear aim patterns in this one as well on CS. I want to say 7.8, if that is. Yes, yes, CS 7.8. So very, very small circles. We're going to get some Osu for ants, as we so lovingly refer to it. And this was a skill set that Kosirek did pretty well on in the qualifiers. Did fairly well on both Hard Rocks, so perhaps something that he's solid at regardless, but we'll see what the performances end up looking like, as Fedora Goose has to somehow magically make up 175,000 points on his opponent's pick here, and it's going to be hard to tell, I think, unless somebody really bombs this, whether they're using a strategy like you're talking about, but regardless, Kosirek picking from a very safe position with that much of an advantage.
Yeah, and even then, it doesn't have to be a map that you're, going to bomb or do really terribly on, but maybe just something that you win by a couple of thousand points instead of by 100,000 points, right? Even picks like that, removing them from the pool can be really, really solid here. You don't need to pick something that's really good for you in this spot. So Kosirek, like you said, picking with a lot of free reign over the pool. Very comfortable position to be in right now. Still ahead in this map, though, by about 15-20k, so overall still doing pretty solidly for himself here. Better accuracy by a little bit, about the same combo right now as well. Similar combo strings for both of these players, maybe a little bit better for Kosirek so far in this map. Fedora Goose still doing all right in this map as well. I think the real question for me, because I don't have too many questions about how this set is going to go, and at this point in this map, it feels like it almost doesn't matter a little bit. I know that's a little weird to say, but it feels like this map doesn't really matter, where Kosirek is now up 45, 50k and already up 175k. It's not like you get extra points for winning the set by, a certain margin. So my question now is just, where does Fedora Goose go next, right? We have one more set basically for Fedora Goose before we get into actually two more sets. So where do you go next? Do you go to the original? Do you go into the Hard Rock 1, which is more of kind of a tiebreaker-ish map? I don't know that you really want to go for Hidden 1 or 2, but Fedora Goose has had some solid hidden scores in the qualifiers, so maybe you dip into the hiddens here as Fedora Goose. Yes, Kosirek did have some good scores in the qualifiers on hidden, but Fedora Goose was not bad on those either, and I think outscored Kosirek on a couple of those maps in the qualifiers.
I think for me, if you're comfortable with the hidden aspect of Hidden 1, I think you might look into that, with it being another aim map. Fedora Goose looked pretty solid on the Nomad one, didn't win the set, but almost brought it back thanks to that map. So if you're comfy with, that style of aim, you maybe run the Hidden 1 if you're him. Otherwise, I think it's probably got to be the Hard Rock 1. That being said, it's going to be Kosierek's first pick in the next set, right? So regardless, he's going to be able to put himself in a good position, that's essentially match point down for Fedora Goose if he can win this next map with the first pick in set 4. Up 2-1, first pick. Pretty reasonable place to be if you have any sort of decent pick remaining for yourself. So that's going to be the other question. Do you maybe continue picking the non-traditional stuff? You've gotten the Hidden 3, you've gotten the Hard Rock 2, maybe you go something like the Nomad 4 or the Hidden 2 here for Kosierek to try to get a lead on another gimmicky map to take into the potentially last pick of this entire match. We'll find
Just have
out.
to see. Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. I feel like for Kosierek, the Nomad 4 looks good. Something like the Hidden 2 could be solid as well. It is just going to be the Nomad 4, which no real surprises there. I think if you're going to have any first pick to try and just close out the match here for Kosierek, it should be the Nomad 4. Just go into the tech as much as possible and try to generate as large of a score lead as you can. That said, that Hard Rock 2 ended up being a very, very good pick for Kosierek. So we'll see if that ends up being maybe a wasted pick, or if Kosierek is able to close it out with the Nomad 4 or potentially something else later on down the line. Maybe the original, that map also being mostly tech, not quite as just slider tech forward as this Nomad 4, but still mostly tech, mechanics tech. This one, of course, very, very slider heavy. Tons of very easy places to miss slider ends and tons of very easy places to slider break in this map. Not as much on the finger control and aim control, though it does still play a part.
And this is going to be an interesting one because this is, again, the type of map where often you won't see huge gaps because once it gets into the diff spikes, it can be really challenging to hold a combo. And so both players can frequently end up with relatively lower scores. But at the same time, if somebody has a crazy pop-off, it's a big thing because it is so challenging to have a big pop-off with how difficult this is. If you hit like one of the diff spikes in their entirety, you put yourself in a really good spot. Both the guys broke on the exact same combo here, so it's going to be pretty dead even for now. Slight accuracy lead to Kosierek, but it's building, and we're going to get into the first drop of the song here, and I think it's going to tell us a lot about whether or not Kosierek can build up enough of a lead to feel comfortable going into the next pick from Fedora Goose, or whether it's going to hang in the balance for the possible last map here. As we build and build some more, things are going to get very interesting in this one once the map comes in. But what direction will they go is going to be the question, and here it comes. Who is poised to take the lead in these challenging slider patterns? It's going to be the instant break from Fedora Goose. Not what you want to see at all if you're him trying to bring this back.
Yeah, and Kosierek now holding on to the combo advantage, holding on to about a % accuracy lead as well. And that extra combo lead is going to continue to help build so long as he can hold, and the more misses come through for Fedora Goose, right? Combo doesn't matter quite as much, but when you have high combo, when you've hit that scoring cap, that score bonus cap from high combo, it's really, really nice to just continue building what is now a pretty massive score lead on this map. I mean, we are only 2/3 of the way into this one, and already over 100,000 score lead for Kosierek, 800 combo to 15 for Fedora Goose, with almost a 3% accuracy lead to boot. And this is an absolutely massive score lead now for Kosierek. Seems like the Hard Rock 2 will not go to waste, as this Nomad 4 looking similarly dominant as the last few maps in a row for Kosierek.
Dude is playing some solid Osu right now. What more can you say? We've seen several players miss that last pattern right before the slow part, and he managed to hold, so he has this large and almost 1,000 combo coming into the build-up to the final PI time of the map. And really, there's not much you can do here for Fedora Goose except just try to do your best at, maybe squeaking out a little bit of extra score in the ending to try and make this a less insurmountable score. There is a break from Kosierek in the build-up, So maybe that lead can be tempered just a little bit, but we're still looking upwards of 150,000 score going into the next pick. That's going to be a brutal margin to try to bring back. Fedora Goose needs to FC this entire ending to get this into playable territory for the next map, and we'll see if he can do that on these really challenging, like, awkward sliders. The circular sliders into full horizontal sliders can be so tricky, but both these guys navigating it well. And 145k, so we did manage to make this a little more doable. As we come into the very ending, it's going to be Kosherek taking this point. It's going to be by 145,000. It was 170k at one point. So Fedora
Yeah.
did manage to temper that a little bit, but 144k is still practically insurmountable. I got to think that's very hard to think about bringing that one back.
That's real tough. And I think you just have... I think it's just the Hard Rock one or the Hidden one here for Fedora Goose, right? Which of those is going to give you a bigger score lead? And I think the answer really has to be whatever you can just hold combo on with Hayak the longest. I know that sounds obvious, right? But like, there are some maps where you can win the point, but because you are less bad than your opponent, I don't think you can pick that sort of map here. You need to pick whatever you are most comfortable on, whatever you are going to get your highest score on, even if you're not sure about how good the opponent is, right? I think the only exception there is if you are so good on Hidden 2, you FC basically every time, and your opponent is not going to do super well. But it is going to be the Hidden one here for Fedora Goose, hoping to bring this back from match point, needing 145,000 points in his favor on this map to stay alive in this tournament. Reminder, round of 32 is single elimination alongside the round of 16 this weekend. So whoever loses here is just out of the tournament entirely. They do not get another chance. So Fedora Goose here, this is potentially his last map unless he can pull it back and win the set on this Hidden one.
And, you know, we did see Fedora Goose put up a really impressive score on the Nomad 1 a bit ago, where he almost pulled out that second set, winning that map by, nearly 70, or right around 70,000 points, 71k. The problem is he has to double that margin, right? If you think about how much Fedora Goose won the Nomad 1 by, he has to double that gap on a map that's a minute and a half shorter and doesn't really have as much of the tapping elements to it either, which were where Kosherek found several of his breaks in that pick. This one is a lot more into just pure Hidden 1 aim. So if Kosherek struggles with the awkward aim, then it could be doable, but man, oh man, it's a tough ask. It is a couple early breaks there from Kosherek. He is starting off, falling behind a little bit early on, 3% accuracy down and 100 combo down already. So if it was ever doable, it sort of feels like it might be now, but 144k, man, I just keep looking at that margin, thinking I don't know how doable this is regardless of how poorly your opponent might play a pick.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough, but I mean, you are already up, right? We're a third of the way in, about a little less than a third of the way in, actually. And Fedora Goose is already up 50k, right? So you're on track right now. He is on track right now to hitting that 145k target that he needs to stay alive. The question is, can he keep this pace up throughout the rest of the map? Because so far, what it's taken to be on pace is FCing everything in the map so far for Fedora Goose, and also a few misses for Kosherek at the same time. So you gotta hope that you can hold on to that full combo as long as possible for Fedora Goose. You also have to hope that Kosherek finds some more misses here. And so far, after a couple of early struggles, Kosherek has looked pretty good. He's looked a lot more consistent. He's looked like he's found his footing on this map, to maybe pull a little pun with the giant shoes in the background. I don't know. But, there's finally a miss for Fedora Goose, and now Kosherek is going to start to pull this score lead back. It was up to almost 90k there for Fedora Goose, but Kosherek now pulling this back extremely quickly down to 70k already under that mark, and continuing to hold this big combo for Kosherek. He is now finally finding a break, but that was significant damage done. And with only a minute left and 150 combo on Fedora Goose, I don't know if he's going to be able to pull it off. There's another miss to come through, and I think that might be the final nail in the coffin here. Only 58k score in his favor, and 50 seconds left on the clock. No buzzer beaters this time around, I don't think.
No, that last second full court heave, I think, is going to fall a little bit short here for Fedora Goose. It looked like it might be doable there for a little while at the start, where he built up that 80, 90k lead. But okay, well, now he has just completely fallen apart, unfortunately, on this ending. Kosirek not having a great time here either. But look at the entire score lead just vanished. So it's not even going to appear like it was a comeback of any sort, unfortunately, for Fedora Goose. And it is going to be Kosirek, man. Very impressive performance by the lower seeded player here. Number 22 seed up against 11th seeded Fedora Goose, but he's going to take him down once all is said and done by a set score of 3-1. After that first set, after he got that big loss on the DT2 out of the way, Kosirek really found his footing in this match and just never let it go. Ends up, in fact, winning this pick by just about 5,000 score. Just had a little insult to injury there, unfortunately, for Fedora Goose, who had a 90k lead at one point in this map. To end up losing it is a testament to how well Kosirek was able to come back, not just in this map, but in this match in general, and a well-earned victory for him as he advances onward to round of 16. He gets a date with Atkins, Dio, for his trouble, who looked really, really good last night.
Yeah, that's gonna be a rough match. I will say also for Fedora Goose, definitely a couple of really solid maps in that match. Unfortunately for him, I think Kosirek just looked too good. Out of the last 6 maps that were played, Kosirek won 5 of them. He won 6 of 8 maps total in that match. So even if you're going by normal best of 11, Kosirek also would have won 6-2 in this match. So regardless of whether you're using the cumulative scoring method that we have here, or whether you're using a traditional tournament format, that is a solid, pretty dominant win for Kosirek, who by the end of this match looked nigh untouchable in the set format that we have here in LGA. So fantastic showing from him in this one.
Was indeed a very good performance from Kosirek. Does eliminate Fedora Goose, but it gives us the opportunity now to move onward to our next match of the day. It is the number 3 seed versus number 30 seed here in the tournament. The artist formerly known as Welter. I will be calling him Welter the entire time. His name is now Lexu3S. I don't really know what the meaning of that exactly is. Somebody can
as opposed to
tell me.
Lexu2S, the other Russian tournament player. Yeah.
And we're just collabing usernames to make ourselves as impossible to figure out who's who as possible. On the other side, it's Trumpetino69, Swedish player, seeded number 30 here, which is a much more distinguishable username, I dare say. But a big seed mismatch, 3 versus 30. On paper, you're expecting Walter to have a very good time in this one. He's been playing incredibly well lately. And by lately, I mean for like the last year and a half now. Going back to, it feels like late 2023. He's really been on a great run. And continuing it here, seeding 3rd in this tournament is no joke.
Yeah, Welter started to really impress me in open rank tournaments back in TATHC, if anybody else remembers that tournament.
That tournament
Taichi
has
Appreciation Team Hybrid Cup. That tournament was awesome.
The tournament has the 6th badge. Like, that has one of my favorite badges in the entire tournament scene.
That tournament was also just very... By the way, I think we can kind of forego talking about this map too much, as the score lead is 130k, and there's not much combo, unfortunately, for Trumpetino on this map. This is also Welter's first pick, so we won't be talking too much about what's going on in this map. And once we get the... actually, I'll go over the bans and protects here while we have a minute. Trumpetino's bans Hard Rock 3, Hard Rock 1, protecting the Double Time 3. Is that correct? That maybe is the... maybe protecting the Double Time 3.
Sure
Welter, meanwhile...
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if the protects are backward, but they're in the correct order as per pick ban order, so I think that's correct. Anyway, Welter banning out the Laser mod, Flat by Second, and DT2. So, a little surprising there. I think Welter generally is a solid DT player, but I think against Trumpetino it makes sense. As well, the double Hard Rock bans against Welter make a lot of sense, with the Hard Rock 2 protect also coming through. Welter is an extremely strong Hard Rock player. And to continue our conversation from earlier, yeah, TITHC was the first time where he really impressed me in like open rank tournament play. And then recently I hosted a tournament that had a 9.5-star grand finals pool in a 1v1 tournament. And he beat Nineric to win that tournament in grand finals. He beat Secret Box and Nineric to win that tournament. So he has looked very, very good recently, even on very high skill cap maps.
The skill set breadth has really impressed me as well. A player who I kind of saw like some of his more gimmicky plays on kind of like flow tech hidden types of things initially, and it feels like he's really expanded that out to be good at, like you said, like the skill cap stuff even against Nineric. So somebody who's good at a lot of different things. Trumpetino here, going to go into his first pick of this match, down 133k. He's going to opt into DT3 though, and this is that strategy that we were kind of discussing back and forth. You protect this map, you come into your first pick down 133k, but you think that you can make up that 133k with this map, so you go for it here. We'll see if the strategy works out rather than preserving the protected map for a time when you're not down by quite this big margin. I was going to talk about Trumpetino a little bit because not a ton of standout scores in the qualifiers except for the DT2 where he was 11th. So clearly a player who's comfortable on some of the tapping stuff. Also 4th on the Lazer mod in the qualifiers. Now that was a very different Lazer mod than we have in this pool, but it's interesting to see players who are super good at the Lazer mods kind of leveraging that to their advantage in the qualifiers and potentially in the bracket as well. This though, it's just pure speedy tapping stamina for you. It's a Nomad 2-esque type of pick here. What BPM does this go to with the raid edit? This is
243.
Like. It's 242 BPM.
Yeah. You can see better accuracy right now for Trumpetino. Full combo still intact for both players, so no big lead at the moment. Just a little under 10k here for Trumpetino, as we will continue to get some solid scores for both of these players. That said, if you are Trumpetino, now you're halfway through. Your opponent's still holding a full combo. You only have a 10k score lead. This was your protected pick, and it may end up going to waste if Welter does not find a break here very soon, because there's only so much more score left that you can possibly get. You need that 133k score lead, and now it seems like Welter just is unfazed, will not be denied the win on this set, even in spite of the protected pick for Trumpetino, as we get now above about 800k, and that's really where the score lead stops being tenable for Trumpetino. So unfortunately, I think with how this has shaped up at the end here, it's just not going to be enough. There is a break there at the end, and a big axe drop for Welter as well. It goes over very quickly. Is there enough time? It's not going to be enough. It is close. It is extremely close, but it is not going to be enough. Needed the break at about 850k or so for that to go over Trumpetino's way, but FC for Trumpetino, it's a great score. It's just unfortunately not enough to bring back the score difference from that Nomad 1.
Can we just talk about the fact that the score lead went from like 10k to 100k in like less than 10 seconds on that ending?
And the ending of a map with a full combo will do that to you, yeah.
That was insane.
It goes fast.
That was wild. So this is the strategy talk here, right? Trumpetino just won his protect by like 90,000 points, and it was still wasted because he was down by so much coming into that. So he's going to have first pick in the next set. He could have gone up by, assuming the exact same thing happened, which you can't promise that will. Assuming the exact same thing happened, he could have first picked this in the next set and taken 100k lead into Welter's pick in the second set by saving the protect. Whether or not that makes a difference in the outcome of the entire match, there's no real way of knowing. But strategically speaking, it kind of feels like he wasted his protect there. Despite winning it by that giant margin, it was irrelevant because he came into it with such a big deficit. So kind of a shame about how that went. Despite how big a win it was, it's not going to matter in the grand scheme of things. And he says, I'm out of picks, opting into the Nomad 4 here. Not what you want to see when the player's only selected one map so far.
No, that is not what you want to see this early on into a match. Come on, man. Yeah, unfortunately, I think I kind of have to agree with you there. It's like, if you are down that much, if you're not sure you're going to win by a large margin, right? Like, yes, an FC is amazing from Trumpetino. That was an awesome score. But you know Welter is going to do well on that map, right? So I feel like you can kind of predict that he will get at least close to an FC, which is what happened, if not FC himself. And really, that's kind of a waste of a protect, unfortunately, for Trumpetino. So now going into the Nomad 4 here, which I think against a lot of players for Trumpetino would be really good. Welter, however, is a specialist in hard rock tech. So Nomad Tech, right, is a little different, but if you can play hard rock tech, you can definitely play Nomad Tech. So I unfortunately don't know how good of a pick this is for Trumpetino, and as if to illustrate my point, Welter has 99.4 accuracy to Trumpetino's 97.6 right now.
Yeah, this was always going to feel a little risky, I think, as we said going into it. Trumpetino saying he's out of picks. And, you know, that's obviously a little tongue-in-cheek, but there's a little truth to it as well when you're against an opponent who's so strong at so many things. That accuracy gap tells a lot. And again, this map does feel like it comes down to a couple of big diff spikes. If you can hold through the first one, not break on the last 5 combo before the slow section in the middle, you get 1,000 combo in the map, and then you've got the really difficult ending diff spike as well. So technically speaking, even down accuracy, you know, there's a chance to bring it back just by hitting a couple patterns in the map as a whole, but it's a tough spot to be in for Trumpetino here. Underdog in the match, so maybe you just, you know, throw caution to the wind and have fun with it. There's going to be the break in this first Ki, and Welter going to be off to the races. That lead, 40,000 points already, 2% accuracy. Oh, okay, he's good. 2% accuracy advantage, and now a massive combo lead as well. It's the Welter show, Dio. It's just going to be the Welter show here on this one. Let's see how long he can hold. Let's see what he can do with this, because he is up to about 1,000 combo now, making his way through this diff spike with what looks like ease. This is way harder than that man is making this look, and he is having a day on this.
This is what I mean by Welter has really impressed me lately, is that, you know, we're 2/3 of the way into this map. We've made it through, I would say, the most difficult section of this map already, and Welter is still holding a full combo. This is not even his pick. This is Trumpetino's pick, who actually is doing pretty well on this map, right? This is a solid score for Trumpetino right now. It's not like this is a bad play at all for him. Unfortunately, he is just against an absolute demon in Welter, who has a frozen client? Question mark? Okay, never mind. We're good.
It's happened twice now. I'm not really sure what's going on. He's frozen. He's frozen twice, but it's been fine both times.
Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, yeah, he has been on a tear recently. He is absolutely ridiculous on tech maps in particular. That is one of the pick strategies that he used to quite literally winning the tournament in the 1v1 that I hosted earlier this year. And he has been a fantastic tech player for a long time, especially on hard rock tech, but also on Nomad tech. And I'm just looking to see exactly how big of a score lead he can generate on this map, because right now he's on track for a full combo. Let's see if he can hold on here through the ending.
I don't know if we've seen an FC on this map as of yet. It feels like everybody finds a break somewhere or other, but if anybody was going to do it, certainly feels like Welter could be the one. It's a near 1,700 combo coming into the last little bit of map, the very ending combo. Can he bring it home on these last few circles? And he can. Wow, very well done there to Welter. Drops the FC on the Nomad 4, his opponent's pick, and he says, nope, that's mine, thank you very much. Snatches it right away. 265k score lead in this set off that map, and he can do whatever he wants with his own pick here, because I'm sorry to say, you're just not bringing that kind of advantage back against a player who's on a level that Welter is today.
Yeah, that is absolutely absurd. Now, Welter, I think you pick your absolute worst map in the pool here, and he picks his Protect. Okay. I was going to say, you pick your absolute worst map in the pool, because it doesn't matter what you pick right now. You're up 265,000 points in the set. Who cares, right? Pick your worst map. Remove a pick from the pool for your opponent, but is just going to pick his Protect instead. I suppose this was fine. He is currently up 3 maps in a row, and up a massive amount of score. I also think that he has some solid picks left in the pool. I think Nomad 2 is solid for him. I think the DT1 is solid for him. I think the Nomad 3 can also be good for him here. So I think he is not really worried about winning this match overall with, 3 or 4 solid picks left, including the Hard Rock 2. I think that's enough to win the rest of the match. I do think it would have been cool, though, to see that kind of strategy in play, right? To pick your absolute worst map after winning by a massive margin and effectively just remove a good pick from the pool for your opponent.
I'm telling you, I love the strategy of this format. I just think it's cool with things kinds of like you're talking about. It's unique, it's different, and I feel like it sometimes gives us opportunities to see maps that we might not otherwise see. Here, obviously, picking the Protect, not the case, but in some situations. And I wonder, this is not strictly related to the strategy or anything, I wonder what the biggest single set score difference is, like in the 2-map cumulative score has been so far. Because if Walter can win this one by a big margin, he stands to win this set by like 400k, which would be pretty crazy to see over the course of 2 maps in the Lazer scoring system. I don't know off the top of my head what kind of gaps we've seen so far in the course of the tournament, but that would be a pretty big one. But you talked about Hard Rock Tech and Precision, and Welter being good at those, and kind of seeing that here. Lead's only 50k, but you don't really need much of a lead when you're up by 265,000 points off the first map. You just need a not negative 265k lead, which I think you're pretty safe here. If you're Welter,
yeah,
I think you're having a good time.
I think he's pretty safe on this one. I kind of want to see if we have any stat checkers who know what the biggest score lead in a set has been so far, because this is definitely going to be up there. We're already well over 300,000 score lead, right? So maybe somebody knows the stats on that. I don't know. I haven't watched every match, I don't think. So I think I missed one last night, unfortunately, going to bed.
Yeah,
so
same. Yeah,
we'll
same.
see.
I was unfortunately not awake for Jackson versus Emil Bus because it was 1 in the morning, and well, that is late.
That is.
And what's scary in this match, in this circumstance, getting back on track a little bit there, is Welter has first pick in the 3rd set, right? With a 2-0 set lead and a gigantic amount of score gap in this 2nd set as well. It's going to be, looks like around 300k, give or take a bit. Trumpetino putting up a pretty reasonable combo here in the back portion of this map. Unfortunately, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But Welter is going to have every bit of momentum you can possibly have, as well as having the pick. Doesn't have his Protect now, but he does have everything that's left in the pool, which means he gets a 2-0 lead, and he has the opportunity to take a 2-0 lead with a score lead from map 1 of set 3 as well. That the break point kind of vibe when you win by score on your opponent's pick when they're picking first in a set. Good job, T1G. That made a lot of sense to everyone listening. That advantage is just huge. So
yeah,
going into the 3rd set now, 2-0 lead and a pretty big composite cumulative score lead as well. Driver's seat stuff here, pressing the gas pedal to the floor for Welter.
Yeah, let's see where he wants to go. Pick Nomad 2 one time? No, it's going to be the Hidden 3 instead. One time? No, it's going to be Hidden 3 instead. I actually am a little surprised at this pick. I was really expecting kind of anything outside the hidden pool. It's not like Welter is bad at hidden necessarily, but he's also not particularly strong on it, and I would say his strengths definitely lie a little bit more with DT and with tapping and tech, which all of the non-hidden picks definitely fill right now. So I'm a little surprised to see the Hidden 3, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad pick. And in fact, I think out of the remaining Hiddens, this is definitely the best map for him. We saw this in the last match as well. This map does a lot of different things. It's primarily a flow aim test, but also has some slider aim, has some aim control at 170 BPM, has a little bit of finger control, has a little bit of stop and go stack reading as well in it. So kind of a mixed bag, but I think something like that benefits Welter a lot. Being the much higher seeded player in this matchup, you tend to be better across a wider variety of things. That's how you get high seeding, after all.
Yeah, and also worth noting really quick, Trumpetino in the qualifiers got 44th on Hidden 1 and 40th on Hidden 2. So on paper, not strictly speaking what you would consider a hidden specialist. Welter possibly taking that into account when picking this map. Just peek at qualifier results and say, what did my opponent not do well on? Here's a couple of options to the hidden pool. That being said, Trumpetino did have a better early combo before that break a little bit ago, so he did keep this close to in his favor for a while there. But now we see it kind of falling apart for him. Several breaks there as we're reaching the halfway mark. And as you said, you just have to be the better player across a breadth of skill sets if you want to be the number 3 seed versus the number 30 seed. And Welter displaying that here as he is building up a large combo, a big accuracy lead. Over 100k score lead again is just going to feel pretty insurmountable if you're Trumpetino. He'll have the next pick regardless, but unfortunately for him, it's looking like it's going to be at a pretty big score deficit. And let's just see what Welter can do with the last 40 seconds of this map, because he is putting on a show for us in this match so far, and he doesn't look to want to end that anytime soon as he makes his way through that flow pattern, makes his way through the linears into the sliders in the last chorus with a big combo and some solid accuracy as well, man. Look, if you ever wondered why this guy was the number 3 seed in this tournament, I think you're kind of finding out live on stream right now as he is putting up crazy score after crazy score.
Which is also not too surprising, right? He's the number 3 seed after Malashevsky and Emrek, who are arguably the 2 best tournament players in the world right now. I think the only other person that you could argue about is like worst HR player, and Welter is right behind the 2 of them. So yeah, of the human players in this tournament, he is the number 1 seeded player. So he is actually very, very strongly seeded in this one, and another 250,000 score gap for Welter out of that map. So Trumpetino, man, you've got some ground to make up. Where are we going? What map are we going to? Because it has been 5 maps and 5 wins in a row for Welter, not to mention the 2 set wins that we have. Hey, and he goes for Nomad 2. I appreciate it. Thank you. I have a soft spot for Nomad 2. Should be very obvious to those of you who know tournaments generally. I commissioned this song for the Perennial. This was an original song for that tournament. It's tech streams. Tech streams the map, basically. Tons of cut streams, a lot of very rough wiggle streams as well in this map, but a lot more kind of linear cut stream focused patterns in Are We Floating in Space by Balabdash.
I do want to make one small correction, Dio, just to give Trumpetino his due. He did win that double time pick with the FC in the first set.
You are right.
He has managed to win 1 map in this match, and it was by a pretty big margin at the end. It was like a 90,000 score in his favor on that pick. So just want to make sure he gets his credit for his performance on that pick, if nothing else. He's struggled a bit in this competition the rest of the way through due to how well Welter's been playing largely, but he did win that pick, so I do want to give him credit there. And yeah, coming into your commissioned tech stream song map. Not flow streams as the sheet says. This is all about the tech streams, and as you said, Trumpetino's got his work cut out for him, trying to make up a 250k score gap. Not looking like it's going to be too likely. There's some big breaks even with Lazer, alleviating the note lock problems. Still, the miss aims are very feasible on a map that requires as much aim control as this one does. And guess what? Welter just having the time of his life over here, holding on to the FC, holding on to the 99% accuracy. We saw Gilgamesh last night putting up a new personal best in their top 15 on this map. I don't know that that's too feasible for players at this level, because I think
I don't think so for Welter.
I think their rank is a little too high for that, but
Yeah.
it would still be cool to see maybe an FC or something on this out of Welter, just to cap off this match in style.
Yeah, an FC on this would be a really ridiculous score. There's not that many of them, I don't think, on this map. Yeah, there's a grand total of four FCs on this map. 5, actually. There is one more. Yeah, there's a grand total of 5 FCs, modded or no mod, on this map. So, Welter, you've already won the match. Let's see if you can close it out in style with the 6th ever full combo on this map. And I do have laser mode on the website, just in case anyone else did it in this tournament already, but doesn't seem like it, as Welter still holding on, even through the circular cut streams there, getting into more of the wiggle patterns now, and still holding strong here. As we get very, very close to the end of the map. This is not going to get any really easier into the end here. It's not going to get too much harder either, but still a ton of very, very tricky patterns here. A ton of aim control on basically all of these streams as he continues to tear through the cut streams, just absolutely demolishing this map. And yeah, that'll be the 6th ever full combo on the map by Welter in match, for a grand score lead total in this set of over 600,000 points. Absolute dominance from Welter here.
I mean, Welter just won the set by almost as much score as Trumpetino put up on the second map, by a bigger margin than the score Trumpetino put up on the first map in the set. I mean, that's just an insane showing. Really, really impressive stuff from Welter, man. What more can you say? Like, good effort to Trumpetino, but this is the reason why this was the number 3 versus the number 30 seed. Welter is just incredibly solid at so many skill sets, and had that on full display in this match. The 3-0, it's going to be 5-1 in maps overall. Trumpetino just winning that early DT wasn't enough to make up the score gap to try to win the first set, and Welter was just off to the races from there on. A great showing from Welter for the victory, and we'll move on to the round of 16. He will await the winner of Schwartz versus NEU. Luna is Tabby versus NEU, which is a match that's coming up later today. So it'll be Welter to have some time to plan out the next round. But man, if he keeps playing like this, the sky is the freaking limit, bro.
Yeah, he is obviously playing very, very well, having gotten the 6th FC ever and number 5 on the number 6 on the map there for the last pick, the Nomad 2, having gotten a 600,000 plus score lead in set 3, which I'm just going to go ahead and say is the largest score difference that we have seen so far, right? We have not seen Malashevsky or Emrek play yet. So I'm just going to go ahead and say that that's the largest score difference that we have seen so far. And maybe one of them will top it. Maybe, actually, no, we've already seen Flying Tuna. We've already seen Atkins. We've already seen a Secret Box play. So I think it's just those two in the conversation for topping that sort of set lead. Maybe we'll get a surprise from somebody else. Who knows? In the meantime, though, that is going to do it for us for now. We have another couple of matches coming up here in an hour at 16 UTC, those being Taquito versus Sigi. That one going to be on this stream, OS Live, and number 8, Namoe versus number 25, Juan Dario. And Namoe, I don't actually know, but that is the San Marino
Arged
flag, so that should be Arge.
Yeah.
And Juan Dario is a rename of Juan Dirio, formerly with a Hong Kong flag, if that rings any bells for anyone out there. Did flag change to Canada very recently and renamed to Juan Dario at about the same time, so might be a little bit unfamiliar for some people on the new name, new flag, but should be a relatively familiar player for people informed in the tournament scene in general. Aaron, that's it for us for now. Any closing words?
I'm just incredibly impressed by Welter. That was a ridiculous performance. And also, you got to give shout outs to Kosirek in the preceding match. A good win, the first upset so far in this round. We'll see if we get more throughout the afternoon as we continue through round of 32. But that was an impressive victory as well. So good job to both of them. Thank you to everybody who's been watching. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you to Dio for the cast. and to everybody involved reffing, streaming, and so on. We will be back in just a bit over an hour's time, 16 UTC, as mentioned, for those couple of matches at the same time. Check in on both Osu Live and Osu Live 2 for the simultaneous matches. But until then, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, have a nice little hour, and we'll see you on the other side as LGA 2025 round of 32 rolls onward.
Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone watching from home. We are back with more Lazer Grand Arena, this time Taquito versus Sigi, once again in the round of 32 here in week 1 of LGA 2025. I'm still Dio, and he's still T1G. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. As the clock ticks over to 12 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it has indeed become the afternoon. And still rocking it with this duo. We've been spending quite a fair share of time together in the casting booth, and man, we've seen some good Osu being played. We had the Kosirek upset over Fedora Goose. We had Welter going absolutely thermonuclear in his match against Trumpetino. And now we get two stalwarts of the tournament scene, Taquito and Sigi. Man, these guys have been doing this for so long. It just feels like I've been watching these two play in tournaments, against each other or in common for, God, I don't know, 5, 6 years, 7 years now. These dudes are just old heads of the OSU tournament scene. And while Taquito has reached a level that I don't think we've really ever seen Sigi come quite close to, I still think on a pool like this, we should be in for a pretty exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty much agreed there with the breakdown of the match ahead. I'm always sad to see Nomad 2 get banned. Going to be the Hard Rock 2 ban for Taquito as well. And you see the players here asking about sets here. So we'll take a second and explain the format as we get through the protects and then the second round of bans. Lazer Grand Arena this year is played with set formats rather than last year's basic cumulative score format. We still make use of cumulative score, but instead of across the entire match, it's across sets of 2 maps each. 2 maps are played at a time, which constitutes a set, and whichever player scores higher across both maps in the set overall takes the set victory. You need 3 set victories to win. If you do get tied up 2-2 in sets, the last set will be played as normal with a third map, the OS original, at the bottom of the map pool scene there, getting played to end things off, regardless of whether there is a clear victor after the first 2 maps of the last set. So consider them groups of 2 for that best of 5 that we are playing in this match. And now we're going to get the DT2 Protect for Sigi, Hidden 3 Protect for Taquito. No surprises there. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Sigi ban out something like the Nomad 4, the Hidden 2 as well, going into the last round of bans now.
Yeah, and, so talking about the format a little, it's very interesting in how unique this format is, right? I can't think of a time that we've ever seen anything quite like this in OSU. We've seen set-based scoring, we've seen cumulative scoring, but we haven't seen the 2-map cumulative scoring, kind of scaling it differently and making for a really interesting bit of strategy. I think we're kind of learning the emerging meta of this format as we go. We've seen, 5 or 6 matches now on this format so far, and we're kind of feeling it out, both, as casters, spectators, players, as to how best to play this format. When you have the Protect, but the Protect can only be picked by you, for instance, that makes it almost effectively a third ban if you want to use it that way. If you protect a map and you are the second pick, perhaps you hold on to that protect until the next set if you go down by a big score on the first map of a given set. There's a lot of little quirks and intricacies of this format that we're all kind of discovering as we go, and it's really interesting to see that sort of playing out in real time in front of us. And I, for one, am really intrigued by how the different players are approaching this and how it's ending up in these matches. You have the really close matches, like last night you had Emil Bus versus Jackson that went all the way to the 5th set and had some really interesting quirks of its own as far as how the picks played out over the course of that. Some of these have been a little more one-sided, and we've gotten to see how the players use their protects and their bans in that setting. So really interesting how this is playing out so far, and it's exciting as it's going to continue to go over the course of the weekend. You see players with different skill sets and different approaches to the pool and the format as we go through. And so here we're starting out with an early Hidden 2 pick from Taquito. So not going to insta-pick the Protect here, but he is going to pick a map that is well within his wheelhouse, a very, very strong Hidden player. And again, your first pick, you pick something that you're good at, you establish yourself a big lead. Laser scoring is such that the gaps are often not going to be that big, so then you just have to defend it in the first pick from your opponent. And I really do think whoever wins the first map of a given set has a massive, massive advantage. But if you can steal it away, then you make things really interesting. You can flip a given set on its head in no time at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think I like, to go a little bit more in depth, I like the Hidden 2 first pick from Taquito here as opposed to the Hidden 3, specifically not first picking his Protect, because if you first pick your Protect, your opponent maybe goes down an insurmountable margin of victory, right? If you just absolutely crush it, FC, your opponent gets like 500k, your opponent can also just pick what your next pick might have been and say, okay, I'm not going to win this set no matter what I do, so I'm going to pick one of your maps to effectively remove it from the pool and kind of toss this set away because it's already lost, right? The second map might not matter, so you can make a strategic decision to pick a map that you are going to lose anyway and effectively remove it from a future set so that your opponent can't make use of it. But by not picking the Protect, you kind of get rid of that ability for Sigi in this set to be sure about what other map I think would be really, really strong. Not that I think that's necessarily going to happen in this set in particular. I do think Sigi will make this at least somewhat close, although unfortunately, I think maybe he is about to prove me wrong, as he is definitely not looking very well practiced on this AR7 hidden pick. Yeah, it's looking a little rough right now. 85 to 96 in the accuracy and already double score on Lazer score as opposed to score v2. That is kind of obscene. So maybe the hidden 2 first pick actually was very, very good for that exact reason here from Taquito. I kind of explained that expecting it to not matter, but maybe it does kind of matter in this set in particular because this hidden 2 is just absolutely it's a clean wipe from Taquito here. He's still on the full combo. He has 98 AC and Sigi has 84 and very many breaks.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, this is gonna kind of display a little bit of the strategy, I think, very early on here, because if you're Sigi, you're going to be down what looks like at least 250k, could be more than that. We'll see how the back half of this map goes for him. And so you maybe get into that realm of the throwaway pick. And, also the interesting thing with this format, I don't even want to watch the map at this point. Like, it's so far over. This is just a brutality. Like, I just want to talk about the format more, because you can think about it as only needing 3 good picks. If you can keep your opponent's picks at least close, if not even win 1 or 2 of them, as we finally see Taquito breaking his FC, all you need are 3 good picks of your own that you can win by sufficient margins to win the cumulative score in those sets. And so, if you're Taquito, you early pick this hidden 2, you're going to win this by like 300, 400k, and this set is already over. It doesn't matter what Sigi picks next, because Taquito's not going to lose it by 300,000 points. And now you only need 2 picks left, and you still have your Protect to win the match. And if you win the hidden 3 by a sizable margin, the way that the pick strategy works in this format is really interesting in that sense, in that, it's a best of 5, and you could end up playing quite a few maps, but there's also a situation where you literally only need 3 picks to win, like winning, as if you were winning a best of 11 6-0. And starting off a match with a 350k win is going to make for some interesting decisions for your opponent. Sigi probably throws away his pick, and then he needs to think, what can I win by a margin similar to this? Because I might struggle this much with his Protect as I did with his first pick.
Yeah. Gonna be interesting to see. I think the problem for Sigi in this match is that Taquito is an all-rounder who also happens to specialize in this kind of low AR reading hidden gimmick stuff, right? But that doesn't mean he can't play hard rock. That doesn't mean he can't play speed. In fact, I would say his second best skill after hidden tech reading is the speed in general, especially finger control speed, high AR DT aim. So stuff like the DT1, DT2, I think are actually very good maps for Taquito generally in this pool. So yeah, unfortunately, and I think Sigi was indeed going to try to throw away his pick and pick the hidden 3 there, asking if he can pick protected picks. So I agree with the strategy here, right?
Yeah, I would pick my opponent's Protect here if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Get it out of the way.
I would definitely just get it out of the way right now, and because this set is over, unfortunately for Sigi. Unfortunately, he can't. So we'll see where he wants to go next. I would say the Nomad 4 is probably a good tosser in this scenario. And again, we're only saying that he should probably toss away this pick because he is already down by 400,000, right? Taquito would have to be struggling, like B rank 85 accuracy on Sigi's next pick, which for an all-rounder like Taquito just isn't going to happen on this pool. So that's why we're talking about Sigi throwing away his pick and kind of tossing out, because at least that way you can strategically remove a map from a future set for Taquito.
Yeah, and there you go. This is kind of
that's
that.
a great one.
He's picking the Lazer mod, which here is freeze frame. So, Sigi, right, you're not a reading specialist. This isn't a great pick for you. He got 53rd on the Lazer mod pick in qualifiers, which was approach different bubble. So a reading gimmick, but a different kind of reading gimmick, and obviously struggled a lot with the hidden 2. So this is that strategy. Take this away. You've already lost this set, and like do the best you can on the map. But this takes it away from Taquito being able to pick it possibly, in the second or third set of the match. This is exactly the strategy you're describing, and this is exactly, I think, the strategy you would expect here. Now, I could be just completely wrong, and Taquito could have, and Sigi could FC this for all I know, but the likelihood of that seems pretty low based on what we've seen of his skill set and what we know of his skill set in general. Not a super reading player. So again,
even when
strategy.
he was at peak, he wasn't really a reading player, right?
Yeah.
So. One other thing, because of how this first set has played out so far, I want to also give shouts to the strategic decision from Taquito here, not picking his Protect first, picking the Hidden 2 first instead, because you saw Sigi wanted to pick Taquito's Protect in this same set, right? Like, that was a very good strategic move. It forced Sigi to go somewhere else. That said, I think Sigi probably made the single best choice of a map to toss away in the Lazer mod flat by second. So we'll see how this goes, but I do think that this is probably a better map for Taquito than it is for Sigi. And even if Sigi wins this pick, I think Taquito will still be strong enough on this that it will not affect the outcome of the set, but we'll just have to see.
And,
okay.
You can.
All right.
Yep. Well, there we go. You can already see Sigi down at 74 act. All right. So, so Dio, this is not even worth. Like, let's. We'll see what Taquito does on this, but this is already over. So, you're Sigi. You're throwing away this map completely. It's time for set 2. You have your Protect. You're just gonna pick your Protect, I assume, as the first map of the second set, and hope that you can play well enough on it that Taquito won't have a map that he can win by enough to win the second set as well for effectively free. And we're gonna start getting into the strategy of this very quickly, but I do think it's gotta be that protected map as the next pick for Sigi. It's just gotta be the DT2 first pick in that set. But as you were saying, like, Taquito's pretty decent at tapping and speed. So I don't know that feels as safe as it might in some matchups.
Yeah, I think this is... I think that is the trouble for Sigi, right? And I think that's also just a function of how good these players are relative to each other in year 2025, right? If this were 4 years ago, you would have thought of Sigi as one of the best tournament players in the game generally, right? Not at the level of, say, Bubbleman or Flying Tuna, but still an extremely good tournament player and one of the best in the game at that time. Nowadays in 2025, not as much, right? Taquito, meanwhile, has kind of maintained that skill level and stayed up there at the top, and that is why Sigi is in this kind of rough spot where there's not really any fantastic picks for him. There's still good picks, right? I think the DTs, the Hard Rocks generally can be good for Sigi in this matchup. But this pool and the way that Taquito has kept up with the skill ceiling and overall consistency of top-level tournament players outmatches Sigi generally right now. So that's why Sigi is in this tougher spot, right? But I think, generally speaking, the DT2, the DT3 are probably going to be better for Sigi than they are for Taquito overall. The question is just by how much, right? That's the only thing that we have to answer here at the end of this first set as we move into set number 2. And I think that's Certified Dinema with exactly how that played out, right? That was the best possible use of a D rank that I have ever seen in a tournament lobby.
Yeah, just throw away a map. Don't let your opponent pick it. Know that you're going to lose it, and use that in a situation where you had effectively already lost the set on cumulative score difference. And now you go into set number 2, and as you said, you've got the DT2 and DT3 that are favored a little bit more toward you. So you pick your Protect here on that tapping skill set, and you hope that your expertise is enough to maybe take that point. And Also, like, shoutouts to the Lazer mod freeze frame, by the way. I know we weren't, like, talking about what was happening on that map because it didn't really matter and the players weren't really taking it. You know, Sigi got 50k on it, right? What are you going to say? But I do think that freeze frame is a super cool mod visually. It's very fun to watch. And if you see somebody who is capable of playing it, it's a really impressive thing. There was a freeze frame mod map in a community tournament that's the Lazer Community Showdown that's going on. An Australian player, Palr, P-A-L-R, was in for this particular freeze frame, and dude just killed it. And it was like the coolest thing you will ever see. And back here, Sigi is not picking his Protect. He's picking Nomad 3, which is not what I anticipated here. Why are you picking Finger Control into Taquito? I don't understand this pick at all, quite frankly.
I kind of get it because it's not tech, it's not hidden, and Taquito is still pretty good on DTs. That said, I think I probably would have liked the Hard Rock 3 a little bit more than this, but I don't think this is necessarily a bad pick. I think Sigi can still be solid on stuff like this as well. That said, like you said, it's Taquito on the other side of the matchup. He's going to be good on this map. So the question for Sigi is really, can you generate enough score on this to offset whatever Taquito does on either Hidden 3 or Nomad 4, probably one of those two maps?
Well, we're going to find out. Now, obviously, the more experienced a tournament player you are, the more likely you are to be good at maps like this. We had this discussion in a previous match where people who play a lot of tournaments are going to be very familiar with this type of map in a way that casual Osu players probably aren't. The finger control tech, aim control, that's all stuff that you see in tournament map pools, and both of these guys have more experience than you could possibly ever imagine on these types of picks. Taquito's super well known for this, Sigi very, very solid as well. And as you said, like, if you're Sigi, you are hoping to put up a really good score on this because you need to, you realistically probably need to win this, but worst case scenario, you need to keep it very close to give yourself a chance in the set. And so far, so good through the first minute of this map. It is an FC on both sides and very similar accuracy as well. Finally, though, the first break does come from Sigi, and Taquito gonna take a little bit of a lead, as kind of anticipated. Very good on this map. Not much of a surprise to me to see both of these guys performing well on this, but especially Taquito, who, well, his clip farming on aim control and finger control stuff, I think is pretty well known throughout both tournaments and solo play.
Yeah, this is, right, like, again, this is a good score from Sigi. He's broken once so far, the entire map. It happened to be about halfway through, but with how combo scaling works in Lazer, it's not quite as important to keep the highest single number of combo possible, but rather to hold high combo for as long as possible. So it doesn't really matter. That extra trade from Taquito is going to mostly even things out, I think, as we get to the end of the map. Problem is, there's still the accuracy advantage here for Taquito, and now another break comes through for Sigi as well, and with that, the combos even out in 10 seconds left in the map. It is, in fact, going to be the win for Taquito, not by quite 100k, more like about 85k or so, but again, Taquito held combo for much longer throughout the map, had better accuracy throughout the entire map as well, and is rewarded with a victory. It's not by a huge margin, it is less than 100k, but still a decent amount of points. 100k is somewhat difficult of a lead to generate in Lazer with this scoring system. So very solid run for Taquito there, and still, again, a good play from Sigi, right? 730k on that is a great score. Unfortunately, you're up against Taquito, who is just going to be extremely good on that map as well. So now Taquito's pick, and you have your Protect still left open. You also have the Nomad 4 left open. There is potentially something like the DT1 for Taquito as well that I think he would be very strong on. It's not maybe necessarily something he likes to play, but I know in tournaments he tends to be in for Team USA, whether it's 3-Digit World Cup or OWC, on very many high AR DT aim picks in particular. So that could be something we see him go to, but it is just going to be the Nomad 4 after all, saving the Protect for next round, I assume.
Yeah, I like the Nomad 4 pick for him regardless of situation. I think Taquito is, you know, obviously long been known as one of the better tech players in the tournament scene, and this is such a traditional slider tech pick that he is very, very often put up very good scores on. You've already got an 82k lead in this set, so maybe you feel slightly less comfortable in this than you do in the Hidden 3. Just pick this here. You've got the lead. You're probably not going to lose this map by more than 82,000 points in this matchup. And again, it's just that strategy of when to use the protect, how to judge the score line in the set. And when you're a player like Taquito, you've got, a hidden aim control flow slider map. You've also got a no mod slider tech map. It's just, pick your opponent's poison. You're not even picking your own poison. The poison specifically for Sigi. Sigi's poison. The poison specifically designed to give to Sigi. And here it's been chosen to be no mod 4.
Where is that from again? Is that Emperor's New Groove?
Emperor's
I can't
New Groove.
remember.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
thank you. Good.
Cusco's poison.
Yeah, the poison designed to give to Cusco. Okay. Let's move into the No Mod 4. Again, I think, moving back to some more traditional strategy here, right? Taquito just wants to close out the set, right? He wants to guarantee that he gets the 2-0 lead, and so you pick a map that is good for you. Maybe not necessarily your protect, but something that is good for you. Just close out the set. Very basic strategy. But, I mean, effective, right? You're up 2-0. You're going to win probably both maps in this set as well for a 4-0 map score. So, looking pretty good for Taquito right now. We'll just have to see if he can convert on what looks to be a good pick.
Yeah, he'd have to struggle a lot more with this map than I really anticipate a player of his caliber struggling for Sigi to come back in this one. There's kind of the one longer difficult, Ki section here that we'll be getting into shortly, and then there's the even more difficult one, arguably, at the end with the challenging slider patterns. Taquito would have to really struggle with either one, if not both of those, in order to have any chance of Taquito. We're just going to combine their names for any chance of Sigi to make a comeback. So we'll see what happens here. There's definitely places to break. There's definitely spots that can be challenging for both of these guys, but 82k score to make up. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be in the cards here for Sigi, but he started off well, both players holding the full combo into the first drop. Let's see how this plays out for them. The work is cut out for Sigi, but in the past he's proven himself capable of putting up some crazy scores. He's going to need one here.
I think if there's anywhere where you're going to generate a large score lead on this map, it is by hitting this section and your opponent missing. Just keep an eye out. Sigi has to hold, Taquito has to break during this section for a win on this map to be likely. There's the break for Taquito. Sigi now, can you hold through the rest of this section? Can you not drop the slider breaks in a section that is so ridiculously easy to slider break on? The stacked slider burst in this section can be really, really difficult to hold through. And there's finally a miss on one of the sliders. It's a miss aim on one of the fast sliders afterwards. And now the accuracy lead back the way of Taquito, the combo lead back the way of Taquito, and the score eventually to even out and go back over to his side. Probably not by a huge margin, given the accuracy and combo leads he has right now, but to eventually go back his way. And Sigi holding combo there, not finding those last couple of misses right at the end of that section might have, almost certainly would have been enough to win this map, but just not quite there for him.
That was a really unfortunate break. Sigi looked pretty solid coming through most of that section, just not able to hold on, and now it's going to be Taquito off to the races a little bit, does finally take the lead back over. That combo is going to build its way up. Accuracy lead in his favor, 82,000 points from the previous map in his favor, and now it's just going to be a matter of seeing what player can hit the challenging portion of the end of this map. It's not going to be Sigi, unfortunately, who does find the break. Taquito as well, actually, so both missing in that build-up, but it is really irrelevant now, unfortunately, with only 30 seconds at the very end left of the map. It's just going to be for show here, as Taquito has long since done enough to take this second set here. Will he be able to close this out in style? Can he FC the ending, cheesing his way through the circle sliders? That's okay, buddy. We don't blame you. I understand. Following those is for insane people only. And
he is following them, I will point out. So.
Yeah, but he's also missing.
He's also breaking. Yeah,
he's also breaking, whereas Taquito was holding. And at the end of things, it's going to be 58k score victory for Taquito on the map, 141k score victory on the 2-map cumulative score in the set 2 victory. 2-0 goes Taquito. It'll be set 3 coming up next. and his Protect still out there to try to take a massive lead and really shut the door on Sigi quickly in this matchup.
Well, Taquito with the next pick after winning on the Nomad 4. You have to imagine it's going to be the Hidden 3, and there it is. The Will Stetson English version song here, mapped by Flake. This is, as we've seen quite a lot throughout LGA so far this weekend, a very multi-skill set sort of map, primarily flow aim, but a little finger control, a little aim control, a little slider tech, a little reading, all kind of thrown in for this sort of general hidden non-mechanics sort of experience, right? It's not necessarily a gimmick map. There's not a particular gimmick to the map. It's not particularly a tech map. It's not really an alt map. It's mostly flow aim, but there's a lot of other stuff going on at the same time. So it's more kind of a general non-mechanics hidden mod consistency test across a wide variety of skill sets.
And everything you have just said simply screams Taquito, right? Hidden preference mod player, incredibly good at aim control and tapping control and tech. It is about as right up his alley as it gets. You know, when you're looking through a map pool and thinking about players, you'll often see a pick here and there that you go, oh, this is an XYZ player map. And I looked at this in this pool and I was like, man, this is a Taquito map. So let's see how he can perform on it, because this is an opportunity for him to build another big lead with the first pick in this set, much the same way he did on the Hidden 2 in the first set. Gonna see if he can do the same thing here again. Sigi, though, starting off much better this time than he did on that Hidden 2, and keeping it close in the early goings. This is very short, right? Just over 2 minutes long. So the longer you can combo, the better chance you have of keeping it a tight one. But there's the break, and now let's see what Taquito is capable of. 99 axe still, FC still intact, and the lead over 30k at the 40-second mark of the pick.
Another couple of breaks come through, both for Sigi and Taquito there on the back and forth slider jumps, but still going to favor Taquito as another break comes through for Sigi, another miss as well afterwards, and a 65,000 score lead for Taquito. Will find another couple of drops himself as well, but up nearly 2% in accuracy, and with both players struggling to get a huge combo together, that 65,000 score lead is going to be pretty solid throughout the rest of this map. We are about halfway through now, a little over that halfway mark, and it is still that advantage for Taquito now by closer to 75,000, but it's not a huge lead, right? 75k is very doable, especially on a DT map, if that is indeed where Sigi decides to go next. So this score lead for Taquito, you want to increase that a little bit more, maybe up over 100k if possible. Into the stream section there, both of them hitting it, no issues whatsoever. Score lead still going up generally, just a little slowly for Taquito. I think mostly off the accuracy, but that miss is going to bump it right on over 100k. Sigi finding a miss right near the end of the map, last 25 seconds or so, and Taquito holding strong, and that is going to bring this score lead up into truly dangerous territory for Sigi.
Yeah, Taquito did exactly what you said he needed to in the late stages of this map. He held onto his combo, he held onto the accuracy, and what was initially a 70,000 point lead ballooned up to 165k by the time it was all said and done. And you pick your Protect here if you're Sigi, which is that DT2, because you're, you're on your last life. Yeah, this is essentially match point. And even then, unfortunately, I feel that Taquito may have done enough on that pick. Even if he can't win the pick outright, I don't know that he's going to be giving up 165k to Sigi on any single map in this pool. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see this match extended out to at least one more set. But the way that it's going so far, that appears a little bit unlikely. Pretty confident it's going to be that DT2. You don't protect something. Well, this could have been a ban protect, I guess, but in this matchup, I don't know how great an idea that was. I guess I didn't really think about that as a possibility. It could be a ban, like the ban protect. But if that's the case, I don't know necessarily what you even pick here if you're Sigi.
I kind of like the DT3 a little more just because knowing Taquito's strengths on speed, I think DT2 is better for him than DT3. That said, I also don't know Sigi's strengths on speed all too well. That said, he is asking his opponent for any fun ideas for a last map.
Oh,
so I
geez.
don't know quite how locked in he is right now on trying to pick the best possible map. You got Nomad 1, Hard Rock 3, and the DT pool left open, man. Personal opinion, Hard Rock 3 maybe? We haven't seen much of that Hard Rock 3 throughout the weekend so far, so might be nice to see something that we haven't seen a lot of so far this weekend. If you do want to go for just for fun last pick, you are truly not locked in, but we'll see where he wants to go. And Taquito just says DT2, so we will probably end up just seeing the DT2 here.
DT1 though, Sigi's like, no, you're wrong. I don't actually want to play the DT2. So that does confirm that the DT2 was like the protect used as a ban strategy.
Yeah, maybe.
Because was not picked. So we're gonna go DT1. So it's going to be Hole Dwelling, which is a map that we have seen a fair amount of. 1.35 rate up on this one. 130 to 2, which is I think 260. I'm pretty sure it's just double BPM. Air 10.3. Vertical jumps that make their way horizontally across the screen. And if that makes sense to you, then I am very proud of your ability to understand my discussion of what a map is like.
Yeah, it's a Melon Boy aim map. It's mostly comfortable aim. There's a couple awkward patterns here and there. It's a lot of pattern-focused aim in general. But the fun thing about this map is that it's not necessarily patterns for the specific jumps themselves, but more a map-wide pattern of tons of vertical jumps going horizontally across the screen. As you play the jump pattern, the pattern itself kind of shifts horizontally as opposed to, back and forth left right jumps. You get up down jumps that kind of move across the screen, which is very cool. It's a little weird, but very, very cool map. And at 1.35x, this is more like 260-ish BPM rather than the BPM on screen, 96.5. I believe it is that higher BPM.
Yeah, the stats on screen are Nomad. The downside of Lazer mods with like rate changes and stuff is that it just doesn't get calculated quite right by the overlay. So you are gonna see some good old pitfalls of the form of the Lazer use in that fashion. But yeah, it's technically speaking, it's 7.4 stars, 130 BPM, air 10.3, OD 9.98. So keep that all in mind. Stats on screen are just kind of are just chilling, man. And also chilling are the players who are on relatively similar combo and accuracy, with Sigi leading in both regards. Unfortunately, he's got 165k to try to make up and has only gotten about 25,000 of that back through the first third of the map. Long road in front of him to try to make this happen. Needs a lot of help.
Yeah, although it is going pretty well so far, right? Still on the Fell combo.
You had to say it. You had to say it.
Look, man, ain't my fault that he's down match point and needed to FC to win. Taquito now with the combo lead. Now, soon to be the score lead as well. The accuracy lead also on his side, just barely. Not by a ton, but just barely. And, yeah, it's looking a little grim here for Sigi, unfortunately. And even more unfortunately, I suppose, is the fact that this tournament in round of 32 and round of 16 here, week 1 of the tournament, is all single elimination. So this is potentially the last map for Sigi. Not even the loser's bracket awaits, just elimination if you lose here in week 1. So, and that is looking to be the case here. Reverse choke still intact for Taquito right now as we get into the 1/3 slider jump section here. And Taquito still going strong. No issues with that part of the map whatsoever. Again, just has to not lose by 166,000 points. So doesn't even have to win this map. Just needs to not lose by a pretty decent margin. And will take the set, will take victory. Clean 3-0 set sweep. regardless of whether he wins or loses this map, as long as it's not by a huge margin.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty safe to say he's not going to be losing this by a huge margin, as he is still holding on to the reverse choke 1200 combo and 70,000 score lead. So we can start to look ahead a little bit, I think, here for Taquito. Sigi will unfortunately be cast into the endless pit of darkness and despair that is the bottom side of a single elimination. There's nothing there. There's no safety net for you. You were just unceremoniously deposited outside of the tournament once more on the outside looking in. Taquito gonna take this. He's gonna await the winner of the match going on simultaneously. Conveniently enough, the two matches that are going on right now feed into each other. So it's gonna be Taquito to take on either Arj or Juan Dario, which is currently at 2-1. Juan Dario did take set 3 in that to avoid the sweep, so they're on into set 4. As we will see who can win that to get to the honor of facing Taquito in the next round. That should be a pretty fun matchup. This has been a pretty interesting matchup strategically. Unfortunately for Sigi, it's just a matter of Taquito being, quite frankly, better at the game at this point in time and showing it off on multiple maps and multiple skill sets.
Yeah, and I think you know, there's a pretty decent jump up to the average score that you get for some of these higher seeded players, right? In the qualifiers, Taquito's average score was higher by 100,000 points than Sigi's, and that kind of an average score gap is pretty tough to overcome, all things considered, right? Sometimes it is doable, but it's far more doable if you're about seed 22 and up is where that starts to be a lot more doable for upsets. And funny enough, that is also
I was gonna say our one
the
upset
matchup that we had,
yeah,
the one upset that we have had so far. So unfortunately for Sigi, below that line, your average score is just low enough that
you must be
pretty
this
tough to
tall.
upset.
You
Yeah,
must be this tall to ride this ride, looking ass.
Exactly. And unfortunately for Sigi, not tall enough on any of the maps. A clean, not only 3-0 set sweep, but 6-0 map sweep for Taquito against Sigi here. This time actually a map sweep, as opposed to the fake one that I called out by mistake earlier on in the broadcast earlier today. But that is it for now. Unfortunately, as we've talked about, Sigi is going to be eliminated from the tournament. Taquito eliminating him moves on to match 18 in the round of 16. That is tomorrow, and that is going to be versus, once again, either Arj or Juan Dario, now known as Namoe and Juan Dario. And that match currently ongoing over on OS Live 2. So we are going to send you over there, I believe, for now. Although we do have a couple of other matches coming up very shortly here. Another one at 17 UTC, Decaton versus Emesetic. That is seed 16 versus 17, also on OS Live 2. And then Serbia Trucker versus Rudge, seed 13 versus 20 here on OS Live. So those two matches starting up in 20 minutes. Going to be very, very fun to watch, I think, for both of those matches. And of course, in the meantime, go ahead and check out Namoe versus Juan Dario, also Arj versus Juan Dario for those two name changes. Thanks everyone for watching. I've been Dio, he's been T1G, and we will see you back here in 20 minutes or so for the next couple of matches.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the round of 32 for the Lazer Grand Arena. It is a pleasure to be here with you all. We have, hopefully coming up very soon, a really exciting match. Serbia Trucker 13 versus Rudge. Of course, it's best not to go alone in these situations. Joining me for this ever so lovely match is the wonderful Lightning. How are you doing? Welcome to Osu Live.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. Hello, Demarsh. Hello, chat. Yeah, Serbia Trucker versus Rudge. Both players doing quite well in their qualifiers. Both players do have a few overlapping skill stats in this map pool as well. Before we start though, I do believe that we should probably explain the format. We already have the map set in, but if you would do me a favor, Demarsh, you could probably explain the format quite well.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of changes from last year. The bracket stage is how we kick things off, but it starts as single elimination. So only if you can make it to the top 8 or the quarterfinals will you make it to that double elimination bracket, which means we get a lot more matches tightly condensed, but it means everything's to play for in these early rounds. And then obviously we do have a more unique ban phase as well. We're introducing Protects into the open rank tournament. So how it's going to work is high seed will ban second, and the low seed or the team blue will be banning first, which you probably have already started to see. DT3 coming out from Rudge, and then the response of Hidden 2 coming out from Serbia Trucker. Then they'll go through their protects and then go into the second round of bans, and then we will start off with a different range of maps. Alternating between the players. So we're going with a ABBA style format for the map picks, and if we get all the way to the end with no real decider, then it will come down to that Osu original that we talked about.
Yep, that is very true. And also something to note though is that the match itself is going to consist of sets. Whoever gets the most score on the best cumulative score on the entire set will win the set. The first who will win 3 sets is going to win the entire match. The way sets work is going to be the first pick basically from the lower seed, if I recall correctly, and then the second pick from the higher seed. So far, what we have is a DT3 ban coming in from Rudge, Hidden 2 ban from Serbia Trucker, waiting for the protects from the players respectively. We do see Hidden 3 being protected, which makes sense. Rudge got quite a good score on Hidden 1 on qualifiers, and Serbia Trucker not so much. But yeah, this protect does make sense.
Yeah, it does. A lot of potential for Rudge on that sort of techie style Hidden, very well known for it. And now it's kind of up to Serbia Trucker. You know, we noticed that was against the Hidden, but Rudge is scared of some of those DT maps. You know, you've got the Madapiro Laughs in DT2, an interesting protect. Still got one more set of bans to come through, so it will be interesting to see where his protect will go. He might want to go for something more consistent though in the Nomad pool as well.
I do think we will probably gonna see either DT1 or DT2, as Serbia Trucker did get a pretty good score on the qualifiers. He got seed number 5 on DT1 and seed number 2 on DT2 respectively, so a pretty good performance from Serbia Trucker out there. Also something to note as well is that Hidden 3, this stage is going to be more focused on like this alternate BPM. It's a collab between Flake and Moth, which probably will tell you a lot about this. The map is really well made, and I'm glad we're going to see this as a protect from Rudge. Meanwhile, we are still going to be waiting for the protect from the... Okay, yeah, so we have a ban instead. From Rudge on DT1. I might have not seen the protect from Serbia Trucker. If you could remind me, what was that?
I think I missed it as well. I'm not sure if there was an issue on our end. Oh, it was the... Was it the Lazer mod, potentially? Flat by seconds? Maybe our production can fill us in on that one. But at the moment, we go with what we see. Hard Rock 1 coming in from Serbia Trucker on the ban, along with the double DT1 ban from Rudge.
Yeah, both DTs out of the way. Only the speed map left on DT2 for Serbia Trucker to use to his advantage, as we also have a laser mod as well. The laser mod in this one is going to be freeze frame, which, if you're unaware of how freeze frame works, is basically the entire pattern, the entire combo is going to pop. For example, if the entire combo has like 13 notes or 13 sliders, it's gonna show the first 13, and then it's gonna not show anything coming after that. It's basically a little bit of a gimmick and a reading mod, so those who are good at reading and gimmick will probably be favored on that one. If, however, you are unaware and you probably did not practice the map, then freeze frame is gonna be really difficult to play, but by the looks of it, we have Lazer Mod 1 coming in already from Serbia Trucker. Freeze frame once again, I am excited to see, and to see how the players will perform on this one, Demarsh.
Yeah, freeze frame, really fun. Absolutely love this as a pick and as a Lazer enjoyer myself. Yeah, so essentially it is like unbelievably stacked reading. Anyone who's seen this mod used, you're in... Oh, sorry, anyone who hasn't seen this mod used, you're in for a treat, because it is essentially a reading haven for the right player. Takes a lot of the elements that we see in, you know, typically what we'd class as hitting maps, you know, very reading heavy, and it basically turns every map into that. So it's gonna be great.
Pretty much.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Thankfully, though, the map is mapped by Kirigster, so you're gonna have a lot of linear patterns, which makes this map quite bearable, as thankfully the nodes are not gonna be too far ahead from each other. which will help with the rating tremendously on this one. Still waiting for the players to get the ratings in. A reminder, this is a pick from Serbia Trucker, who is probably going to be favored. We did see them play, both of them play Hidden 2 on the qualifier stage, both of them doing quite well, with Serbia Trucker getting seed number 25, and Raj being a little lower, but still doing well in that regard, as we are still going to be waiting for this Lazer Mod 1 to start. I'm excited to March, because freeze frame, we haven't really seen it much, but here we are.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the older player as well, in the tournament, which we do have a few of. As you can see, look at these. You are reading entire patterns here. So it's not just the individual notes that show up. It is the whole length
combos,
of it. Yeah, the entire combo. So, and Rudge instantly going, nope, this isn't me. I don't like this.
Oh yeah, this is a fantastic start here from Raj. A lot of misses dropped already, 60% accuracy. Meanwhile, Serbia Trucker is doing quite well, finding their first break earlier on, but showing great levels of familiarity with this map. Missing quite a bit as well, but getting a significantly better score in comparison, as he already has 200,000, still growing, while Raj is trying his best to find something on this map, not happening yet, as we can see the frustration of the cursor, but oh well, I guess Serbia Trucker did prepare for this match, and they did prepare quite well for this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is very much a practice and you shall be rewarded for your efforts style map. You know, it has bore fruit here, because Serbia Trucker, well, not FCing or doing anything too crazy on this map. Accuracy-wise, it's night and day compared to Rudge on the other side, which is okay. You know, practicing and being good at every map in a pool like this, especially with how versatile the Lazer mod is going to be in this tournament, is very hard to adapt to. And not everyone's going to be able to be good at everything. But if you are good at it and you are able to practice it, I mean, look at it. What a perfect first pick for Serbia Trucker here.
Yeah, Matt, basically an annihilation of Rush on this Lazer mod. I do remember freeze frame being played in a few community tournaments for Lazer, and a few players got traumatized with this mod, especially if you're not familiar with it, or if you didn't practice it. Which can clearly be seen here by Rudge not being able to find any combos, sadly. But it is what it is when it comes to freeze frame. You're either really good at it and you have managed to remember and memorize the map, practicing it quite well, but by the looks of it, Serbia Trucker, that is a pretty confident first pick from him, getting 545,000 score in comparison to Rudge's 26,000. Good pick for him.
Yeah, very solid stuff, as we had a slight tech issue there, which we are currently working our way through. So do bear with us as we attempt to bring this match back to you, but it will be Rudge's pick, and we've just seen the protect from Serbia Trucker used straight away, not wasting any time trying to pick up this first set. So will we see the alternative? Will we see Rudge now pick something that Serbia Trucker is going to really struggle on? I mean, look at that score difference. 518,000 score needs to be made up by the end of this set. I mean, that is a big loss. And anyway, so he might just decide to throw this set away and focus on the second set. In all honesty,
the best idea here in this regard, because obviously this massive difference of 520,000 is you'd have to pick a map that Serbia Trucker is not able to play. But looking at the map pool, I'm pretty sure and I'm pretty confident that there's not going to be a single map where Serbia Trucker will get 20,000 score, or maybe even lower. So either you're gonna try to like strategize about this and try to like throw this set and focus on your own map pick later on, or you can try your best and FC a map, hoping that Serbia Trucker will falter, which is a possibility. But we do see a Hard Rock 2 being picked here from Rudge. Not his Protect, which was hidden 3 if I recall correctly, so a Hard Rock 2 pick, a Hyper Precision map, CS 7.8 map by Taikani. Basically, not as long as you would want it to be, but obviously the CS 7.8 this makes this map a nightmare. Probably one of the hardest maps in the pool as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, very tough map this. You're gonna find a lot with this map, that especially with the element of the precise aim requirement. You know, it's not a very long map, which I think a lot of players are thankful for. I know precision maps that go on for a very long time, very tough on the consistency and the aim strain. But I mean, it is still 7.8. We are talking highly precise notes for this one. So people will not have a fun time on this if you don't enjoy real precise aim elements.
That is true. And something also to note here is that on the qualifiers, both Rush and Serbia Trucker were actually neighbors in their seedings. Rush got seed number 18, Serbia Trucker got seed number 19 as well. So potentially this could be a pretty close map, but considering the massive difference for Lazer Mod 1, which we saw from Serbia Trucker, it feels like this is probably going to be one of the picks that Rush is hoping to just throw away and focus on the next set, which is definitely a possibility, as we are slowly going to be transitioning into the map shortly.
Yeah, not sure if we had an issue with the mods there. Again, especially for a lot of our refs, the current multiplayer lobby system is not as refined, I would say, as it is in OSU standard tournaments, which is what most people are more familiar with. We don't have a lot of IRC commands, which is what we normally use to control matches. In this situation, a lot of the refs are having to control the client manually and use a lot of finding and picking out mods specifically. So this will be a frequent issue with reffing these matches. So do bear with us while we work through these issues.
While we are having this issues, Demarsh, what do you think of this matchup in particular, and who do you think is going to come out on top, or is the favorite to win this match?
I think, in all honesty, what you're going to find with this match is how well Serbia Trucker, because you can already see that the chances of him losing this first set is very, very low at this point. All he has to do is match Rudge and not allow him to run away with an FC, and he should probably get this in the bag. What Rudge needs to focus on is second and third set, really bringing that back and picking out some key maps. Serbia Trucker's just got to try and keep up. If they've got one more heavily practiced map, which there is still a couple of open ones. You know, you've got like Blob Dash, are we floating in space? Very devious Panda style map, which is flow stream, but you know, devious Panda known for his uniqueness as well as maybe the rhythm finger control. If Serbia Truckers practice those maps very heavily, could be very advantageous, but I think at the moment the ball is in Serbia Truckers' court because this first set feels over already, and we've not even gotten to this second map.
Yep, finally loading into the second map now, Hard Rock 2 on our screens, as we can already see the CS on this map. 7.8 with Hard Rock, 6 with Nomad. Serbia Trucker fighting an early miss here, but nothing too crazy yet, as the accuracy department is looking good for him in comparison by 3%. Also, Rush finding an early break as well, still getting used to this precision CS.
Yeah, massive adjustment for this style of map. Both players struggling though, early stage. Serbia Trucker setting into a bit of a rhythm now. Good accuracy, does drop a little bit of it there though. Rudge now back in the fight. Remember, it's not necessarily about combo. Yes, the misses do impact your score, but if your opponent's struggling with the accuracy on it, this is only OD9, but you can imagine on an OD10 style map, you can still pull out a victory just by maintaining accuracy in slider ends.
Yeah, And so far, the accuracy and the combo advantage is on Raj's side. Both of the players trading their combos now, but still the accuracy is on Raj's board. A few misses coming in from him as the advantage is slowly shifting towards the left, though, but still it's minimal. It's 2,000 and it's slowly going. But the combos are still there. Slight recovery here from Raj and another miss from Serbia Trucker, giving him a little bit of the breathing room. This is going to be really close here for now, as we are about halfway into the map now. And no one able to find the combo with the first Ki being over.
Yeah, it's not a very lengthy map either. This one, like I said, 2 minutes 46, but not a lot of combo in there either. A lot of changing sliders that really slow down the map. Lower the amount of combo available. It's a very slow-paced song. So both players at the point with a bit of combo now. So a drop here from either player, especially if it's Rudge, will leave him vulnerable. Accuracy is so dead even right now. Slightly favored to Rudge, but it's within the decimal. So little time left. We're down to 40 seconds left of this map. Who's gonna better perform on the ending here?
Here it comes, the slide position here. Slow parts are slowly going away. The jumps are getting higher spaced. And here it comes, the first miss coming in from Serbia Trucker. This one might kill him, but Raj does trade not that long after, which still retains the advantage for him. 10,000, 9,000, a few 50s dropped here, but 10,000 difference here as the map is slowly coming to its very end. It's going to come down to accuracy 7,000. By the looks of it, Raj is probably going to be taking this one to himself, but not the set though, as the difference on Lazer Mod 1 gives the point to Serbia Trucker.
Yeah, the difference between that Lazer mod was far too high. I mean, you are talking a near FC from Rudge there. Nowhere near enough of what was required, but we expected that. That was very much a do-or-die situation.
And here comes the second set, still waiting for... It's going to be the Raj's pick now, and I feel like he's probably going to pick Hidden Free, his Protect. We have mentioned this map prior. There is also a possibility of picking No Mod 1 as well. Potentially, Raj got a really good score in No Mod 1 on the qualifiers, getting seed number 1. However, it's going to be Serbia Truckers' is it? I think it's Raj's turn, right, to pick. Because as far as I recall, it's going to be ADPA.
I am waiting on the ref's decision because I believe the players were playing with no fail in that situation, and they were not supposed to be in that situation from what I'm hearing.
Yep, and here it comes the Hidden 1 pick. Also does make sense. This map, Hidden 1, also a pretty solid Hidden 1, a custom map by Celiac, mostly focused on awkward aim in its entirety. The jumps are high. The AR is a little low, which is a perfect Hidden 1 in all regards. But yes, a Hidden 1 pick from Rudge does make sense. Probably going to be waiting on this one, as we are still figuring the issues with the no-fail on the previous map.
Yes, so going over to Hidden 1. Very awkward aim. Definitely something Rudge is going to be favored on. You can imagine, especially like you mentioned, with the No Mod 1 being the high BPM aim. This, again, plays very much into Rudge being one of the strongest aim players in the game right now.
That is true, and also a Hidden 1 from the qualifiers as well. Obviously, granted that Hidden 1 on the qualifiers was a different map, but still, Rudge got seed number 16, and Serbia Trucker got seed number 24, which also shows the comfort that Rudge has with Hidden, and so far, It's looking quite good for him. A slight advantage here from the intro. The accuracy is a little better in comparison to Serbia Trucker, but both players still retaining their FCs going into the slow part.
Yeah, again, the qualifiers is very much more density aim, whereas this is far more focused on its awkwardness. You'll see a lot of back and forths and stop-start jumps. So cursor control really key on this sort of thing. As well as uncomfortable cursor movements as well. You're snapping and then not snapping. And you'll see a lot of this in the KI time here. As we get to some of the more wide-angle jumps as well. And at the moment, Rudge not doing so hot right here as combo from Serbia Trucker looking dangerous, but there it goes.
But Rudge does trade the combo though. Still the advantage is going to be on Serbia Trucker's side. The accuracy looking really good for Rudge though. It's going to be the saving grace for the UK player as Serbia Trucker. But still, oh, never mind though. He does find a miss on the slow section, which gives Rudge an opening to get that score on his board. 18,000 matches slowly going towards the right though as Rudge keeps holding on the combo. The slow part is still ongoing and a perfect opportunity for him to take it. But this may all get crumbling as we are transitioning into the first KI though, but Serbia Trucker is going to be the one to miss the transition to the second KI now. Halfway into the map, more misses from Serbia Trucker, but Rudge retains the combo, looking especially comfortable with these jumps, hitting all of them. The jumps are high, the jumps are there. AR 9.1 also not helping the situation, but Rudge, a complete masterclass on the second KI now, still retaining the combo and showing the jumps are now extremely high, finally missing. As Serbia Trucker does hold on to the combo on the KI flash.
It's a massive shift in positions now. Going into that second KI, Serbia Trucker did have the lead, but is now struggling with the miscount. It's starting to get awfully high. Now that Rudge is still slightly ahead. There is enough time. We've seen that Serbia Trucker can build combo on a map like this. So it's going to be who recovers better, but Rudge holds the advantage now. The accuracy and the combo in favor as we go into some of these square linear 1-2s. And Rudge drops, but does Serbia Trucker trade it up?
Jumps are still here. The jumps are absolutely massive, but still Serbia Trucker keeps holding on. 12,000 difference here, slowly going towards the left. 20 seconds left into the map now. Serbia Trucker, can he do it? It's slowly going towards the left though. There is still time for this, but Rudge needs to miss as well, and Serbia Trucker needs to hold on. A slight recovery from Rudge, saving him for now. 6,000 to 5,000. It's slowly going.
That's a miss!
He does miss again. Serbia Trucker is getting there, but he does find a miss though. 2,000 score here. Still going, and Serbia Trucker steals this map away from Rudge at the very end.
Brutal for Rudge. He doesn't quite get enough.
Those misses at the end on the last KI. It's been misses upon misses from Rudge, but Serbia Trucker perseveres, finding the combo amidst the chaos and showing how to steal your opponent's picks, as this was extremely close as well. 3,000 difference and a map going towards Serbia Trucker, but still there is his pick and he needs to perform on that one as well if he wants to take the set. But for now, the momentum is definitely on his side.
But it's not over. And the Serbia Trucker now got to pick a map that he's confident in. No Mod 3 was picked when Serbia Trucker thought it was there, and it looks like it's going on again. So we're going to be seeing unfolding coming up now.
Here comes custom, not a custom map actually, a map from Bot though, but a pretty interesting map as well. It does have a lot of aim control elements, but on a slightly higher BPM. If I recall correctly, this map is around 170 BPM, 182 actually, so there's a lot of aim control in this one. Also, some sliders are really high slider velocity. It's a really interesting pick here from for Nomad 3, and it does favor Serbia Trucker on paper. However, Rudge is also going to be looking quite good on this map, and what do you think about this pick, Damarsh?
I think it's going to come down to how well Serbia Trucker has practiced this. I definitely think a rhythm finger control is not something I'd necessarily associate with Rudge being one of the best of. Very good more of a slide attack style player than necessarily finger control heavy. I mean, you've seen a lot of the DTs get banned out from Rudge, particularly the aim and sort of stamina style maps. But something like this is... It's very tough to call if Rudge can play. If Rudge can play this, Serbia Trucker is going to be in a lot of trouble. But I'm not sure whether this is one of Rudge's best.
Oh, definitely, Rina. Here comes the map is slowly starting. Slide advantage here from Raj early on. The map is very short though, 1 minute and 58 seconds long, so every single combo and every single miss is gonna matter. And by the looks of it, the first one to drop the combo is gonna be Raj, as Serbia Trucker still retains the FC with a pretty good accuracy as well, 98.2% in comparison to Raj's 96, as the map basically just doesn't stop. It just keeps on going. It's the same intensity, slowly more intensifying more on the key eyes, but it's extremely difficult, and the rhythms on this one is gonna be quite a tricky one as well.
Yeah, there comes the miss though from Serbia Trucker, so, you know, we're nearly halfway through this map already. It's only a minute 58. And Rudge has got some dangerous combo right now. Accuracy not that far behind, so combo will play a significant part in this. And there comes another miss, and suddenly Rudge now in the lead on this map, attaining a massive combo in the process.
Does find a miss though, as soon as you mentioned that. Serbia Trucker on the recovery. Another miss from Rudge helps Serbia Trucker's situation tremendously, as the aim control sections are still there. The rhythm is also there. Finally finding a miss, as Rudge is now going to be the highest combo here between these two players, as the combo is still there. A few 50s and a few misses here coming in from the players throughout this map, but still it's all going to come down to this last quarter as the map doesn't stop. And here it comes, the accuracy and the combo slowly helping the score lead shift towards Rudge's favor.
Oh, but a big miss there drops Rudge's score right back. And with 15 seconds of the map, I don't think there's going to be enough time. Rudge needed 3k more than Serbia Trucker coming out the tail end of this one, and he's going to be down another 20k by the time one's over. Serbia Trucker, beautiful ending to the second set, finds that second pick, much needed, and we'll go up 2-0 on the set count.
Good try from Rudge though on both of these maps. It was a really close call on this set, especially in comparison to the first one on Lazer Mod 1 especially. Nice try from him, but it's now time to slowly try and come back to this match. Still the momentum is on Serbia's Trucker's side, especially since it's going to be their pick now. And with their pick, they can definitely try and close it out already with a sweep, but Rudge, he still has a few maps he might have a good try on, as we are waiting for a Nomad 2, and here it comes, the Devious Panda Nomad 2 that you've been talking about. It's obviously flow, but as you've mentioned, this one has a lot of other extra elements to it. This was a perennial 2024 custom map by Devious Panda. A lot of aim control in this one as well as obviously flow aim. 190 BPM, definitely a map that is quite hard, and the SR on this one is also extremely deceiving. This might seem like a 7.2 SR map, but this is extremely hard, and we are already going into Nomad 2 without any wait. We're not waiting for this one.
Yeah, again, very short map. I've noticed this trend that these players don't really want to be picking into maps longer than the sort of 3-minute range, so another short one for us. And let's see how well these two will perform. Both finding misses early on, but the accuracy is very much in favor of Serbia Trucker at the moment. 3% in favor, in fact. Early on, not going to make a massive difference, but everything's starting to even out a little bit. Let's see how good their flow is and how good their tapping is. It's only 190, so it should feel very comfortable for the players, but anything can happen in a tournament setting.
Here comes the first build up here, more aim control and more weird flow coming in, and both players still hitting the pattern, still feeling quite good, but it's going to come down to the first miss. Few hundreds here coming in, but the Rudge does miss, and also a miss from Serbia Trucker, shitting it out with a slight combo advantage for Rudge, with the accuracy being extremely close for both of these players.
Yeah, Yeah. Tight-knit matchup for this one. But it's more disastrous for Serbia Trucker. You know, you want to see a bigger score margin, knowing that Rudge is picking next and is gonna pick something that's really comfortable for him. So you want to see a little bit more. Yeah, give it a bit more. But there comes a miss from Rudge. Good opportunity for Serbia Trucker to establish a much larger lead here. He's running away with the combo.
He is indeed running away. A few slow parts here and there. A few misses coming in from Rudge. That one is gonna hurt a lot. That one does sting as Serbia Trucker retains a massive combo advantage. Here comes the second QI though. This is where it might shift. And here comes a miss from Serbia Trucker. Rudge still holding on. This is an opportunity to come back in for this Nomad 2. Everything is in his hands to potentially steal the map from Serbia Trucker. Another miss from Serbia Trucker, but traded by Rudge immediately. No comeback opportunities yet, but it still might change on this PI as the flow is still ongoing. 26,000 advantage here for Serbia Trucker as both players are stabilizing with their combo.
And Rudge trying to find a foothold. It's 20k and falling, but it's not falling very fast. A miss from Serbia Trucker though is going to open the door down to 10k. Can he establish a lead the last 13 seconds of the map? Quite possibly. Very little time. But that's good enough.
And it is good enough. The combo is there. It's going to be the last spinner. I don't think it's enough though.
No. Real even scores here. Look at that. 2.4k in favor of Serbia Trucker going into Rudge's pick. That's good for him. That's a really good position to be in for Rudge.
Indeed. Barely any difference here. 2.4k difference is very minimal, and with the correct pick, this can go Rudge's way. And we did mention Nomad 1 prior, where Rudge got seed number 2 on the qualifiers, and suddenly you also have a protect from Rudge, but he's going for Hard Rock Free instead. This is going to be your snap alternate map. Map by WeWheat. A lot of really flow patterns on this one as well. The overall movement on this one is also quite interesting, but the main idea is the alternate, is this map is going to be around 130 BPM. Also some light precision as well, as the CS on this one is going to be 5.9. Definitely a Hard Rock Free and definitely a snap aim on this one.
Yeah, again, kind of touching up on that CS 5.9. You know, you got it's very light on its precision elements, but it is worth noting that it is more so than you would see on, say, you know, a more typical Hard Rock 1 or Hard Rock 3. So there is that element that's going to stack on top of, like you mentioned, the alternating style of this map. A lot of notes built in together to cause devastation. And the first miss actually coming out from Rudge there early on, as Serbia Trucker sets off the gate beautifully, still holding 99 out.
Not the best miss that you want to see on your potentially last pick of your match, and so far Serbia Trucker using this miss happily as he still retains the FC and a massive combo accuracy advantage for a 1%, 99.4% accuracy for him as the FC is still on the way. The map is also going to be quite short indeed, 2 minutes and 40 seconds long, so the combo that he's holding is definitely going to help him a lot. 26,000 advantage here as Rudge is trying his best to recover on the slow part, but this is all going to change on the KIs potentially. A few 1-6 patterns here on this map, scattered throughout the map, and another miss from Rudge. This one hurts especially as Serbia Trucker is still on the FC with 99.6% accuracy, absolutely decimating the map and not even giving Rudge a chance on his own pick. This is not looking good for Rudge at all, especially with another miss. Serbia Trucker is in the flow for this one.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking about elimination from the tournament here if Rudge is unsuccessful. Remember, single elimination rules. Rudge now trailing by over 100,000, which is massive in this format. His accuracy is finally stabilized, but Serbia Trucker just hasn't missed. Without that miss coming in, Rudge cannot chase this. And time is running out. We're down to just 40 seconds, Lightning.
Exactly. This is almost over. as long as Serbia Trucker, if he misses, then Raj might have a chance, but the combo is still there. There's no chances to be given. There is not even a concept of a miss for this guy, but finally finding a slider break here, losing his combo. But the advantage of 165,000 as there's only 20 seconds left into the match. This is not possible for Raj to come back. We've probably seen a disconnect here for the last PI. But oh well, Serbia Trucker is going to be taking this match with a sweep 3-0 with a massive score of about 80,000, maybe even going to 900,000 on this Hard Rock Free. What a massive step up when you need him. And Serbia Trucker does take the map.
Yeah, unfortunate situation to be in, but Serbia Trucker has a clean sweep of the sets. He goes up 3-0, knocking Rudge out of the tournament. A big surprise, in all honesty. Rudge, I think, only really having one map where he was ahead on the score difference. Serbia Trucker just shut that down beautifully from set 1.
100% agreed, but something to also mention here is the fact that so many maps were extremely close and this could have gone either way on a few of these. Nomad 2 being 2,500 advantage for Serbia Trucker, Hidden One as well. But with this one, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be saying our goodbyes for this match. Casting this one for you was Leiden and Damarsh, and we are going to see you in 20 minutes for the next match, which is going to be Riot and Musty. Welcome back to Lazer Grand Arena 2025, coming in with a round of 32 match with Riot versus Musty. A pretty interesting match as Riot got placed at seat number 7. Musty also doing quite well on qualifiers, squeezing in, but still being matched up against Riot. Casting this match for you is Leiden and Damarsh. Hello, Damarsh.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here. Yes, very much looking forward to this. We decided, you know what? I'm going to get a head start, get a jump start on this match because there's a lot more to talk about. You know, this is Lazer Grand Arena. We've changed the format. We've made it brand new. Take us into it, Leiden.
Yep, definitely. So if you talk about the format, we have a higher seeded team. In this case, it's the red team and a blue seeded player on obviously blue team. The way it works is that we have introduced Protect also into Lazer Grand Arena, and there's going to be a phase of bans and Protects. The way it starts is that the lower seed is going to start off with the ban of their own, and there's going to be a ban from the red team, the Protects coming in right after that, and then yet another ban for both of the players, and then the picks itself, the maps itself, are going to be in the ABBA order. It's going to be mostly divided into sets. Basically how it works is that the player who's got the highest cumulative score within the set is going to take the set to themselves, and whoever wins 3 sets is going to win the entire match.
Yeah, so just think of each of those little grey boxes as an individual set. So if we get to set 5, we actually play 3 maps, including that Osu original. So really it's just the first person to 3 sets, which could be as early as 6 maps. Well, would be as early as 6 maps. So as long as you have a higher cumulative score at the end of the second map in each set, you will take that set home with you. And you can keep that. That's all yours. Put that in your back pocket. Show your friends. Show your family. That's all it's about.
Pretty much, and we probably, by the looks of it, are already at the ban stage. I haven't seen the first round of Protect, but here we are. A ban of DT2 from Musty and a ban of Hidden 2 from Riot. I was actually surprised to see Hidden 2 here as a ban, as I feel like a Lazer mod could also have been a potential good option for Riot to ban, but also not bad. And I thought the same with DT2 and DT3. These maps are kind of like both favored towards either Riot or Musty, so an interesting choice here from the players. But now getting into another round of Protect, what do you think we are going to see once more, Damarsh?
Well, we had some thoughts about this. So Riot has actually opted to ban the Hidden 2 Machine Love, which is the sort of AR7 hidden map. That leads me to believe that either Riot feels a little bit confident on that Lazer mod, which of course in this round is freeze frame. So I'm wondering whether Musty has caught on to that, because they've opted to protect No Mod 4 instead. Now Musty being a much older player, you'd kind of assume would go for that Lazer mod, flat by second, KTG style map, but hasn't in this case.
Yeah, also considering the qualifier seedings as well, Musty did get a higher seeding in comparison to Riot on the Hidden 2, on the low AR reading map, and Lazer mod is definitely one of those maps that does test your reading and gimmick capabilities to a max. The way freeze frame works on the Lazer mod is basically you're gonna be given a set of basically an entire pattern. The entire combo is gonna be shown as it approaches, and then another combo is gonna pop out of after you hit the first one. It sounds easy on paper, but it's tremendously hard on in practice. But we are gonna be waiting for another Protect from Riot, I feel like. Then they did protect DT3 from what I recall, so makes sense. DT3 gonna be one of those maps that is and we see a Hidden 3 from Musty.
Yeah, Musty has the first ban in this situation, because Riot will be picking the very first map. So Hidden 3 from Musty, interesting choice. You know, especially considering Riot banned the Hidden 2, but I think that's more to do with the reading elements of the map rather than necessarily Hidden itself. And of course, this being sort of tech flow hybrid, You know, it's much more modern style mapping, and you know, Riot's got a good handle on that sort of thing. Whereas Hard Rock 2 also makes a lot of sense. Very precision style map, very much reminiscent of older maps that you don't really see nowadays, especially at 7.8. An understandable map.
7.8 CS is absolutely brutal, but we do see a pick already from Riot. DT3, this is going to be your 240 BPM stamina. The map picks up and doesn't stop, it just goes on to test that mechanics, and on paper, Riot does have a massive advantage over Musty on this one, especially considering the performance of Musty on the qualifiers. Mechanics on DT1 and DT2, both of these maps, they got a pretty lower seed of number 48 and 51 respectively. So in that case, I feel like Riot should be taking this one quite confidently, but it all depends on how Musty will perform on this in general, because there is a possibility that if they perform well on this DT3, then they might not have to try as hard on their own pick. This can still go towards their way, but DT3 on paper should go towards Riot.
I mean, this is the thing, right? With this set style format where you just play 2 maps and it's all about score difference, the player picking first has such a massive advantage in the first set that the second player really has to try and focus on. I mean, look at this. This is exactly what we expected to see. Like, we talked about this, didn't we, before the match started, about how we felt that Pupa was going to be very Riot favored going into this one. So I'm not really surprised to see such a massive score difference already.
Yeah, this is 120,000. The map has barely started. Granted, the map is very short, so there's a little bit of that. About 1/3 of the map now already gone, but Riot is absolutely decimating this map, not giving Musty any chances, as Musty's trying his best to hold on to the combo and the accuracy, but the FC from Riot and 10% accuracy difference is making wonders on this one. Day and night difference between both of these players, as Riot is destroying Musty on this DT3.
Yeah, it's not really a contest at this point. Musty holding their own, but yeah, it's not like Musty's necessarily bad at this sort of thing compared to the average player, but this is Riot's bread and butter. Very dense, anything tapping focused, you know Riot's just gonna love. And it's running Riot on this map, hasn't found a miss. Go on, son, all the way. 900k, take your full combo, sir.
Ooh, here comes the full combo, and yes, he does FC 98.42% FC from him. As
no, it was a one miss. I lie. We lie. We lie. We know nothing.
It happens.
It was a one miss.
It was early miss, reverse choke. We can consider this as an FC. You know, we didn't see the miss. It was in the beginning, so maybe probably an FC. But oh well. Given the difference, though, it's going to be Musty's turn to pick, and the 480,000 score deficit is going to be hard to play around, so they might try their best to either focus on the next sets or try to find a map where they're gonna have a much bigger difference than that. And I feel like the first option is probably gonna be a little more appealing in comparison.
Yeah, it really depends how Musty wants to play this out, because there's a lot of strategy you can build into this. Like, okay, Riot's shown their hand, so maybe I'm not going to pick something that's too heavily favored in my hand. Maybe I'll use the opportunity to get rid of something that I don't want to see in set 2 or set 3. Just let Riot have this set, and I'll pick it up in the next set. There's a lot of strategy that can go into this, which I'd be really interested to see how it goes when players kind of tap into that, because I've seen a lot, especially in the round of 32 players, they're just trying to pick up their strong maps and try and gain back that score advantage, but I'm not sure where that's where the secret lies in this sort of format. I think very much taking advantage of using the fact that you can just drop the set straight away and pick it up later. You can kind of shift the map pool into how you want it to look.
I love the reaction from Riot on the Lazer mod being picked. It perfectly encapsulates the reaction of a few players for freeze frame. We've talked about it prior, the way it basically goes for the entire combo as an approach. It's gonna show you the first combo until it starts off with a new combo, so entire patterns are gonna be there, and it's gonna be definitely extremely hard to read, especially if you haven't practiced the map, but I guess we'll see whether Musty or Riot have practiced the map.
Yeah, I mean, I saw them discussing it earlier. I think Riot was #1 on the Lazer mod in the qualifiers.
Yeah, they were. I'm not sure whether it was freeze frame though. Let me take a look at that.
It was not. I can't remember. I think it was a mix of mods, but despite that, we did see a good, solid score from Musty on that as well. So both players looking good on the Lazer mod, both being quite comfortable. So I assume they've put the same level of practice into this map.
Here it starts. A few early misses here from the players. Musty, not the greatest start. Already finding a few misses here and there. 30,000 difference already as the Lazer mod does not spare him whatsoever on his own pick. Not the misses that you want to see, especially since it's your own pick, and a lot of chain misses as well, and this is what I'm talking about. This is the patterns that I was talking. It's extremely hard to read, and it does not spare you at all. Another miss from Riot as well, and more misses from Musty, and the difference of 90,000. This is... I feel like Lazer mod is one of those maps, especially freeze frame. Either you play it or you not play it, basically.
You can see so much variety week to week that you can take a map that is fairly well known and really throw in some horrible elements that just make it feel like a completely different map. This is a perfect example of this. You know, Flat by Second, a lot of players will have been exposed to this map, especially someone like Musty. But at the same time, it's not the same map that you're used to. You know, it's like slapping the easy mod on, but with more precision elements. You know, it's still the same KTG stem map, but you know, you're reading entire pattern chains at the same time. It's horrible, and I love it.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. Lazer does add a lot of flavor when it comes to this, and freeze frame in particular does add a lot of opportunities for the maps to be played, but so far, so good for Riot. A massive difference of 290,000 as Musty is struggling to find any combo, and the accuracy in that regard too, as there is basically a 20% accuracy deficit for Musty, and Riot is going to be running away with it as the map is slowly coming to its end. Not the best pick for Musty, but now is probably going to be the chance to recover, as Riot is going to be taking the first set with a pretty good fashion. 480,000 difference on his own pick and 369 on his opponent's pick. Let's see how it goes for Musty on the second set.
But this is what you have to remember, Lightning, is that that's only 1 point. It's only one set. We've still got another few sets, and to be honest, Riot's best map was picked in the same set that he was already nearly 500k in advantage of, so he really hasn't gained that much of an advantage. He's actually lost that pick, really, because he now can't pick it in the second, the third, or any other future sets. So that is a clever strategy from Musty here. So we may find that this next pick is something Musty is a lot more comfortable on.
Yeah, and he needs to think. We did see no one for Protect here from Musty. Self-Destruct being one of the maps that focuses a lot on slider tech, and the slider tech on that one does slap quite a bit, as basically as the map has been nominated for a few awards. And here it comes, no mod for Self-Destruct, map by Pocket. A few of these players are probably going to be aware and familiar with this map, but for those who do not know, this map has been not only in Lazer spotlights not that long ago, but also #2 Grand Award for Mapper's Choice Awards 2023. A brilliant work from both Pocket and Collison, with especially the slider design, and the map focuses a lot on them throughout, especially on the first and second TI. Those are going to be also the most difficult parts of the map. One at 30%, the other one near the end, and I guess we are gonna see whether Musty is ready, because this map, self-destruct, I feel like both Riot and Musty are gonna be feeling quite good on this Nomad 4.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how well Riot kind of reacts to this. Early misses, well, early miss mainly from Riot, but accuracy drop for Musty. Gonna keep this one quite even out of the gate. But like you said, very unique slider patterns, a lot to digest in this map. You know, we talked about it earlier, you're very much kind of reacting to a lot of this stuff. But it is a very well-known map. You know, it is recommended as a very good map, but both players finding misses now, but accuracy very much still in Riot's favor.
Indeed, and so is the combo with a few misses here coming in from Musty. A slight slow part here with the slider. It's basically going to be a slow part up until that Ki that I've mentioned earlier, and by the looks of it, Riot is having a good advantage here on this one so far. 15,000 and growing, especially with the accuracy and the combo lead. It's going more towards the left as the time goes on, but it all might change on the Ki. Slight build up here. It's still not the Ki that we were talking about, still not the pinnacle of this map, but we do see a miss from Musty, though not something that you want to see, especially on the slower parts of this map, especially on your own pick. This is not supposed to go this way, but if Riot finds a miss, then maybe this might be worth it for Musty.
Yeah, I mean, Riot got such a massive accuracy and combo lead right now. You know, once you start pushing that 50k barrier, especially in terms of laser scoring, remember, it's not the same as standard scoring where combo plays such a massive impact on your score overall. It's accuracy heavy in this format. And Musty right now is trailing by over 2%, which is heavily reflected in the scores right now. But the combo as well. I mean, he is literally running away with it right now. I'm avoiding using the same Riot joke twice in one match.
I get it, but yeah, he does find a miss though, but still the Ki is still ongoing to hard combo here for Musty. An opportunity to come back, but not anymore though, he does find a miss as well. Both of the players dropping quite a bit of their accuracy as the Ki is now over. Riot coming out on top from this scramble, getting a 77,000 advantage with the combo and accuracy advantage on his side. This is not something that you want to see if you're rooting for Musty, but a massive and a really great opportunity for Riot to take his opponent's pick right here and right now. Slow part for now. The combos are still intact. And here comes the slight build up. A few more of these 1-4 kick sliders coming in. Still the advantage is set on Riot. 87,000 and growing as the time goes on. The time is ticking. The time is off essence for both of these players. More build-ups here. Musty does find a miss, but Riot is still unfazed as the map just continues to go on and does not let go.
I mean, such a hard position for Musty to come back from, really. In all honesty, it was such a massive combo lead for Riot at that point of the map that, you know, even now the accuracies are starting to even out a little bit. I mean, the combo does play an impact. You know, don't think that it is purely accuracy based, this scoring system. Combo does play a role. It's just not as significant as we'd maybe see in the original V2 format.
Yes, but by the looks of it, Riot takes his opponent's pick with a pretty nice fashion here. Almost 200,000 lead for him, and now it's going to be his own turn to pick. But the best map that he had at DT3 now out of the way. Is he going to pick Nomad 2, or is he going to go with DT1 still on that mechanics trail? Or are we going to see something like Nomad 3 or more aim maps, which are also a possibility, as Riot did do quite well on the aim, but we do see a Nomad 2. Instead, once again, a perennial 2024 custom song and a map by Devious Panda. Does have a lot of flow aim and aim control elements to it, 190 BPM. The hardest part of this map is definitely gonna be the aim control, as with 190 BPM streams, having to also control your cursor with a lot of aim control elements is definitely extremely brutal. And I guess, what do you think of this one, Damarsh?
What? No Mod 2? Great Riot
Yep.
pick. End of story. Just a great Riot pick. That's it. That's all I've. That's all I can really comment on. No, Riot has picked well here. Very much well known for his flow aim ability and overall tapping consistency. So Musty facing the uphill battle here, but I don't think that's really too much of a surprise. But Musty can play this as well, so those miscounts may come into effect, and the first one is Musty's, I'm afraid.
And the accuracy as well, accuracy disadvantage for him, more than 3% as Riot keeps on building up that accuracy, and also another miss coming in from Musty with a few act drops here as well. But so far, so good for Riot, and Musty trying his best to recover, also hoping to see more act breaks and combo breaks from Riot, but suddenly finds one himself. With a few, stabilizing the accuracy though, as the accuracy is looking increasingly closer with each passing second, but still the combo is playing a massive role here. Does find a miss though, Riot finally giving an opportunity for Musty to come back, especially with the combo being extremely close and the accuracy also on basically a little bit on the Riot side, but still extremely close as well.
Yeah, it's not decisively one-sided at this point, but a massive combo from Riot is going to help him along in these early stages. But if Musty can mount some form of comeback, it's got the accuracy behind him to really do something with it. But it's going to be a long trawl back up the ladder, and there it goes from Musty.
Riot does trade though, and an opportunity is still in his hands. The accuracy is basically that same for both of these players. It's all gonna come down to combo, and the last guy is still a minute left into the map now, and here it comes up, and Ki, who is gonna come out on top on this one. The accuracy and the combo extremely similar. It's gonna be neck and neck, toe to toe, as the players continue hitting the patterns. A few act misses, and the misses from Musty as well, not helping his situation. It is running away 66,000 and going higher for himself as Musty finds another miss. It is looking he's trying his best, but Riot is stone in the brick wall, a massive obstacle, and not even having a as he keeps on delivering on this Nomad 2.
What a beautiful finish for Riot. Will take the score lead, add it to what he already had, and picks up that second set. Bad news for Musty. Tried to go all in at the start of the second set, but it hasn't worked out. The Nomad 4 not being enough for Musty to overpower Riot in the early stage bracket. But let's see if set number 3 can offer us any change. DT1 to start us out, and already it doesn't look Musty favored. We call this DT, but it's actually a rate changed version of DT, so it's not your standard 1.5. We're tapping into that 1.35 DT speed, but it's actually not speed, sorry, I tell a lie. It is aim, of course. Very DT aim heavy map.
Yep, exactly, and that map should be favored on paper for Riot, but once again, this is going to be around 260 BPM aim, unless it's mapped in 1/3. Mapped by Melon Boy as well, quite a well-known mapper in that regard, and I feel like if Riot has the ability to pop off on these maps, he did do really well on all of these maps. Not dropping and not giving Musty a chance on any of them with a score lead of more than 100,000 on almost all of them, and even higher. And now his own pick, DT1. Here it comes.
Yeah, so again, there's 6 still a lot of the boxes that you'd expect from a more traditional DT1, you know, still got that 10.3 DT aim. But obviously it's on a map that is normally a little bit harder than what you'd see in the more traditional DT1. So it's a good blend and good mix of different elements here. And look, it's very fast, very snappy. Both of them do very well, though.
Indeed, the combos are still there, but the accuracy not so much for Musty yet, as Riot retains a 4% accuracy advantage so far, looking quite good on the slow part, but on this map you can basically miss, even on the slow part, anywhere, and the map being quite long, about 4 minutes long with a 1.3 modifier, is telling something with this one. Combos do matter, and the accuracy matters even more on this one, and Riot does find a few act drops on the slow section. Moving into the first KI now, that's where the jumps pop off, and that's where they get bigger, as the advantage is still retained by Riot, but both players holding on to the FCs and both players having a pretty good accuracy so far.
Oh, both of them, though. Nearly get caught out by the slow slider as the map briefly slows down before building back up again. And like you said, it is still Riot favored, but I mean, the potential for Musty with a miss coming in from Riot now opens the door. We've still got a long way to go in this map. Still got well over, I think, nearly 2 minutes now of this map remaining, and a massive combo lead for Musty. Yes, the accuracy will play a part, but Musty can still run away with this. Actually have a score lead going into the second map. Despite...
I think it's one of the first times.
Yeah, one of the first times we're seeing that. But there comes the miss. Drops the combo right before the KI time as well.
Yeah, that one is gonna sting a lot, but still, the advantage is now back on Riot's terms. Back on his home turf, 300 combo for him, and growing, especially with that accuracy lead of more than 3%. Still helping him tremendously with this one. Halfway into the map now, as Riot continues to... Does miss, though, as Musty is going to be the one with the highest combo. Does have an opportunity to come back from this.
Yeah, but again, accuracy gonna hold that back, gonna limit it very, very much. But look, you can see it. Musty has already done it once in this map. Pulled the score back. It's only 10 to 11k right now. And with accuracy drops coming in from Riot. But there's the miss again, and Musty back to square one. Riot. Now, look how fast this map is. This is insane. This is so quick. So unbelievable right now.
Exactly, and the combo advantage is still on Riot's side. A 200 combo for him so far. 30,000 difference in the score. Last guy in full swing. A few hundreds dropped for him, but still the advantage is still there. The combo and the accuracy, all two elements on his side, especially as the map is slowly coming to its finish. But he does find a miss, though, traded immediately by Riot, by Musty, and with that 40,000 still left, as the Riot is probably going to be trying his best to close this out, slowly coming towards its very end. And now it looks like, as the map slowly calms down, as the fog sets, Riot is going to be coming out on top on this DT1.
Yeah, but it's not massive. That's the thing to remember. Musty's done really well to keep the score honestly that close between the two of them. You know, only 48k, that is chaseable. You know, a bad Riot performance on the next map could still leave Musty in a position to pick up a set. It's not out of reach.
Indeed, and the question is, what are you gonna pick if you're Musty in this situation? No mod 4 not going your way, Lazer mod also not going your way either. And you have an opportunity to finally come back into this match and finally set the momentum on your side, but with those maps now out of the way, what do you have? A possibility for a Hidden One opens up, possibility for Nomad Free also there. Same with Hard Rock Free. I'm looking at this free maps and I feel like those are probably going to be more Musty favored. However, anything could happen at this point, and Musty, he needs to get that advantage on his side to finally close it out and get the first set on the board to have a chance. And we do see a Nomad Free being picked, a rhythm control, old heavy, finger control map, which is going to be quite short as well, 1 minute and 58 seconds long, a custom map from Bob, and definitely one of the maps to look out for. Quite difficult, and technically, I feel like this is probably the best shot Musty has in comparison to any other map left in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. I thought Musty was going straight in with Divine Ordeal, a Hard Rock one, just to not track this match out, but kind of force own selective tiebreaker. That was my thought. But yeah, like you said, very finger control heavy. Definitely something that Musty could tap into. But you know, Riot, very prolific sort of DT style player, got a lot of those elements honed down, so this finger control style isn't going to trip him up too much unless the reading element plays a part. You know, you got a lot of overstacking here, which is going to cause potential issues, but at the moment Musty holds that slight lead. Never mind.
Not anymore though. He does find a miss though. That happens. It's fine, but oh well. Riot now on the lead with the FC and the combo advantage, the combo and accuracy advantage on his side, 30,000 and growing. The map being very short means that miss from Musty is gonna hurt him a lot as Riot continues to hold on to his combo, getting that shift even more towards the left as the time goes on. And another miss from Riot does not help, from Musty does not help the situation at all. And finally, Riot does find a miss, but the damage has been done. 70,000, still slowly going towards the right now, but the accuracy advantage for Riot is helping him to stay afloat as the map goes on.
Yeah, I mean, it is 70,000 and we're well over halfway through the map. I don't see a way for Musty to come back into this without a massive combo and accuracy improvement. It's just too far behind. Riot has brought it down to like 57k, but unless Riot finds another miss here, and it's Musty who falls instead, and that is gonna put the final nail in that coffin.
Yeah, there was a 48,000 score deficit that Musty should have closed and try to get this back, bring this towards another set, but sadly, as the map is slowly calming down with its patterns, as the map is slowly fading out, the winner is clear. It's gonna be Riot for this one, coming out on top on every single map in this matchup, popping off and not giving Musty a chance on any of these maps. And even then, Musty did quite well. It was quite a close call on both Nomad 2 and DT1, and if the maps kept on going, then Musty could have maybe found a map and a possibility to cling onto, but what happened is happened, and Riot, what a nice performance from him, Damarsh.
Yeah, Riot really solid. You know, 6 maps played, 6 maps won the score advantage on. You know, not really much that Musty could do. Did play clever with the Lazer mod one, throwing that map away and taking away a potential pick from Riot, but again, it's that same situation of it doesn't matter unless you can start picking up the maps, if you can start winning those score differences, and unfortunately it just wasn't there for Musty on the day. So we do say goodbye to Musty. Remember, round of 32 is single elimination. Only if you can make it to the top 8 will you qualify for the double elimination bracket.
Yeah, and with that, I feel like we are going to be saying our goodbyes with this match. We have another one coming up in 26 minutes, Raf GPO versus Xylus. Make sure to stay tuned for this one, and it's going to be Leiden and Damarsh. We have Thank you everyone for joining, and see you in 26 minutes.
need to stop. Only that and even get going. Never mind, I'm looking really good into this.
You silly Billy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Lazer Grand Arena, round of 32. We keep on going, match after match, hour after hour. We keep bringing you the content. This time, Raf GPO versus Xylus. A highly anticipated match, actually. One of the more exciting ones of the round of 32. And it's all to play for. Single elimination. One of these guys is going out at this early of the tournament. Crazy stuff. Joining me for this amazing matchup is going to be the ever so wonderful Lazer. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing pretty good. Woke up pretty recently. Hard at work on a couple things. But yeah, I mean, like you said, I think this should be one of the more interesting ones to watch. I think most notably, I mean, Xylus probably does not really belong at the seed he ended up at. So, you know, pretty hard matchup here for FGPO. You know, in relation to other players in that seeding range here. So it's going to be interesting to see if, I don't know, we're kind of just assuming that Xylus just didn't really practice or like try for the qualifiers, because a lot of people did them pretty last minute. So should be interesting here to see, you know, if there's practice going on into it this time, or if it's going to be more the same. To be honest, a lot of this pool I think is pretty possible without practice. Maybe except the laser mod map. That one's been pretty polarizing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I definitely think that because you saw a wide variety of people. I think Malice is like one of the biggest examples of where you had. I think you had like 18 tries on across the 12 maps, but some people only used 12, and I'm fairly sure Xylus was one of those people that was just like, yeah, I'm gonna play everything once, and that's it.
This should also be one of the last couple of matches where we have players in the first round still. I think there are 4 remaining, including this one. Everyone else has already played, so they're going to be playing their next match tomorrow for the most part. So yeah, a couple players left to be seen. And some pretty big names, actually, coming up for the remainder of the matches today as well. So pretty good day coming up here. I mean, I guess you kind of see on the screen as well. We have this match. We have, of course, Malashevsky. I think a lot of people are going to be interested to watch how Malashevsky plays on Lazer. Not sure if we've seen that before. We have Schwartz as well, Luna's Tabby, and Flamesy Tier as well. I think that a lot of people are going to be interested in watching. So, but yeah, for now we've got this, and I mean, so far, it's been pretty hard, I think, to see if there's much strategy going on with the draft from a viewer perspective. But talking to a lot of the players so far, there definitely has been a lot just going behind the scenes on how the players, you know, are choosing to approach these matches with the sets and all that, and how it ends up mattering. So curious to see if we see anything interesting from these players, because I think on paper, this is a fairly close matchup, right? Even in terms of skill sets.
Yeah, a lot of overlapping stuff. I mean, you know, you both know Raf and Xylus for being very heavy on sort of flow aim style maps, very DT, you know, speed-oriented players. So it'd be curious to see how they kind of apply the strategy of this, because we saw it, especially in the last match with in the Musty match, where Musty was straight up down from the first pick and just went, I'm going to take one of your maps away, and picked into it and basically just isolated that pick. So if there are particular stuff, like we know Xylus is quite a strong hidden player, so you know, if especially in the second set, if he starts picking into those hidden maps, you may find Raf may respond to that and also pick those same style maps to get them out of the way and not give up the advantage, essentially. It'd be really interesting to see how they play this out.
Yeah. There was one pretty interesting scenario that came up last night in the Immobilis versus Jackson match, where Immobilis opted to use their Protect as a third ban, but if the match goes on to the third set, you still have to play that map. There's no other maps to pick, so you still eventually have to play the map that you use as a ban, essentially. So you have to really think about when to use that, because you are going to need to use it eventually if the match goes on. So Right off the gate here, though, we're going to be seeing Hidden 2 and Hard Rock 2 banned. I would say those actually make quite a lot of sense when you think about both of these players' skill sets. Xylis is not super well known to be good at like the low AR stuff, but probably a decent advantage there to be found. So
yeah, and I think RAF GPO's top score in qualifiers was the sort of Hard Rock 2 Precision style map. Because it was a bit different. I think this the qualifier was more flow, whereas this one is really much heavier on the precision style side. So probably doesn't favour Silas quite so much, which again explains the ban from him. So very standard ones coming in there. The laser mod protect from Xylis there.
interesting.
Bodes well.
Maybe we have played the pool this time.
Maybe. And then the DT1 from a RAF GPO, again, not really surprising. But again, potentially something Silas can play. But from seeing people play this map, it's very much either you can or you can't with the sort of aim mechanics on this one. And then rounding things off, no mod 1 ban from Xylis. Again, very aim-focused ban.
And Hard Rock 3 is a first pick as well, pretty similar to that map. This is just some aim. It's just some alt aim. I'm actually quite surprised at how much we've seen. How should I say this? The presence of the laser mod pick, you know, as a pick or not, or as a ban, or as a counter pick, like a throwaway pick and whatnot. It's been there quite a lot in a lot of matches. I'm quite surprised to see it nearly as much, because I mean, usually this is essentially just replacing what like a gimmick slot would be doing here, right? So I think just compared to just having a regular gimmick map, there's been a lot more interaction with it with this format. So that's been pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see that people are like kind of banking on whether people are practicing it or not. Because if you're not practicing it, you can use it as a, like you said, a straight up throwaway. Or if you are practicing it, is a pretty good anchor to your skill set that others just may not bother with. But yeah, getting into this Hard Rock 3, like I said, light precision ult. It's not your sort of standard 5.2 CS. It's it's 5.9, so it is gonna feel more like a precision map. That's because it's over the top.
Yeah, there's something really interesting going on with the flow of this map. It's very, very, very unconventional. It almost feels like it's always rotating, but sometimes it resets at weird times and stuff. So it's a very unconventional type of map to aim, even though like the aim in this is quite simple otherwise. Just a weird combination of like flow patterns in this. I'm sure you can kind of tell in this section. Pretty odd pick here, but we've seen a lot of players be able to keep up with this quite well. And I mean, so far, it's interesting that Xylis is winning by this much though, just from accuracy. And RAF GPO only at 94 on this right now. Already a 60k difference, pretty much just from that alone at this point.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Both of them really doing insanely well on this, but like you said, the early accuracy drops. It's been on certain patterns for RAF, and now I think he's just trying to keep the combo and hope that Xylis is going to trip up, but Xylis surprisingly comfy on this. This is not something I would have necessarily picked for Xylis, but there comes the miss from RAF. And now I think Xylis has open reign to really run away with this map. There's a miss though. Does break it up. So it's going to slow it down a little bit, but I mean, it's already 130k. I don't think there's any catching up for RAF at this stage.
Yeah, this lead is very large at this point.
Both players still trying to get a feel on this, but it's actually my first time seeing the lowest seeded player really picking up the first map. But like you said, it is, I think, an unfortunate situation for Raf to be put up against.
I don't know if there's a lower seeded player in this match. I mean, I think it's always it's going to be pretty hard to play against Xylus. I think no matter what, seed matchup you're really going to have here for that. Oh.
Did we have a boo-boo there?
Yes, the screens were flipped. That was actually Raf GPO popping off.
Oh, that makes more sense. That makes so much more sense. I was like, Silas can play this?
Huh. Yeah, one of the quirks with some of the workarounds we have to do to get Lazer to work, I suppose. Sometimes it's on the wrong side. Okay. Well, that makes more sense now.
Yeah.
As a first pick, I wouldn't really pass it either of these players to really doing particularly better or worse on this type of map, right? I could see both of them having both of those scores at different points and stuff, but especially on Lazer when something that's getting lower AC is sometimes to be expected, depending on how comfortable people are on it, or maybe sometimes people are just not used to the differences in the setup and stuff like that. So it's not too uncommon to see like a normally really good player just suddenly have a lower AC and stuff. But yeah, Raf GPO then going in with that one with a 138k lead, which is pretty large. That's also kind of been something to get used to. Just the difference in Lazer scoring in itself, right? Overall, the differences in score is a lot lower than you'd be used to on stable. Like, you're never really going to see something over 200, 300k. Just because the baseline score that people are getting is so much higher. So, well, on stable, I think you might look at this and be like, oh, that's actually not that bad. 138k, that's possible. This is pretty big on Lazer so far from what we've seen. You really need a major advantage to get that kind of lead. So Xylus going to be looking to immediately use the protected pick here to try to match that. So that should be pretty interesting. This map has been quite polarizing so far as well. I mean, just the amount of people that have told me that, oh, this is either way too easy or way too hard or impossible. So this should be pretty interesting to see if Xylus believes in this pick here, and if Raf GPO can keep up.
Yeah, it's funny because I have seen some really good scores on this, in the 500-600Ks. But again, yeah, I think to really hit that kind of upper echelon that we'd expect, it's a much more uphill battle, especially when you get into these more note-heavy patterns. Like this kind of stuff's quite comfortable for a lot of people, but it really quickly gets out of hand. But so far, you've got a one-sided affair, I'm afraid. Xylus has indeed practiced the pull. More specifically, this map, as he looks far more comfortable than Raf in this situation. And that does not bode well for the score difference. As it's over 200k. This is so one-sided. I mean, Xylus is making mistakes. Very hard to keep up with a lot of this stuff. Especially when the nodes kind of overlap, you really can't see necessarily all the numbers that you're trying to read at the same time. But they can flow pretty nicely into one another. But at the moment, it is just A one-sided affair for Team Xylus right here. Absolutely running away with it.
I love watching that part. It's actually so satisfying with this mod.
When you're in a situation where you don't get to practice this, it really is just like a doom and gloom when you have to play this, right? It's just just being forced to sit through like kind of like a bit of an easy map.
Yeah, quite simply, I mean, you'll never have an experience like this on stable, right? Like a map like this, you just have to sit down and learn. Not even just the map, but the mod as well. Like you have to learn to read so differently. So maybe some well-researched pick here from Xylus. Pretty large, you know, perhaps the largest score gap we'll be seeing for a while on that map. Safe to say the 138k that was there before, not much of a problem when this is your answer to it.
So he has actually managed to get the first. Is break set the right word? Does that work?
I don't know. We haven't really coined a name for these things yet. Sure, we can call it a break set.
A break set. We're going with it. We're running with it.
To Hidden 3 now. I mean, definitely a map that I would put Xylus in on as being pretty comfortable on. Probably not a 500k advantage on this one, but definitely in his favor for sure.
Yeah, it'd be a strong style at the gate, I think, for Xylus. I'm not too sure on how well Raf's going to play on this. I don't think he's necessarily going to struggle as much as we saw on the Lazer Mod 1, but maybe he can throw up a surprise. Does have the accuracy early on. Xylus running into difficulties, or are they flipped again? What are these hit sounds? What's going on? There's so many random sounds used in this song.
You'll be surprised to hear not all of those are hit sounds. That's actually just the song. In fact, most of them are actually just a song.
Oh my god.
Yes, that metal pipe is in the song. I don't have your answers though. Don't ask.
Don't ask. Yeah, we actually saw for quite a while there, Raf holding the lead, but has now dropped it, mainly due to Xylus kind of going crazy on the combo. But maybe there's still some time to claw some of this back.
There's a really important part in this. Before the last Kai that has a really difficult section to keep your combo through. So if any of them get there with a combo, I think it's going to be pretty impactful whether they hit it or not, but looks like they keep breaking back and forth, so maybe no major opportunity to find an advantage there, but should be coming up pretty soon at the end of this.
So there goes the combo for Raf.
And they both hit it, okay.
Of course.
Yeah, those wiggles though, really finding Ref GPO. I think this is the third time we've seen a miss there. Pretty tough to hit there. The last one is not... How should I say that? It's not in line at all. Like, you definitely have to go out of your way to hit the last note of that wiggle, so... I think someone who's a lot more comfortable on hidden and able to do that without really thinking about it as much is going to find a big advantage there. So, Xylus here coming in with a pretty large score gap on this there. 171,000. Now that is hard to match unless you have another pick like the Lazer Mod one, you know, in favor of Ref GPO, but I don't think that's going to exist on this pool. So a bit of a, I don't know. This is pretty hard to come back from. I think if you're in Ref GPO, you might be looking to maybe throw away this set. and save your better pick for later, but we'll have to see what they choose to opt for.
Yeah, because it does put a bit of pressure on Raf to just throw this set away. But it does mean that you have to pick something that you can make up 171,000, so it might just be better maybe to take out perhaps the hidden one maybe, and just get that out of the way so he doesn't got to play hidden anymore, but he's going to go into the no mod 2. Interesting.
Yeah, I think for Raf GPO here, probably, I mean, they protected DT1, and then they possibly have an advantage on a Hard Rock 1, I would say. So if they're looking to, you know, come back into this, I think they'll have to go down 0-2 on the set, and then possibly save those 2 picks for the next 2 sets, essentially, I think. Everything else, I think, Xalis can match or has advantage on. So it's a bit of a tricky situation to be here, to be in here. But we'll see. Maybe there's a major advantage to be found on this. I mean, typically Xalis on no mod, I think I wouldn't really call it a weakness, but definitely not a strong point, especially on a map like this, where Xalis would definitely prefer to have hidden, I think. So we'll have to see, you know, on the cut stream map like this one, how that ends up going.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose the other point is that, I mean, both of them had very similar scores on the Aether Realm Nemod 2 from the qualifiers, so it is a fairly contested pick, I think. Even though the skills are slightly different from what we're testing, but
I think definitely borders on a lot more tech than like mechanics.
Definitely, yeah. It's similar, but it's not the same. So it's kind of hard to predict. But big accuracy drop from Xylis early on gives Raf a bit of a lead, but both of them still on combo. That's the most critical point at the moment. But Xylis dropping a lot of 100s at the end of some of these streams. Start to put him behind. Oh, big accuracy drops from Xylis. It's just letting Raf sneak ahead further and further with a little bit more score every single time it happens.
Yeah, that's gonna add up.
Oh, what a big miss from Xylis. That's gonna make it 10 times worse.
Okay, this is actually looking pretty good now. I mean, I see it. I think you might be able to find 170k here if FGPO keeps going at this pace. I don't think the map particularly gets much easier or harder as well, right? So if Xalis is going to keep dropping accuracy so much on some of those patterns just to try to keep combo, that doesn't tend to reward you so much on Lazer when accuracy is so much more important, right? So it's building up slowly.
Oh, there goes Raf at 85. He gets shut down. And Xylis now actually with a bit of combo as well to pull some of that back. So it's still not going to be enough. 50 seconds left of the map. I don't know. If Xylis drops the combo here, maybe Raf can start pulling some of it away. But it's going away from him at the moment, which is not what you want.
Yeah, gonna find a drop again on Xylis' side, but there's just too much to be recovering here from the last map to be able to make a difference here, I think. I mean, RefGPO doing pretty good on this, recovering, well, we're on 2 misses now, I believe, on his side, but still not going to be able to make up the difference, so this should go 2-0 in the favor of Xylis here. But yeah, on this map, definitely looked like a solid effort actually from FGP on this one. It looked very good for quite a while.
Yeah, definitely a more solid performance for Raf, but not enough to make up the difference. Oh, go on.
one thing that's going to be important, I think, some players have realized this if they really looked into the format and the strategy behind it and stuff. But you really have to start thinking about your picks very, I don't know, horizontally, if that makes sense. You have to think about the way your picks are lined up through an entire match to have the best odds for all of these sets. It's played, even, despite just to us, they're just playing 11 maps, right? There's not much thinking that goes behind that. We're just seeing them pick maps one by one. But you really have to place them strategically in those sets and try to kind of win in that regard. And we've actually seen that matter earlier, again, in that same match I was talking about that went to the full duration in Melbus and Jackson, where they actually tanked one of their sets a little bit in order to have 2 favorable maps on the last set for them. So there's a lot of thinking ahead that you kind of have to do in a situation like this, where if you're Raf GPO in these shoes here, you might have to be panicking a little bit and be like, oh, I gotta pick all my maps like now. We have to win now. But if you run out of good picks by the end and you leave 2 maps that you're not super good on for the ending, if you get to it, you kind of screwed regardless, right? So there's a lot of thinking horizontally. You have to think about every set at once in order to have good chances strategically in this format here. So it's been pretty interesting to see who's been good at doing that and who's been talking about it and who's kind of just playing the game. Because of course right now in this first round, some players are just going to be good enough that they can just play the game and it'll work out. But I mean, I don't know, we'll have to see if they can play the whole thing like that. So
yeah, it's really going to come down to kind of like a match by match basis where you're looking at how the players stack up in terms of favorable maps, favorable mods. But an interesting start out the gate. A bit of an adjustment needed for Raf. A little bit lower on the accuracy.
There's also Raf's protected pick, so should expect to do well on it. However, I mean, this is also a pretty good map for Xylus, so this could really go either way.
Yeah, I definitely think the combo is going to play massively in this one, because they've already both built up a very nice early combo, and this map kind of just scales, right? So it starts off quite nice, but the jumps just seem to get wider and faster as this map goes on. It gets kind of crazy by the end.
Yeah, I'm sure this has been pointed out a lot, not even just in this event like this weekend, but also just since this map released. In case you haven't noticed the type of gimmick that this is doing, it's just constantly going left to right, every 2 bars. So kind of trying to emulate some of the rhythm games gameplay here. So pretty, infamous map from Melon Boy here. Pretty interesting to be able to use this kind of thing and kind of very finely adjust the rate that it's being played at to fit for a tournament pool like this. So it's fun to try to grab these really iconic maps and just really fine tune them the way you need them to be to fit a tournament like this. So, but yeah, as we get into this other slow part here, I mean, Xylus did find a break. It's not going to matter as much on as on stable. Accuracy matters so much more on Lazer, but some solid advantage to be found here for Raf if the combo gets held. Not much increase in intensity from this part onwards up until the very last KI, and then the map goes absolutely insane. But being able to have a lead going into that, I think, is a pretty good situation to be in. So
yeah, no F1 is honestly so advantageous as this right now. I mean, there's another miss from Xylus, but the steel pan goes hard on this.
Oh, that was on nothing. Okay. Well, it's still pretty good. I mean, we're about to see the really hard part after this quiet section here. So, I mean, I think it's almost expected that people break on that part, to be honest with you. Like, it is quite literally a jump scare.
Yeah, the map already kind of setting up for it.
Hey, there it is.
There it is.
Okay. Hey, Rap's kind of gaming. Okay. Not a problem.
He wants even more of that score gap that he can take. But he's just trying to hit as much as they can. Solid is coming in with another miss there. So Raph gonna take that a little bit more. Hopefully gonna hold Xylus at bay for his next map. As he's pushing to the 80k now, this is really massive for Raph here. It's crazy how long this map is though.
Yeah, I think, I don't know the exact length, but it's somewhere close to like 4 minutes, I think. A little bit more than 4 minutes with the rate change. It's hard to say because the counter at the bottom when you use rate ups doesn't actually rate up. That's just the no mod, like normal rate. So this is not a 5-minute map.
Yeah, I think it's 352, I think. Yeah, 352, I think, with the rate change, roughly.
Yeah, some drops at the end though for FGPO there. Did tank the lead a little bit. It was 80k for some time, but had a couple misses and some act drops while Xylus kept holding on. So it's only 46k here, which is honestly not as big as he probably wanted it to be. Definitely could have been higher. That one first break that RapGPO got, I think could have impacted a little bit more, but we're going to be seeing Hidden One as an answer here. And I think on this type of map, what we've been seeing a lot of, I would say, is really high accuracy scores with a lot of misses, actually. Like, people are borderline SSing this, but with like 7 misses or whatever. That's going to be interesting to see how this interacts with this, because being able to get a 46k lead back on this when I think most people are already kind of doing that and having that high accuracy and combos matter less. So I think generally the score gap on this tends to be a lot lower than other maps where you get punished a lot more for missing on your accuracy and stuff. So 46k here to make up for Xylus to potentially win it. So we'll see how that goes. It's time for the background.
Oh god, mappers are so unhinged sometimes.
It's here. It kind of fits, like, I don't know.
Did you just say fits because they're shoes?
No,
Shoes
but
for
I'll
your feet.
pretend like I'm smart enough to yeah.
Oh me.
Genius.
Oh me.
Well, having said all that, accuracy looking pretty low at the start here on both sides. 94, 95. And RapGPO actually with a lead on it, so pretty some of the uncomfortable aim here, I guess like anti-aim parts of this are a little like more uncomfortable than you'd want them to be. So it's actually really hard to combo through them. Accuracy is going to matter a lot, and that is literally the entire difference here right now. There's not much combo advantage on either side. At any point, there hasn't really been one, but at like 2.5% here making the difference. So 30k plus so far for FGPO.
Yeah, and it's also it's really interesting, this map. It's like, I've noticed this with a couple of times that people really kind of have to like try and settle into this map. It's not something that they just adjust to straight away. I don't know if it's the map specifically or whether it's just because they've adjusted from playing DT1, but it's something I've definitely noticed in a couple of different matches. And Xylus is hitting really late on this, I've noticed. Like, incredibly late on everything.
Oh yeah, what happened there?
He's using a weird offset for this map, which is really hurting his score right now.
There's still a lot of like individual like optimization that people have had to do to play. Where I think depending on how your setup handles Lazer, sometimes some people are lucky enough to just be able to go in and things work, and some people have to fiddle a lot. And if you don't have the time to do that, or you don't choose to spend the time to do that and actually go through and look at offsets on everything, if you're having issues with that, then I think that tends to be a lot more punishing on this. Because yeah, for a lot of players, there's still a lot of you know, like offset desync type issues, as you can probably see here. Because I mean, I would never expect Xylus to get 82 on this and hitting this late. So well, RafGP are gonna get a point off that though. So a little bit of breathing room here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was you who said I didn't think we'd see a score margin quite that significant after the the Lazer mod, but here we are.
Well, okay, this one might have had some external factors. Let's say. Interesting. Okay, different offset in solo and multi.
I think I can speak from experience. I have had that happen a couple of times.
Yeah. Some things to get used to. Well, Xylus is still in a pretty comfortable position regardless. I mean, RafGP, I would say, only has maybe like one pick remaining that has a decent advantage. Outside of that, it's a bit of a coin toss, if not a disadvantage, right? So I think if Xylus does good on this set here, or builds up a sizable enough lead with this, it's looking pretty dire, I think, for Raf here.
I think Raf's best chance is to maybe just try and get a major combo and just try and stick to Xylus' score as best as possible, limit the damage on this map, but I mean, maybe Raf can play this? I'm not too sure how well he's gonna do on this, to be honest. I mean, this is crazy speed.
Yeah, it's definitely just that, just the raw mechanics guy that you need on this map. Like, it's a 1.5 this as well. It's just the same as you'd be playing it on stable, so should feel a lot familiar to people that do play this kind of thing, which Xylus kind of does. And yeah, some of the maps are going to be taking a little bit to load in, but it's all good.
We wait with eager anticipation. Hey, actually, both of them getting off to a very good start here. It upsets me I can't even play this one on no mod.
On no mod.
But no, both of them trading very similar accuracy. Again, combo game massively. Oh, it's gone now. Never mind. But again, normally this is like, well, it is basically a 5-minute map, so they're in for the long haul on this one. It's gonna get to like over 3 minutes still. So stamina probably gonna play a massive part into this as well. Even though it's mostly just bursts. Pretty much going non-stop the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, this is just as much of a shred pick as you can possibly have on this. Very few breaks. Just keeps going. Very, very active tapping the whole time. So, and again on Lazer, I mean, some way more importance being placed on holding good AC versus good combo. So even on a map like this, I think you're already kind of seeing that, where looks like there's some sacrifices being made just to be able to keep good AC and then just forego the combo. Whereas on stable, I think you definitely do the other way around if you're used to playing it. So having to learn that, you know, like intentional difference in the way you play a map like this, I think plays into it a lot here. But we are seeing a bit. Well, no, it's pretty much gone already. I mean, they still both have pretty much identical AC. And it's looking pretty close here, so this might end up being a pretty interesting set here, depending on what gets played second.
Yeah, I think even going off on that last point as well, I think it very much rings true, especially like when you see on stream maps, you know, because normally, especially when you're playing on V2, to avoid chain missing, sometimes you'll over-tap the notes to kind of keep the stream going, just drop some of the accuracy, whereas you don't really want to, you definitely don't want to do that on Lazer, because your score would just tank so horrifically. But Raph doing really well on this. Really putting Zyos through his paces here and into the outro of the map, really. And Rap's going to breakpoint on this and be ahead going into his map. This part's
Oh my god, that's so difficult. This is pretty big for Raph. I'm not gonna lie, 50k here when this was definitely Xylus's pick. And so here's what I was talking about earlier, in case it wasn't clear. Raph GPO right now has a pretty interesting decision to make, because if he wins a set, every remaining map of the pool will be played in the last set. So he has to choose, does he guarantee getting to the last set by picking his strongest map now, when he has a 50k lead, or does he save that map for the last set, because it is going to count in the last set, right? So looks like he's going to choose Hard Rock 1. So I was kind of curious about that, to see if that was a consideration for FGPO, what map might be, or what he thinks might be his strongest map, to see if he wanted to save it. I thought it was going to be this one. So now I think it's going to be interesting on the last set, because they're going to have to play Nomad 3, which is Rhythm Finger Control, Nomad 4, which is Slider Tech, and then the original, which is Mech Tech. So we're playing 3 tech maps in the next set here, if Raph GPO wins this. So I'm not sure if that's, you know, assuming that Xylus probably has the advantage on tech, I'm not sure if that's the correct decision to be made. But I'm curious to see. I mean, I think if you have a 49k lead on this, it's pretty comfortable, but maybe just wanted to get this one out of the way, just to at least get to the last set. We'll have to see. This one is also quite a long one if you haven't seen it before. This is essentially a pseudo tiebreaker for the pool. It is 5 minutes. It's actually an old Core 6 tiebreaker, I believe. So,
yes,
we're in for a long one for this one.
There was a lot of high praise about this map, especially when it appeared back in Course Ace, so great to see it here. Probably not from the player's perspective, because it's 5 minutes on Hard Rock. But it's a good map.
I mean, Garden is never going to miss. Such a great mapper.
Again, it's just client just waiting for the just trying to sync them together. Yeah, they settle in for the long ride on this one.
Yeah, and then on a map like this, again, it's really long. And I think building a large combo on this is pretty difficult to do, so definitely looking to prioritize Ak and mostly look at that. There's a couple sections in this that I think people are pretty prone to break on. Just the hard rock kind of makes it inconsistent to be able to hit. But we'll see. I mean, so far, both looking pretty good. Raph just had one early miss. But pretty much identical accuracies on both sides here, but 49k advantage to be made here for Raph to get to the third set. It's nice to have a little cushion to play with, I suppose.
He's getting a nice recovery combo going as well. Like I said, see if that inconsistency maybe catches Xylus off here. And start to pull some of that score back. But it doesn't. He trips up instead. Raph finding another reset. There goes Xylus though, but he got quite a good bit of combo on that. Nearly 1k.
Yeah.
This is actually not far behind off what he needs to make up. He's hit the realm of 40k. So Xylus can still shut this down quite comfortably. To just end the match here and now. We've still got so long. We are approaching halfway through this map right now. Both of them with strong recovery combos, but Xylus making a bigger dent on the accuracy side.
He is reaching that 49k here, so as of now, right now, I mean, it's essentially dead even. And we've got a fairly clean slate to go off of here. I mean, there's big combos here. I think a reset on either player is going to end up mattering a lot, but I mean, the accuracy is starting to build up a little bit. Raph GPO gonna find another miss here too. All those act drops 1.5% now. And Xylus just still holding on, just had two big combos here with pretty solid accuracy. So finding a pretty sizable lead. This is starting to look like we might not be seeing that third set here. Climbing up to 90,000 points here. Only need 50k for Xylus. And we've got about a minute and a half left on the pick. Still no sign of missing here.
Yeah, Xylus looking really dangerous now.
It's actually quite a good play. Bit more intensity in the last part of this, I would say, but not a lot to make up this. I mean, you'd have to see a big collapse here. And I mean, it's looking pretty unlikely at this point. I think it's pretty much sealed even with this miss.
Yeah,
no combo on either side. You have to make 60,000 points of difference here almost. It's pretty unlikely. We've seen unlikelier things. So who knows, but
yeah, I mean that is a massive play for Xylus there on this map, which I think both of us would agree was we'd lean towards this being more Raph favored. But Xylus saying,
I would assume so as well, but I mean, Xylus is kind of really showing up on this. I mean, I would not really, put this type of hard rock map, especially one so long, to be a strong skill set for him, but showing up pretty big on this one. I mean, Raptor PO did actually pretty good as well. Just wasn't really able to build a combo and had a few too many act drops here and there. So that is going to be in favor of Xylus here, 72,000. We'll leave it at that for the set here on Xylus. Going to be taking this one 3-1. So Raptor PO, again, maybe an unfortunate matchup here in the match going up against Xylus, who's clearly a seed 23 player, evidently. But going to be a little bit too tall of a task to take here. So Xylus going to be moving on to the next stage, which is tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, very good stuff from Xylis there, really. Being the lower seed has, so far in this tournament, been a bit of a disadvantage, but, I mean, it's hard to call Xylis a lower seed, isn't it? I keep forgetting that it's Xylis in, like, a really low seeding, which is just not Xylis.
Yeah, I think now Xylis moves on to play Riot, if I'm not wrong. So that should be a big match, actually, for a second round matchup. I mean, these two are some of the best players, I think, in the whole tournament. So it should be pretty interesting to see how that goes. Now that they've both had a round to kind of settle in and get used to things and hopefully, fix those offset issues that they may have been talking about. So it's gonna be pretty interesting to see. Of course, we're not done today. We've got 3 more matches in this first round, including a pretty big name here coming up in 9 minutes. The big Malashevsky here to play. Seed number 1, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely crazy qualifier scores. Played every map once, topped qualifiers on the first day, and said, I'm done.
Like 3 hours or something after it came out. It was good. Took a scroll, a stroll over the pool. Just a little walk in the evening, and got first place. So
Sat there the whole time, top of the leaderboard. How irritating is that?
yeah, well, Rince did get the qualify, but unfortunately got a little bit of a giant to go against here. So it should be, I mean, good luck. I would love to see that. And I guess we'll see if that ends up happening or not in 8 minutes from now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink or something. And we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Hope you got yourself a little drink here. We've got the next match coming up here. Malashevsky versus Rince. Seed number 1 versus seed number 32. Should be interesting. Maybe a bit of a quick one here, but we'll see. Maybe Rince is just, secretly OP. We'll have to find out, but got a bit of a caster change here. We've got Sad Shiba, our beloved. Hello, how's it going?
Oh, I'm beloved now. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Oh, thank you, Lazer. I mean, first match I have to cast in this tournament, and it's seed 1, seed 32. I'm a little afraid for Rince's odds here, because poor guy, he's against literally the best player in the game in terms of tournaments, and seed 1 in pretty convincing fashion. That being said, this is the first stage, and this is a really new format as well, right? Loads of different means of how we're doing this setup, and maybe that can give Rince a few openings to maybe sneak in 1 or 2 picks. I know Rince, coming from the research that I have of him, pretty solid generally speaking on fast-paced aim mechanics and double time. Tournament-wise, he seems to be a little comfier on stuff like tech, but aside from that, I'm a little worried. I feel like Malashevsky is just, generally speaking, the outstanding favorite on this one. What are your thoughts on the picks and bans here, Aza? Because I feel like for Malaz, it's going to be as simple as just eliminating his least favorite map.
Yeah. Well, I would say you should probably expect Malashevsky to ban out Lazer mod, I think. Judging from qualifiers anyways, it was pretty obvious that did not really want to put in the effort to bother learning it, but judging from the pregame chat, it looks like Rince didn't either. So, on the side of Malashevsky, honestly, I don't really know. I can kind of play everything. So a bit of a comfortable situation to be in, but I mean, on the side of Rince, I mean, if you have to consider anything here, you're probably looking at some of the heavier mechanics picks to maybe edge out a win. Anything that is going to be more niche or gimmicky, I think is going to be pretty hard to handle. Looks like they do ban it regardless. Okay.
I think this one being a bit more heavy on the stamina. Granted, although Rince might be strong mechanically, Malashevsky is Malashevsky. Even if this isn't his specialty, I feel like this 240 BPM stream up is still very much in his ball game to probably full combo in decent fashion. So I'm not too surprised to see Rince ban this. Maybe stamina is particularly not the thing he's looking for. I'm honestly expecting DT1 to be one of those protect options here for Rince. If it isn't that, mod 1 most likely. He is a decent fan of tech and slidery tech, so you could see Hidden 3 or No Mod 4, but I really don't think it's wise to be picking that against a player like Malashevsky, who's probably the next best player in the planet, let alone against somebody who, just shows a couple good scores in it. The only notable result that I know of Rince is that he was the Division 3 Kono Cup 5 champion alongside the rest of his team. And he came through as a pretty well-rounded player, and that is reflected pretty well in his qualifier results too. But there's only really so much you can do. It really is a matter of confidence and comfort within this specific map pool, and honestly, against the seed 1, you just want to go with what you're good against, right? I mean, No Mod 3 being the first protector for Rince, and with the new rules coming in place as well, that means Malashevsky himself can't pick that one either. So, opens up a new strategy with this new format coming out, which has been honestly really interesting to see come through in these first few matches.
Yeah, so far I think the reception for this format and the strategical depth that comes from it has been pretty universally liked, at least from what we've heard from the players. There's still stuff that's being figured out, and a lot of people are discovering new ways to interact with it, or finally understanding it now that they are actually in a match playing with it and interacting with it and stuff. So I think as this event goes on, I think we'll start seeing maybe a lot more of these more format focused strategies perhaps. But I mean, again, I think if you're Rince here, it's great to see a little bit of like newer faces, at least when it comes to like open rank 1v1s. Unfortunately, it's like if you're trying to play those maps that you're talking about, yeah, you'd want to play tech and that kind of thing in slider maps, but you might be against the best guy in the world at those things. So it's a bit of a hard situation to be in. And of course, this is single elimination until top 8. So whoever loses this is going to be their only match of the tournament, essentially. So at least
Rince,
could
man.
hopefully make a good showing here. Protecting the No Mod 3, I believe, is a pretty interesting choice. That might be the only other map that you could say is a bit more practice-oriented. Not necessarily that much, but it's got a lot of really weird, uncommon rhythms that... I mean, hey, if you're in this situation, maybe Malice didn't really play the map. I know more than a few players who have been sight reading this so far. So, it's not unreasonable to expect that Malashevsky might also be. However, that guy's immune to that. That doesn't matter. I think that doesn't matter, clearly. Because you can sight read the qualifiers pool, play them once, and still get first place in that. So,
yeah, I think the question really is for me is whether or not Rince wants to use his qualifier results as an equal translation into his pick ban strategy, because we've seen that reflected in maps like the No Mod 3, where he got 15th in qualifiers. But on top of that, he's not opting into a map like Hard Rock 1, which does make sense and doesn't at the same time, right? Similar skill sets as in qualifiers, both of them having that techie aim consistency. But considering it's just a generally speaking more difficult map, on top of the fact that you're playing against a player like Malashevsky's tenure, that isn't a skill set, especially with the length it is, that I don't think you can handle. I think that's why we're seeing that being rejected so far. I'm curious as to how that's going to expand and whether or not that will stick around for later on, because you've still got more picks to come through, and maybe that will come back around. But we'll have to wait and see, as No Mod 2 is Malashevsky's next pick, and Are We Floating in Space? This one was a perennial 2024 original, and honestly, to great success. This has been probably one of the most popular originals that I've seen in a while. It is beloved here, and for good reason. It's really, really fun.
yeah, it's a pretty solid map. I think this No Mod pool as a whole also tends to be quite techy. I think mostly in part due to this map, right? Because it's not the comfy flow aim stream type that you'd expect to see. Like this is just some cut streams over and over and stuff. So
yeah, indeed. We're gonna get into Overflowing in Space soon. I can't tell if I can't hear the game audio or the stream audio or not, but I'll assume it's tracing soon. There we go. But yeah, into Are We Floating in Space? Match with Devious Panda. So the thing with this map is that although there are a lot of streams, a lot of bursts, and tapping, generally speaking, 190 BPM, pretty tame for the most part. Stamina might be a question here, as Rince himself mentioned that this is not really something he's comfortable tapping on, but it's not only that you have to worry about here, it's also those cut streams, those bursts, and the flow aim into the second half of the map. That really is the thing that stings you here. If you're able to pay attention to those cut streams, these flow aim sections are really not the thing that you're going to be worried about. It's going to be what you see right about now is what you have to worry about. And for Rince, unfortunately, already first miss dropped alongside a lot of accuracy going down. Compare that to what seems like a cakewalk 3-star to Malashevsky with 99.3% accuracy with 600 combo, full combo still intact as well halfway through. I feel like it's already in the blink of an eye a done deal.
I see some hundreds. It's beatable, surely.
It's winnable. He's not assessing anymore. It's winnable.
It's not perfect.
Being said, it only gets harder and harder from here. And you notice that Rince was shaking quite a lot during the early stream sections, and even if he's dropping AC, I don't think exceeding the combo game is going to matter here for him, as the accuracy game, especially in this scoring system with cumulative scoring, is going to scale so much more in favor of Malashevsky. Even if he trips up in the combo game, there's not really much that he's going to be able to do. More of a snappy techie section here, but I still don't think it's going to be too much for Howland. In fact, probably a big aid here for Rince to be able to conserve his stamina for the ending.
Yeah. I think that Rince was saying right before this as well that they were having issues tapping this as well, so perhaps nice to conserve that for later when maps are going to be a little bit closer, especially if this is just Malashevsky's pick, right? There's one more thing that I'm kind of curious if we're going to see anything happen like this weekend. Maybe not this match, because I don't think Malashevsky really needs to do this, but there's another aspect of the pick strategy that we haven't really talked about at all yet, which is the fact that there's multiple rounds played on the same pool. Quite similar to, in the tournament format that we're used to. Let's say you're playing a bracket reset, or you're a team playing lower bracket grand finals, right?
Hold up.
You might be incentivized to, hide some picks,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that here. Like, if you have a match like this on Malashevsky where you are FCing No Mod 2 just for fun.
I was going to say, I don't really know how I can segue into a hype bit. It's kind of like expected, but still you see, you're like, damn, that's a nice score, bro. Nice FC. What else
I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing to say that it's just like, yeah, it's just expected. Like, we're just used to seeing that.
Comes with,
That's
comes
just
with the territory.
it's just Malashevsky. Like you just expect this to happen. Like
every single match like you play, you can't say anything about him that isn't going to be seen as just terrible glazing. Because there isn't really anything negative to say about him. It's rough. So
yeah,
that's just to be expected. And with an FC and already floating in space to start, he's already got a 335,000 score lead going into this next map. And I mean, what can you do if you're Rince here? Just praying that some sort of struggle comes through, and it's going to be DT2 to come in. He feels the burn, and he wants more of that fire in his wrists, as it's going to be DT2 up next.
that's interesting. So I'm not sure if that really matters in this matchup here. Like we can't really sugarcoat it. Like it's Malashevsky, but what we've been made pretty clear as a strategy, and what we've already been seeing happen a ton is. When someone loses the first map in a set, they kind of just use the other one to just throw away the set, so they use a weaker pick. Don't know if perhaps this is what Rince is doing. If they're having issues tapping them on 2, there's a good chance that they're going to have issues tapping this too, because it's way more tapping. So,
yeah. I mean, I feel like this one's a bit different, right? It's not necessarily long chain stamina heavy, but at the same time, it's all surprising to see Rince pick into this, especially considering that Are We Floating in Space with Mother he was struggling with 190. It might be one of those burst exclusive speed specialists rather than stamina, which I would be surprised to see. There are a lot of players that are like that, especially some that are at the very top of the world. Some that have improved a lot over time. I think one player that I would note, at least in 2024 early-wise, was Taquito, who went on to improve a lot of his stamina later on, but was widely regarded to be one of the strongest burst-heavy speed players in the game, and then was kind of backed away when it came to stamina. I think Rince might be a similar player in that regard.
yeah, so I think the reason I'm bringing that up too is because if this is a good pick for Rince here, I think, now that people have learned the format a little bit, like it would make more sense to just pick this on a fresh set or a different set where you're not already 300k down, right? If you have a chance to do good on this. But so far, I mean, it looks pretty close. Definitely, if there's one map that Malashevsky has a weakness on, I think it's going to be this one. I think that's pretty well known that, this guy's going to be a kind of a machine on everything else, but anything that is super bursty or anything that it's got a little bit too much of that speed mechanics, I think, some signs of weakness, if we can even call it that. But I mean, we've seen some misses already, so for Malashevsky, I guess that's a pretty big weakness.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the super high BPM of 285 is definitely slightly out of the ceiling for Malashevsky. And Rince is clearly exploiting this pretty well, although suffocating a little bit in accuracy. It's clear to say that he's generally more comfortable around the map styling, and that doesn't only have to do with the tapping, right? It's not to do with the finger control, it's to do with the adjustment of the aim, it's to do with understanding the approach rate in a bit more of a comfy sense, and that makes sense. Rince has had a lot of really strong solo scores in those super high ceiling, fast aim maps, kind of similar with that PP meta that could translate really well into this, including maps like DT1, which we could see later on. But look at Rince just barely holding on to the jump sections and still holding on to that combo game, which is giving that lead by 10,000. It's really the accuracy that's holding him hostage in this, and if he concedes a little bit of combo, this could start crushing him as Malashevsky is slowly trailing back with parametric combo and climbing. This guitar solo section might be the make or break into this. Easily the hardest part of the map, and if this ends up being a slip up here from Rince, this could be disastrous here to not even be able to bring back the set. And that's on top of that, you need Malashevsky to not only miss, but you need him to collapse here. You're down 335,000 score, and this being close is not what you want. You want Malashevsky to collapse, and that's just not happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're already pretty close to this being like mathematically unwinnable. So I think there's only so much you can do when you're down 335k. This is honestly, outside of the ones where there's been some, I'll reuse the same word again, but some external factors playing into it, like people not really learning the Lazer mod map or having offset issues and whatnot. Like 300k is up there with some of the largest score gaps that we've seen to be able to overcome. So,
oh my goodness, these guys are insane. I can't lie, I gotta give a bravo both of these guys, because Rince is about to close out with a really strong combo, practically a reverse choke. Bravo, Rince! What a
Actually,
score!
very good. Yeah,
Even
that's
though not
at least something to be proud of.
Even though not overtaking the total, taking down Malashevsky on a map is always a big thing to write home about. Even if it's one of Malashevsky's more weaker skill sets, 790k is proof that he's no joke. Even so. And that's a great thing for Rince honestly to celebrate, I can't lie. Putting up a fight is one thing, but beating them on one map is another. Well done from Rince, bravo, man.
Yeah, I feel like this is actually so rare to see especially in a 1v1 tournament format like this, where since it's Lazer, there's quite a large range of skill levels between the top and the bottom of the players playing. There's not that many players participating that you'd expect to be there, so to be able to win as the bottom seed player here, even if it's just one map, I think is quite a noteworthy achievement. I mean, I wouldn't be able to take a map off Malashevsky. I don't know about you, but
no. Azer, I'm ranked 50k. I don't think I could take a map off of Rince, let alone.
I mean, Rince is playing pretty good. Honestly, I don't know if I could take a map off Rince either. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. I couldn't take a map off the seed 64th guy in this tournament. Let alone seed 32. But that being said, with that first set being won by Malashevsky, although a valiant effort from Rince, that win that he took is not going to be enough for him to even out the set or give him an overtake it all. It's going to be that first set taken. It's going to be first map pick for Rince, but it's going to be Protect and no more parade.
Yeah. I mean, if there's going to be one map that could have an impact here, you're probably looking at this one. There's a chance. It's definitely not a sight read friendly map.
Yeah, I was about to say, this map is pretty practice heavy, and it could be one thing up Rince's sleeve. Rhythmically difficult, rhythmically complex. Kind of jump scares you with stop and goes every now and again. Malashevsky, although a kid always known to work really hard in tournaments that matter to him, this early stage is not really something of his massive concern, so maybe the practice diff could help. Maybe he's not as practiced on this. I'm sure he's got plenty of other tournaments he's trying to work on in the meantime, right? And him being seed 1, he's got a lot of pressure alleviated, not really much to stress about, and so this could be something that Rince could take advantage of. Especially considering he was one of the stronger players in this tournament, seed 15 on the No More 3 last round in qualifiers.
Despite saying all this stuff, I don't really know if Malashevsky played the pool or not, but I think generally I'm going to assume that he's always playing the pool. He's typically very diligent with at least playing everything once or just giving it a try to make sure there's no issues and stuff, so where it may not be the case for other players that are above the, in the higher seeds, I would definitely expect Malashevsky to at least give everything a run, and I mean, clearly he is, because 99 on this, I don't think it's possible on sight read, to be honest with you. There's too many really weird snappings here that you kind of just have to know exist. They're not really memorized, but you have to be ready for them. So if you're sight reading this, there's just no chance. But yeah, I mean, despite this being Rince's Protect, it's a pretty difficult one here against. I mean, I'm not sure what you can do against this, man. You can play this map like 25 times. I don't think this is easy to match. So
no matter how hard you try, I mean, although this is Rince's Protect, and although Rince was seed 15 and Malashevsky's seed 1 in the whole damn tournament, I don't think that's not much of a concern for him. As I mean, yeah, I would definitely assume he would be practicing every map at least once or twice. I wouldn't say he's the type of player to be reckless in any means, even if he's so heavily favored early on in this tournament, but I mean, that being said, this is still a pretty impressive scoreline here for Malice. 98.9, basically bordering 99% accurate, with still a full combo holding to perfection. This is going to be a very clean FC. In fact, 99% accuracy might actually be crossing the line here, and it will. 99.02 for Malice. Very, very dominant score. Similar difference that we saw in the previous set. Now 370,000 score that Rince needs to overtake, with this pick being of Malashevsky's. I would be quaking a little bit here.
We've seen this a lot. Sometimes it's all you can really say is, what can you do?
What can you do? Yeah. It's whole dwelling. Banger alert. Get your banger bells ringing. Hole Dwelling is in, mapped by Melon Boy. I'm sure plenty of us here in us team will not stop talking about how much we love Melon Boy maps, and for good reason. I feel like many of us are the premier Melon Boy glazers, but Jesus, if you've seen Hole Dwelling, if you've seen any of Melon Boy's maps in the last couple of years, you'd know why. Hole Dwelling is a particularly interesting gimmick as well.
Yeah. I think just the fact that this map just exists and is in this pool, and with a lot of other maps that also have a lot of, interesting things going on, I feel like every single match this is played in, which is a lot because a lot of people like playing this, it's mentioned every single time. The gimmick that this is doing, right? It's so noteworthy. So it just goes to show, I think, just how great Melon Boy is. Shout out to Melon Boy. Thanks for Warcry and Pile of Corpses and Hole Dwelling and going to work.
And FN Friday. And Alien From Request. And that one really weird storyboard clock map.
Yeah, that's going to work.
That's like AO. Oh, that's going to work? Okay. There you go.
When we were theorizing this tournament, I really wanted there to be a way to somehow force like 0% dim storyboard on people just so I could make people play going to work. No other map, no other reason. I just wanted that to be a thing. Like if we're going to do experimental gimmicks, but unfortunately, I don't think there's a way to do that. So maybe next time.
Make a storyboard mod alongside Lazer mod for next LGA 2026.
Going to work is just too good.
Yeah. We've talked about this map being gimmicky, but we haven't specified exactly why, but you can kind of already see what the deal is. I mean, the general panning of the map kind of shifts left and right across the screen throughout the entire thing. But on top of that, the pans themselves are constantly going up and down, almost kind of replicating what is like a spiral, like you can see in the back of the background here. And it makes for a really fun gameplay loop, especially with 1.35%. This is one of the good reasonings for using that extra difficult adjuster multiplier with that DT, and it makes for such a fun map. Even if it, honestly, from the outside looking in, looking kind of repetitive, it's not when you're playing. I've played this map several times, and I can't stop enjoying it, even if it's a similar deal all the time. It's partly to do with the song and the way how well, at least, Melon Boy has optimized the map to perfection, like he always does. And even though it's meant to be a fun map, it's also a challenge, and we can tell already that Rince is struggling a little bit on this, not really able to keep up with the combo that Malashevsky's putting up.
Yeah, when you're speeding this up to this level, some of the snappier aim in this starts to pose a big threat, actually. If we ever really see misses on this, there's not much else that people are missing on. It's just definitely just the really difficult snaps that show up on here during some of the transitions, and especially in the later parts of the map. Like some of the raw aim on this isn't really that difficult, and like you said, most of it is just going up and down. Tends to be a pretty popular thing for maps to do lately. Lots of up and down going on. So see stuff like this, like I think on no mod you kind of have time to process it, but when you start speeding up for a tournament like this, it becomes pretty difficult now, honestly.
Does Malice hit the jump scare burst? Oh my god, he does! Let's go, Malice! Hits that jump scare quad, and with more of the funky slider bits coming through. I'm honestly a little surprised to see Rince struggling so much on a map like this. Granted, it's a bit more on the gimmicky side, but I mean, looking at Rince's profile, he's had plenty of experience on those really rapid, fast-paced aim maps. So, honestly, I'm a little surprised to see him pulling up only 300k on this. I thought this would be one of those maps that would be a bit more stronger suit for him, but maybe in a tournament setting, it's a bit of a different deal. As I mean, look at this cursor just spinning, trying to keep up with these notes. It's very
that's beautiful, actually.
It's very different to the impression that I was expecting. Yeah, it's like the spiral in the background, right, Isa? It's like the hole that's dwelling.
I can't even tell if it's intentional, like cursor dancing, or that one was.
Oh, Malashevsky, goodness me! It's that entire prerequisite section into the final KI time, and we might be seeing another FC coming through, Aza. No misses as far as I know.
Well, this part is definitely much harder mechanically. The aim really, really spikes up on this, and with the raid, you absolutely feel it on this. We haven't seen a lot of people hold combo through this ending.
Well, if there's anyone who can, you damn better believe it's one of the best players to ever grace the game. Out comes more, and I jinx it. I say he's the best, and he misses. Thank you, Malashevsky. Thank you. I'm now being laughed at in chat, I'm sure. And with that being said, even so, it doesn't really mean jack, as Malashevsky has wiped the floor with Rince on this map, and in terms the set as well. Finally ending up a little bit of a collapse, but it's not going to mean much. He's won this map by 300,000 score, and so the set by almost, I believe, if not 700,000 score.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is 700,000 score eclipse now. A far more dominant second set for Malashevsky. Seems like now finally awakening a little bit more to deal some harsher judgment.
Missed a great opportunity there. Could have said he'd rinsed the floor.
No! Oh no! you should have just like carried on. Like you should have just went with it, you know.
I can't steal your joke that you didn't make.
No, you could have just like carried on. You could be like, yeah, you could have said Malashevsky rinsed it. You know, you could have done that. You know, maybe I would have scoffed, but chat would have loved it. So that would have been what mattered, right? Or maybe chat would have scoffed as well. Who knows?
Well, that is going to be a second set pretty overwhelmingly in the favor of Malashevsky this time. So what's really left here? We're seeing Hidden 1. Now this is a map that I don't think we've even... I haven't looked at every single match yet. I haven't seen the stats, but I'm pretty sure we have not yet really seen a particularly good score on this. I could be wrong, but at least of some of the matches that I've seen, pretty hard to hold combo on this one actually. Consistently across the board. So curious to see if Malashevsky can do it. Safe assumption that that's a yes, but who knows?
Yeah. Surprising to see Malashevsky pick into a map like Hidden 1. Considering how pretty... I mean, it's very straightforward. I guess Malashevsky just wants a consistency diff, but I was kind of hoping for a Hidden 2 or a Hidden 3. I'd much prefer these two maps to be played, in all honesty. I think Machine Love and High Yorakon by Will Stetson is just absolute cinema. But that being said, Malashevsky doing what he knows he can do best. Awkward Aim Hidden is almost kind of a partial match made in heaven if it isn't hidden in tech. This one, honestly, I mean, isn't really much to talk about map-wise. It's very much your box standard hidden aim consistency with lots of pattern aim being traditional in this slot. But it is Butel Tome, which is a banger, and also Toho with the Nikes. Also pretty fire.
Gotta be there somewhere.
Indeed. Yeah, I think Rince's goal with this one is to just try and keep a consistent flow of this map. Although it may be difficult in some moments, difficult to read in some moments, but trying to at least keep up to some degree might give you a bit of a better shot going into that second map pick.
Oh.
Maybe give you better odds of overtaking, as Malashevsky is the one to drop as most recent, but traded not long afterwards, so it's back to even grounds with accuracy, keeping Malashevsky about 35,000 points ahead.
Well, there was a miss on Malashevsky earlier, or two, I believe. But Rince not really able to capitalize on it.
Sadly not, despite the effort. Accuracy honestly not the worst, but still a decent amount below Malice here. Malashevsky bordering on 99. Rince just eclipsing that 96 mark. The key eye soon to approach. This combo lead could really help, but it's going to be dropped down not long afterwards, as Malashevsky's now starting to bring the pace back in his favor. The score lead starts to get more and more one-sided here. Now over 100,000 score, and it could be even more with Rince continuing to miss here. Feels like despite the earlier hurdle from Malashevsky, once again it seems like he's woken up to do what we would expect of him, as he hits that entire jump section there. That's particularly difficult to land, but he does it.
Honestly, the more this this weekend progresses, we get to see more of the matches, more of the players. I am very interested to see the later stages of this tournament. I think it's going to be a blast to watch, see all the strategies and see who's, adapted to Lazer and stuff, and who can, transition their gameplay on the new client. Because I mean that's also a big difficulty for people, right? Like there's some players that are particularly strong on standard, but still have, or on stable, sorry, still have a lot of issues, whether their own issues or some technical reasons on why they might not be able to adapt to Lazer as much. So it's been pretty interesting to see, who's particularly good, who's very active, and who's learned to deal with the differences and stuff. I think probably the most noteworthy one would be like, getting used to note lock and stuff, not having to overstream. So it's gonna be pretty interesting to see, when the matches are some of the best players. I mean, you might be seeing like Malashevsky Emmerich Grand Finals on Lazer. Like that's gonna be a blast if it happens.
Yeah, sure.
So
I mean, considering how close qualifier results was between those two, you can't help but be really, really hyped, right? But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, the difference with Lazer does give loads of players that may be unsung in standard scene become a lot more well-known and have a lot more opportunities to prove their worth on a tournament like this. I mean, Rince already is a player that I wasn't familiar with at all until this tournament coming through. In all honesty, he's showed up pretty well in this match, despite having to go against obviously the worst player to go against in this stage. But it doesn't change the fact that he's actually honestly done quite solid here. You have to realize like these are some good scores that he's been setting, like 840k on DT2. Generally speaking, most scores being no lower than 600k aside from DT1. That's impressive for a C32. Yep. So you have to give your props to Rince regardless, right? And with Hard Rock 1 being picked up next, there's also a pick that I was assuming Rince do be picking. He was, his highest performance seed was in that C12 of that Hard Rock 1, and it was a similar skill set with this. That being said, you have to be concerned with Malashevsky. He can be really consistent, and he typed something in text that might give me some hope with this. I never played this, said Malashevsky. I think what's unfortunate for Rince in this one is that if there was any map where you'd be kind of happy to hear that, this would not be the case. This one's pretty straightforward and consistent through and through. Very much a streamy, flowy, light tech map. That doesn't really change too much. Only a small BPM change in the midsection.
Yeah, 300k to make up on this though. Gonna have to do, gonna have to be a pretty crazy performance for Rince here. Because again, I mean, that level of difference is just quite absurd to make up in one map. However, it has been nice to see Rince play. Honestly, as much as everybody likes Malashevsky and likes watching him play, Rince definitely the people's player right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is the highly relatable player. This is what it's like to play Malashevsky.
I mean, he's kind of the people's champion at this rate. He's beaten Malashevsky on a map. We have to remember that. That's already a pretty huge achievement that most players will not be having the luxury of telling their friends when they get home.
Honestly, I think for these early stage rounds and stuff, that tends to be a lot of what people talk about as well. Maybe not in LGA because it's a lot less lower profile, but I mean, I don't know. I still remember, in a couple of years ago, like for example in OWC, like Israel taking maps off of USA or something as seed number 32 and number 1. It's like, oh yeah,
and they
took
the thing
people talk about.
USA.
Like,
they took 2 maps off of them.
So it's always a great thing to be able to actually match stuff, and especially it was a map that was like not even particularly Rince's skill set either, right? So some good showing here. Regardless, I think could be pretty happy with the performance regardless of how this ends. But based on how Malashevsky's playing, and again, 321k difference to be made here, so it's pretty likely that this is already over from how Malashevsky is playing. Because I mean, all that he really has to do is get what, like 679,000 score or something, and then that's it. He's done, mathematically winning. So
he's not too far away from eclipsing that now. I mean, that 1000 combo is going to start really pulling up the stops with the score. Be around not long until this point where his score is going to start increasing to very rapid degrees, and if he hits this little section here, it's going to be pretty clean with the stream on top of it. Rince doesn't want him to get away so easily though. You can see he's going up to about 500, 600 combo now, but he's down, and it's another caster cast from me, Lazer. I'm sorry. I don't know what else I can do. I'm trying to big the guy up. accuracy is not too difficult to overcome, but combo game still is a prevalent thing that matters. Say, even so, Malashevsky does go down finally as that combo subsides, but the lead is still significant here, especially with that accuracy, 2% and slightly more in the favor of Malashevsky. But yeah. Another miss there coming through as well. Second miss from Malashevsky. Very quickly traded by Rince though. A small panic averted there. As we get into a bit of a higher BPM change, a bit more of the technicality, a bit more of the fitting control being placed into this. A bit more snappy on the tech as well. Both combos dead even, but accuracy again still big in favor of Malashevsky. And with score v3, with Lazer Grand Arena scoring, it's a bit more difficult to really overcome with an accuracy deficit. Generally speaking, on stable and score v2, combo is king. Even if accuracy is slightly lower, as long as it's not outrageously lower, you can still eke out some wins with combo game alone. But on this one, that really can't happen.
I think this is still one of the higher scores that I've seen from Malashevsky here on this map.
I think so.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen an FC on this, but again, I did miss some matches.
So we may check that out later. Maybe he is going to be soon to be hitting the highest score so far in this round.
Accuracy is also way above what I usually see. There's a lot of like pretty tricky rhythms on this, especially even sight reading on OD10, hitting all the quads, sight reading all the quads, just predicting when they're there.
I mean, he's sight reading some of those like cross corner snaps as well. Like this is a pretty vile sight read score from Malashevsky. And he's still holding on to this final KI time as well. And with the last 30 seconds coming through, it's pretty clear that Rince's fate is sealed.
Yeah.
But being said, it's still a round of applause worthy of taking into account here for Rince. It's a shame that he's going to have to go out very swiftly, but he definitely didn't go out in a whimper. Did take one map off of the most decorated player in the tournament scene. Probably arguably the most feared of all time as well. Having that around, having that on your belt is something worthy of taking note, worthy of an applause without a doubt. But Malashevsky is about to put up probably one of the highest scores in this map, if it isn't the highest one already. 822k with only really 2 misses that we saw kind of midway through. It is a very dominant win from Malashevsky through and through, as expected of the number 1 seed against the number 32. But a valiant effort from Rince for sure. Once again, only one score being below 600k, the rest being 600k or higher. A really respectable showing from Rince, even so.
Absolutely. Can definitely be proud about that one. Again, what can you do against Malashevsky? But surprisingly a lot for Rince, taking a map off him. Not the point, but just the map. But still a very good showing. We're going to try to wrap this up quickly because there is a second match going on right now on the B stream that is supposedly pretty good. We've got Schwartz and NU, who I believe is another Polish player that is newish, at least to open ranks. I think their old name was Agent 5D, I believe. And that's a pretty good one. So hop over to the B stream if you'd like to keep up with that one. I believe that score's pretty close. And immediately after this, we're not going to be rating, I believe. In 22 minutes, we'll be seeing the last match on this stream of the first round of matches, which is going to be Alfew against Flamesy Tier. And then tomorrow, we're seeing the next round of players. So everyone that's already played, we're going to be seeing them again tomorrow. So for now, hop over to the B stream if you'd like to watch that. And yeah, we'll see you guys back here very soon. Take care, everybody.
Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
「
What is up, everybody? Hello and welcome back to Lazer Grand Arena 2025. We're continuing on our Week 1 matchups, and this time we've got a potential for a really hype matchup here. Chile's AlphaU against the United States' Flames tier. These guys are really close in seeding as well, so this could be a battle to remember in this early stage of this tournament. I'm Sad Shiva, joined by Vordy for this match. Vordy, how's it going, brother? How you doing?
It's going great, thank you, Shiba. Yeah, it should be a banger match, especially with the potential strategy this new format introduces, where, you know, if you open up really good start, which will be hard in a matchup this close to have a really strong start on your first pick, or on their opponent's first pick, but that's really going to be able to see the intricacies of the sets and picking into those strategies. But yeah, it should be good. AlphaU coming in as the slight favorite in terms of seeding, as seed 15. Flames tier coming in as the seed 18. Lots of really close skill sets. If you look at the mod categories on their own, no mod is very close between these two players. DT is pretty similar. The Lazer mod, Flames tier clearly had a much better crack at it, but obviously that was the qualifiers. Now that we're in elimination stage at this point already, I believe AlphaU should be much more prepared on this one, but yeah, it should be really a match.
Yeah, I think what's really cool about the Lazer one is that they are going to be different in every stage, right? And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to change, because these things are still very heavily reliant on practice, right? They do have some side gimmicks, like for example, this one is a freeze frame with flat by second. This one has a lot of just density reading, essentially, and I don't know how to explain it. Maybe in a way a means of nerve control, but when you get jump scared by suddenly like 20 notes in the same second, like, you might get a little overwhelmed, you might get jump scared, you might not be unsure, but you might be unsure about something, 1 or 2 hits, but generally speaking, practice makes perfect on the Lazer mod set, and this one being no exception, especially with the way it is. Most of the time, reading is the main skill set to worry about here on the Lazer mod. But considering we already go into our opening bans of Protect here, first ban coming through is going to be that No Mod 1 from Flames tier, with Hidden 2 from AlphaU coming up.
Yep, no mod 1 ban from Flames tier makes complete sense. AlphaU had a pretty significant advantage on the no mod 1 and qualies. AlphaU banning the Hidden 2 is interesting. I mean, neither player were super confident on it. The Hidden 2 in qualies was much more flame focused. This Hidden 2 is significantly more aim and stack and awkward focus, so probably significantly less confident there. I believe now we're going to be going into our protects, so the players can, generally speaking, protect the maps that they are the most confident on, that they don't want to get banned. But yeah, talking about the Lazer mods as well, I'm super excited to see the Lazer mods. I've played quite a lot of fun Lazer mods on Lazer myself. A lot of stuff like, you know, traceable with, like, you know, hidden, all this weird stuff. Not traceable hidden, but some weird combos. There's a lot of really fun ones, and I do agree, they usually come down to some form of reading and memorization, especially. If you know the song super well that you don't even really need to see the notes to get the rhythm, that helps a lot, especially on stuff like freeze frame in this pool.
Yeah, agreed. I think Lazer mods always has an opening for volatility, which I think is going to be so exciting later on in the stage as well. We're going to be seeing more and more absurd combinations, and I can't wait to see that come out. I'm sure that our map pooling team have cooked up a lot of creative avenues for that. I'm sure they've had a lot of fun picking out and having ideas with that being applied, and I think that's part of what makes this tournament so fun. Things can be so unique. I mean, the DT is one thing to note as well. DT this time, instead of just being strictly that 1.5 times speed, it is a variation of speed, right? You have Hull Dwelling, which is 1.3 times speed. You've got DT3, which is 1.2 times speed. And then you have also, you do have to have that at least one traditional DT 1.5 times map, which is in that DT2. But that can vary depending on stage, depending on map, depending on difficulty. And I think that's one thing that also makes little extra spice be applied in this tournament. But with the second ban, coming through, it's going to be the DT3 out from AlphaU. Getting rid of that secondary mechanic slot with no more 3 being removed here from Flames tier.
Yep, and AlphaU's going to go right into their protect. So AlphaU protected the tech map, no mod 4. Makes complete sense given that they got second overall on the no mod 4 qualifiers. Obviously a bit of a different map, but they should still be super confident. And Flames tier being a very proficient tapping and flowing player, protecting that DT2 slot, and AlphaU, unsurprisingly, banning the DT3, which is a bit more stamina focused, but still in that tapping lane. So we're going to see self-destruct, which is probably one of the biggest bops of the pool, so keen to see this first.
Yeah, this one's a banger for sure. Sakura burst doesn't miss, man. And this map particularly is quite unique. Pretty long map as well, if I remember correctly. Generally speaking, about 3 minutes and 40 seconds long. Yeah, it's very much specific to its skill set in that slider aim with a little bit of extra control around that as well. Tech is the main name of the game with this one, but it isn't as, I wouldn't say, consistently difficult throughout the map. There are a lot of slow sections, a lot of build-ups, a lot of sudden key eye sparks, that switch and go. So, I mean, you will see a lot of cooldown, you will see a lot of moments where our players can relax a little bit and build up to free combo and act, but when those difficult bits hit, they hit really hard, especially in the latter third of the map where it just spikes even further away. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see that be the main exciting thing to look out for with our players. Slider tech is going to be that opening opt for AlphaU. I'm not too familiar with Flamester's capability on the tech. But if I remember correctly, I remember Flamester to be quite a versatile player, very much capable of doing some good stuff, and that is actually reflected in his qualifier results, having it opened up now, having 13th in that No Mod 4 in qualifiers, 774,000 score. Not really a joke here. Qualifiers are still to a similar level to week 1, so difficulty-wise, we're not seeing anything too different.
Yeah, but the other thing, you know, that's very interesting, because it's laser scoring, because it's this system where it's the highest score of 2 maps, AC obviously matters a lot more. A lot of the times, one of the downsides of the traditional score v2 system is you will see somebody like Malashevsky get, 99% on a No Mod 4 or even beyond that, but get one slider break and lose to somebody with like a 97 FC. Here, that 99 would often beat the score or even match it. So if you are a super confident tech player like AlphaU, you can be a lot more confident in your consistency, even if Flames tier is still a super strong tech player. If you just feel really, really good on the skill set, I think this type of scoring should favor you overall on average. And number 2, with some of the players we've seen in this tournament, is absolutely no joke at all.
Yeah, for sure. Waiting to see for our players to just load in. I'm not actually sure what is...
So I've been looking at the chat. I believe one of the players potentially doesn't have the maps and they're struggling to download it on direct. They might be looking to just download the entire map pack so they don't get delays in the future. So you might have a bit of a sit, which honestly is probably good to have the delays happen before any maps are played than after.
We don't want any disaster striking here for any of our players. That's a good thing for these nooks and crannies to be broken out early in. Like before the map even starts. But
we got a full listen of the entire song before we even see it played.
True. This is a bop. I have to say, you call this one of the biggest bops. There are plenty of maps that I would consider also complete GOAT status in terms of how good they are. I mean, first off, our original in Deglaciation from 7, a really, really sick song, let alone a sick map. But plenty more as well that we're going to be seeing in the pool later on in this match. But to start off, we're going to be going with the banger that we've already talked about far too much at this rate. Glad to see finally our players are locked in and ready to go.
Here we go. AlphaU, first pick. Oh, definitely want to open strong. This was their best skill set in qualies, as we mentioned. It's their protected pick, so this is where you really want to take the lead here. Strong start, get a nice score lead to give yourself a chance to win this first set. And expect the intro should be pretty good for both players. Flames tier, though, going to be the first to break, and already we can see a massive act difference, which is just going to cascade into an ever-growing score lead for AlphaU.
Yeah, already a solid start here from AlphaU.
And look how aesthetic that slider looks with this skin, man. Oh, dude.
It's kind of pretty. It's pretty beautiful, yeah. Satisfying to watch it all unfold, but yeah, we're in a bit of a cooldown moment now, building up into our next section. It won't be too long, at least for now. Flames tier clearly not too far away, despite having that combo deficit. Accuracy is a much more valuable asset to take a hold of over your opponent in this match, in this tournament let alone. Having that high accuracy advantage is going to help you a lot more. Combo granted, usually king in Score v2, and even more king in solo Score v1, but in this style, in Score v3 we like to call it, it is a pretty clean 50-50. Sits on the same seat as accuracy. With the free combo being built up here, it's time to climb up. The build up will soon approach. Won't be long until we get to see some more difficult sections, and here we go. First set now, more control, a bit more of a rapid intensity, on top of the sliders becoming a little more noticeably rampant running through the map. So far so good for both sides until Flamester goes down, and that's a big combo game gone. Not only that, but accuracy still not really able to hold any weight over what AlphaU has now. 97.98, 98% accuracy now, but that full combo is still in strong hands here for this Chilean tech player. I mean, number 2 in qualifiers for a damn good reason, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, with those breaks from Flamester, likely this pick is done in terms of AlphaU winning this map, but at this point, how much of a score lead can AlphaU build? Over 3% in the AC lead, still holding that full combo. We have another slow section to get through to build up a little bit of score before we get into the hard part again. If AlphaU can manage to get an FFC or near FFC with like an 800, 900k, that's going to give them a really, really good shot at getting this first set.
Yeah, it's a matter of Flamester stopping the train getting as far away as possible. Even if the train's gone past, you don't want it to go too far out of your reach. We get into the next section of the map. Last minute left to go, and it's a slow build up, but we're going to be seeing a couple of moments that are a bit important to note about, and that miss is really not helpful there. And accuracy also doesn't help either. It's still really low. It's still not climbing up, despite so many moments of cooling down here. I mean, some of these misses here from Flamester are sloppy at this rate. It's practically over already, and now the train's starting to get quite far. Nearly 300,000 score in the favor of AlphaU. Now, the last 30 seconds do still have some moments of the map that could even make this harsher of a loss for Flamester. Those cut streams still hit so well here from AlphaU. Not even a drop of accuracy coming through as these sliders, although deceptively difficult, very cheesable, and so very much still in the cover game here for the Chilean player. And that's going to be almost enough to solidify a really strong advantage starting this off.
Yeah, and those unfortunate ending misses from Flamester, it's never, I mean, it's always worth it to claw for any score you can. It helps you on your pick. But AlphaU with a massive full combo, 98%. Extremely, extremely good start. And, you know, one thing to consider, a 550k to 900k score gap on Lazer is like the equivalent between like a, I would say like a 270k to 900k score gap on Score V2. It is a massive, massive difference. So with that start, I mean, AlphaU should have this first set in the bag unless we see something even crazier from Flamester on the opposite side. I mean, he'd have to basically FC and AlphaU to perform even worse.
Yeah. It's a scary prospect now for Flamester in this first set. That being said, it's going to be up to him to decide his fate in this next one. This advantage is really, really high. And also against AlphaU, a player, although very much strong and specialized on maps like Tech, on maps like Hidden, surprised to not. Honestly, I remember AlphaU being a pretty strong reading player. I'm quite surprised to see Machine Love banned, but that might just be me mixing him up with somebody else. Oftentimes, Hidden was one of those things that AlphaU was considered to be really strong, at least from my studies, but I might be wrong.
And I like the strategy here. You see what he says in the chat. Let's scrap this set and go a Hidden 1. This is a pick that AlphaU would pick, but what he's doing is he said, okay, this set's already over. I lost too hard on that No Mod 4 to realistically win this set. I'm not picking my own map. I'm going to pick your map, so you have less fuel in the later sets. I think that is the strategy you want to go for here. The set is almost unwinnable at this point. So yeah, just pick their map, have a good time, and reset for the next one.
A good use now that we're seeing of the set system being strategized differently. We've seen quite a lot of it happen throughout the early stages so far, but this is my first time seeing it while casting, and it's nice to see. That being said, this is a pretty typical map that is very much not difficult to explain. It is your bog standard Hidden 1, at least in modern day. Awkward pattern aim with Hidden applied on top. It's as simple as that, really. I mean, it's Brutal Tome. I mean, you see the name and you already know.
Yeah, this is basically like a, in terms of just the skill set, a test, it's almost a one-to-one to the qualifiers, so you can mirror the qualifier results to this pretty well, and this is another one of AlphaU's best performances, getting 6th overall. With this lead already, you can pretty much already call this first set, but still will be good to see what the players can do, even just to warm up or show their ability as we go into the next maps.
Yeah, this one's going to be a bit of a long journey to get past, as it's kind of already accepted for Flamester to take his fate, but having him take away a map like that from AlphaU is nice to do. Rob him of a future opportunity later on as more maps start to open up for Flamester. Curious on how he's going to adapt in this pool, as you've got not really that many normal options left. You have a few hard rock and DT options if you wanted to take that.
Yeah, I mean, Alfie did have a really strong hard rock 2 as well. That's the other, big qualifier score that hasn't really been touched. It's a very different precision map. It basically couldn't be more different of precision. The qualifiers was flow aim heavy. This one is much smaller circles and more so low BPM, big aim and sliders. But obviously still precision. If Alfie feels good on it, that could be a direction to go into. A bit of lobby shenanigans though. I think Flames might have to do a re-download.
Bruh, not again. Poor Flames dear.
Yeah, it seems to come up as having no map for this.
With that being said, we can talk a little bit more about the options that he's got. I mean, Seed 16 on Hard Rock overall. You could maybe see a Hard Rock 1 being picked up, or even a Hard Rock 3 from Flamester. Could also potentially see a Laser mod being picked. Granted, although quite different, still having a similar ball game as Afterlight, even if the mods were different, it is still very much a reading and practice heavy map. So regardless, really, it's going to be something that Flamester might be able to exploit if he feels that like it, but I'd be afraid of Alpha, honestly, on a map like this anyway. So I really wonder what option's going to go into next. I mean, Alpha, I feel like has to go into Hidden 3 at some point.
For sure.
Most likely in the next set, if that isn't his next map, which I would be pretty surprised not to see if it isn't Hard Rock 2. I think those are the other two maps that I would definitely expect Alpha to pick. Aside from that, kind of a very real estate here for either Alpha or Flamester.
Yeah, I think after that gets close, I think a really good pick for Flamester will be that Hard Rock 3. Flamester had a great No Mod 3 score, and that Snap Alt skill set is very similar. Obviously, this Hard Rock 3 has the Hard Rock added, but Flamester should be super comfy, especially with Alfie not really being too comfortable on the Snap Alt and the qualifiers, so I think that's a good way to go. Obviously, the tapping, DT2, DT1. I assume when it's his first pick for this next set, he'll probably just open with his Protect in the same way Alfie did, just to even it out. Hopefully look for a 1-1 set to just match it out, but still waiting on the map shenanigans to sort themselves out.
Poor guy is getting screwed over a little bit by the beat map mirror. But we have to just wait for that to load up slowly but surely. I mean, it's a shame that there's so little to say about a map like Ego, where it is probably the most simple bog standard map we know. It's just simple as that, really.
I mean, the background's cool. Fumo with
background is cool.
shoes.
Yeah, Fumo with the big Nikes. It's pretty fire. I mean, we can talk about some bangers, Body. You talked about how Self-Destruct was one of the big super bangers, but I'm telling you now, Flood Warning, the Hard Rock 3, is absolutely awesome. I love that song so much. On top of that, I mean, you've got Deglaciation, like we said before, our Osu original that we could see as the tiebreaker if this continues to be if this decides to be a close series later on. It wasn't a close start, but maybe in the second set we'll see something different. But yeah, I think Hard Rock 3 is probably my favorite song in this map pool.
Yeah, I don't think I listened to too much of it when I was looking at the map pool, so I'll assume hopefully Flamester picks it and I'll get to hear it in full.
Yeah, Limonen is such a lovely artist. They've made some really nice songs before. I mean, Please Replay, I think, is probably one of her most famous songs. And that was really, really good.
But it looks like not just that this map will work, but hopefully the rest should be fine without any delays. I believe Flamester already checked. So here we go, Hidden 1. Obviously, reiterating this, Flamester picked this, but this is realistically an Alpha map. Flamester most likely picking it to remove a pick from the future, as this set is likely already over for him. So here we go. Anti-aim, awkward, hidden.
Yeah, not really much else you can talk about. It's kind of simple as, really. I mean, already a couple misses there from Alpha U, maybe a little bit of a slight misread. I believe that might have even been on the tapping there, because it didn't really seem like he misaimed those. I think it was more just the tapping and then the reaction shake afterwards of the miss. But that's given Flamester a pretty good early advantage at the start, but it's not going to be long until he brings that back, especially with that accuracy difference already 2% in the favor of Alpha U, despite having that superior miss count.
Yeah, and usually that accuracy will indicate more comfort later on. Both players were pretty solid on this, but Alpha U obviously having the lead in the qualifiers. Both players missing at the same point as well. Honestly, I'm pretty surprised by how difficult a lot of these maps are. This one included already at this first round stage. Obviously, lots of extremely potent players playing, but we can see misses out both sides. But Alfie with that massive ACK lead, getting that score advantage. And realistically speaking, with a 380k score lead from the first map, not much Flamester can do here.
Yeah, a solid advantage start. Having that high combo game, but now being flipped back on its head. Still 10,000 score to be really close, so it's definitely still anyone's map, but we've got a little bit of a while until the difficulty starts to hit, just like here. First up jumps before the second Ki, and it's gonna go in the favor of Flamester, as Alfie will drop that combo, but not long after the trade from Flamester comes through, and it's still that accuracy to give Alfie that comfort safety net of score to even if having that small disadvantage, keep him in the lead by about 14,000 score. These big jumps about to come through. Surely now going to trip out Flamester. No! Impressively hit that as we go into the guitar solo section. A moment where if Flamester hits this, a lot of combo game could be built. It's up to him really as to whether or not he can get this going. Some of the accuracy is going to be so scary to maintain with these rapid bursts and jumps. Jumps coming through again after the burst, and it's not going to be enough here for Flamester. He's down, and it's back to the flip in favor of Alfie.
And some of these patterns, some of these angles are just brutal. We saw Flamester get through quite a difficult horizontal section, but missing after. I mean, holding on to your combo for any solid amount of time on a map like this is quite a challenge. Never really gives you a chance to let up. Always have to be on your tippy toes. Another huge difficult part here. Alfie getting through the brunt of it though. 97 does find a break. But as we get towards the end of this map, it'll be a very solid first set for Alfie.
Yeah, like we said, this wasn't necessarily intended to be a map that Flamester could bring this back on. Kind of already knew he wanted to scrap the set. And even so, he's put up a decent fight, but you need a lot of score in your favor to get this done. 389,000 score, and that's just not what we're seeing here. In fact, not even lead in the first place. 40,000 score in favor of Alfie to close out the set, and it's going to be set one taken in his favor. And with that, his hidden one is taken away, but I don't know. I feel like Flamester might be regretting his choice with going to this one. Only a 40,000 score difference. That is measly and very much a capable disadvantage to overtake in the second map. So maybe Flamester regretting that pick, especially considering that Alfie still has Hard Rock 2 and Hidden 3 open.
Yeah, I think maybe Hard Rock 2 I can understand because it's such a different precision map, but I feel like Hidden 3 is probably more of a safe bet if you want to pick an Alfie map. But Flamester are going to go right into the No Mod 2, so picking the Flow Aim / Techie Cut Stream map, kind of a mix of both of those skill sets. A little bit surprised he went right into this first before some of his more confident picks, but this should be a very good map for Flamester as well, being a very good Flow Aim player.
Flamester, generally speaking, a pretty well-versed, spread-out mechanics player. Hard Rock, no mod. A little bit of DT as long as it isn't too overbearing on the skill ceiling. And this might be no exception. Are we flowing in space? Generally speaking, BPM-wise, not too difficult on the tapping requirement. It's very much more on that flowing and that cut stream difficulty that's going to hit you hard. First half mostly consisting of that difficult cut stream difficulty, but later on, towards the second half of the map, it's going to be a lot more heavy on the flow aim, and that's when your stamina will be rounded down just a little bit, and that's where I think Flamester is looking to edge that win out. This is a OS original from the perennial 2024, and very much a fan favorite. I think this is one of the most more beloved maps that we saw in that tournament.
Yeah, and if I had to, bet on who would win this map, I'd probably guess Flamester, and we see Alfie with the first break, but I feel like Alfie should still be able to hold on, at least get a solid score, but we can already see a lot of struggles. This map does not let out with some of those angles, but Flamester going to find a break. However, coming out the gate with a massive ACK lead should help him quite a lot. As we approach the quarter-way mark of this map, both players finding several misses on these brutal angle changes and cuts.
Yeah, for sure. Although combo game very much evenly matched, accuracy 2% in the favor of Flamester, but you need a lot more here. And I think, honestly, the secondary Flame second is going to be where Flamester is going to be able to excel. This is going to be a lot more in his ball game, I feel. With that cut stream difficulty, it's going to add like a slight little hit of reading as well, and a slight little bit of finger control, and If you're not prepared even in the slightest, you can lead to a bit of a slip up in terms of your combo game, and this might be a slight thorn in the spine of Flames tier here. If this is made to be really close later on, this is going to be rough, and he's missed out on that short cut stream section, and Flames tier's combo advantage is slowly being thinned away. His accuracy as well being slowly thinned away. AlphaU is building the comeback.
Yeah, Alfie managed to hit that very brutal techie section, and that makes sense considering their skill set. And now these back and forths, Alfie still managing to hold that combo. How long can they do it for? If they could come out this first Flames tier pick with a win on the map, it would be so huge for them. Alfie still holding on through this brutal section.
It's a dream scenario here for AlphaU. I mean, even if you missed out on this combo here, you don't need to win. You don't need to even lose in a close fashion. The fact that you have this lead alone is massive here. It's all just about suppressing the value that Flamestier can make off of his own pick, and that value is effectively 0 right now. What we initially thought was a huge potential easy win here for Flamestier is now being snuffed away and given a near 12,000 lead now in favor of AlphaU here, and that's really rough now if you're Flamestier. You don't want to be conceding this. Your own pick by 11,000, granted not a stomp, but you'd really hope that your own pick would be a bit more one-sided, especially with AlphaU having so many options still.
Yeah, this puts Flamestier in an awkward spot. Obviously, it's not a huge deficit. It's not like the same as we saw in the first set, but this is going to be AlphaU's pick, and you need to win the pick by that same margin. AlphaU going into that hidden 3 we talked about is just being an AlphaU map all over it. It's a hidden techie map. Funnily enough, it has a lot of some of the flow-aimy kind of cuts we saw before, along with a lot of really gnarly slider patterns that should favor AlphaU, and being obviously hidden. So this should be in AlphaU's ballpark. Flamestier, though, could find it within himself to manage to take this pick. He kind of needs it as well. If you're down 2 sets already, it's going to be a rough start to come back from.
Yeah, this is a very volatile map, and a very short one at that as well, so any big combos built up in this first half is going to really matter. Already first blood dropped super early here from Flamestier, but nothing too worrisome just yet. But this map really doesn't stop in terms of difficulty. You've got plenty of patterns here that you have to worry about. You've got these sliders, you've got the aim, you've got the stacks, and you have some of the scary flow aim that we're going to be seeing soon. I mean, at the moment it's not too crazy, just generally speaking a little bit of snap and aim control, but there's the first string that's going to trip up Flamestier. The AlphaU missing earlier on not too long ago. And these sliders up next. I mean, slowly but surely, it's a long, scary loss here.
Those slider patterns look so satisfying to hit, but you can see here, Flamestier did a pretty good job holding onto the combo early on, but the Accolade is giving AlphaU such a massive boost, even with AlphaU trading misses along with Flamestier. It's that Act that's doing the damage, but still not an unrecoverable lead, especially with the slight combo lead. I mean,
Flamestier, instead of misses there, going to drop his accuracy by a long shot from about high 94s to now 93. With AlphaU still scraping just over 97 accuracy. Combo game also in his favor. This is really rough here for Flamestier. You have a flame section here that could save your skin if you manage to hit it. And this is where, honestly, the high stakes matter. This is still a pretty close scoreline. Sliders, jump
section.
Hit that big flow aim now. Flamestier misses, but still it matters accuracy. Is there going to be a chain miss from the other side? No, it's not going to happen. Another miss from AlphaU, but it's not going to matter. 70,000 score still there. Flamestier can't gain the Ack, and that's going to be his downfall in the second set, as this might just be his fate sealed here for set 2.
Yeah, I think AlphaU just too strong on this hidden 3. Flamestier making a good showing to not make this an absolutely big loss, but the main mistake was just losing your first pick. You needed to get a bigger score lead. Maybe it would have been more worth it to pick something like the DT2. It should have been a more confident strength. But AlphaU here, opening up this match with 2-1 sets. You now have 3 different sets, all to have a chance to end the match. So a big cavern that Flamestier has to come out of to win this one.
Yeah, versatility from AlphaU is showing no bounds, as he's, regardless of really what's been showing up, he's been the one to win it, even if by close margins. Doesn't mean much. 3C difference. There's so much more victories, and honestly, this might be a byproduct of Flamestier not really practicing the pool. I mean, I've seen multiple instances now in chat of him just saying, I've been sight reading, or I can't sight read this.
I have seen this as well.
you can argue this is kind of his fault here that he's let this go through, because now he's facing elimination with one more set left, and he can't really pull through anything. It's kind of a done deal.
Yeah, I mean, especially if he's actually sight reading. I mean, that laser map it goes from being a pretty big strength in qualifiers to an unpickable map. Yeah, freeze frame is, you would have to be an absolute GN level monster to sight read freeze frame.
Yeah, it takes some serious reading capability to do that sight reading. Practicing, not as much. I mean, a good amount of players could probably play it to a consistent level with enough practice, but to sight read flat by second with freeze frame is a bit silly, a bit ludicrous. Now for you, going to be going into his mechanical sides here. We're going to be playing Demotori, as he says himself. DT2 285 BPM burst speed.
Alphew taking into Flames Tier's Protect, which I don't think you can do, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. Yeah, you can see the referee saying you cannot do that. But Flames Tier will probably just pick it after anyway.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. I wonder what made him decide to pick into that. Maybe he's just that confident.
It's either confidence or just like, hey, you're side reading the pool, I'll give you a vote. I don't know. That's maybe my guess. But Hard Rock 3 here. Actually, yeah, this is the song I wanted to see. Also thought it was a bit of a Flames Tier map, but could be proven wrong.
Agreed. I mean, I think what makes this a little bit more in the favor of Alphew is that he is the stronger player statistically on Hard Rock 2. And this Hard Rock 3 particularly, although is very alt snap aim heavy, it is also decently high in its circle size. It's 5.9, not usual 5.2 that you would expect. So precision is still something to worry about on a map like this. Even if the mechanical mapping style and pacing is what really makes this difficult. I'm really curious on how this is going to work out, as Flames Tier unfortunately again seems to be finding trouble with getting the map on this game.
Such is life. Apparently some maps had updates, so maybe that's what's doing it. But yeah, I mean, CS 5.9 on this skill set, it just sounds devious to hold any combo on.
I love the song. Like the little chorus jingle, I just love it.
Yeah.
It's so fun. Like, I don't know, I hear it and I just think about like rapid cut people dancing in a colorful anime opening or something. Like, it's such a vibe of a song.
Friends, I feel it. I think the map itself I'm just biased towards because I love Hard Rock ult. So any map that's Hard Rock ult, I'll enjoy.
This isn't even like ult in and of itself. It is rapid snap aim with finger control applied as well. There was some bursts sprinkled in there too. This is probably one of the hardest maps in the pool, in all honesty. Aside from DT2, I'd say. This is probably one of the hardest maps in the pool.
I'd probably agree, just because of how easy it tends to be to miss on these kind of snappy, higher BPM maps. With CS 5.9, this is probably one of the hardest maps to get an actual FC on in the entire in the pool. I'm just praying for Flames Tier's internet to connect.
Me too, man. There's not really much I can talk about here. Just wait. I mean,
actually, okay, maybe the most banger. Sorry, we were talking about bangers in the pool to just pad time. Maybe for me, it's actually hard. It's like the first half of Hard Rock 1, where you get the backing vocals. That is maybe the sauciest part of this entire pool for me.
I can see that. I think I find Divine Deal to be a really, really good song. It's a big banger for me. There are loads of bangs in this pool. I'm very grateful for this LGA, at least so far, to have a lot of really fun, exciting songs. I mean, we've got what? Are We Floating in Space? Self-Destruct, Machine Love, Will Start Senhai, Yorokonde, Divine Deal, which is a Corsair's Open 2022 original for Round 32 as a tiebreaker. Which is an absolutely fire map. Garden really doesn't miss with those TVs. I mean, it's probably one of the fan favorite maps we have here. We've got loads more other maps in the pool too. I mean, we've been talking about quite a few, but not only do we have the ones we've already talked about, we have Take a Breath, which is a really nice slower paced song. We've got Hard Rock 3 we've already talked about. Hole Dwelling, what a banger. Demotori, DT2. I mean, So many.
Also, for a moment there, the stream overlay swapped to the lobby. Yeah, there's the download meter. You can see it is crawling. It's getting there though. It's getting there, ever so slowly. Come on, you got this. You got this. Downloading that bar. Oh man.
Can we get some cheers in chat for Flames Tears ISP?
Just raise your hands. Do the spirit bomb.
Raise your swords.
From do the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball Z to support Flames.
Raise your
Tears
hands or
internet.
your swords, depending on whatever you want. Like,
yeah, works too.
Give some hype for his internet, please. Oh look, it's moving, go!
Yeah, I feel like it has moved faster.
Oh my goodness.
Maybe you just need some encouragement.
How is he even able to connect to Bancho?
I
With
have
it being this
no
slowed down
idea.
on the OSU map. Like with doesn't it? I don't know about you, Body, but like, doesn't it for you take like almost a blink of an eye to download an OSU map?
Usually, yeah. I think a couple times. I think at one time I downloaded so many maps that got like rate limited, but like other than that, it's usually pretty fast unless I'm downloading something else, obviously.
Yeah.
What?
I can see.
There we
I
go.
can see.
Come on. There we importing.
Oh, importing. Surely that's internal, right? Yes.
Huge. Ready. Let's go.
We did it.
Let's
chat,
play.
we did
Let's
it.
play some Osu.
You see, your cheers, chat. Your cheers helped this happen. Shout out to everyone in chat. Shouting out their cheers and praises.
It worked. It
As,
got faster.
Flames Tick and I'll be grateful to have downloaded an absolute banger of a map. And a banger of a song on top of that too. Flood Warning, here we go. Picked by Alfie, what we expected to be Flames Tears pick. We're finally back into it, thank goodness. I was starting to get some withdrawals from my Osu casting addiction. And you can already see this map is really, really difficult. Super rapid on those snaps. Some of the aim patterns as well, like, kind of rotate over time, and the angling can be a bit awkward if you're not too prepared for them. And so far, so good here for Alpha holding on to that intro difficulty section with Flamesteer being the one to drop first blood.
And except that circle size as well cannot be understated. I mean, this type of map would already be pretty difficult on 5.2. 5.9, you're just not really used to playing a map like this at that circle size for most people. So that adds a lot of room for failure. As you've seen both players drop Flamesteer now with the biggest combo, and Axe are roughly even. So really anyone's game right now.
Still very close. Flamesteer losing that combo advantage, and accuracy still being really close, so it's not going to be too big of a gap for Alpha to build. That being said, combo is still a thing and still very much present to help you contribute to your win, and on a combo now gone, back in the favor of Flamesteer, especially now as accuracy is closing in into the favor of Flamesteer. That's suddenly flipped back into his favor now. 20,000 score after the spinner coming through and the break is shown. Flamesteer very much aware. He's in the lead, but Alpha catching his tail. It's not going to be long until things get spicy once again.
Alfie chain missed a pretty big section in the bottom left. I think maybe his aim hand kind of giving out on that section. Maybe showing some aim fatigue as we go deeper into this map, and Flamesteer climbing in the accuracy, meanwhile Alfie dropping. Will build up that lead for Flamesteer, which is desperately needed after the first two sets.
I mean, some of these angles, like, they look so acute, but you have to still snap them from the way they're positioned. And so, yeah, aim fatigue is a big deal on this map. You have to be so precise, so ready. You notice Flamesteer having a little bit more of a shaky hit after focusing on most of the aim patterns now. And as we get back into that recurring jingle section with the jumps, it's still in the lead of Flamesteer at 61,000 score. Not really the most comfortable lead you want here from Alpha U to be dealing with, but it's still 55,000 score, not the worst scenario. With that miss from Flamesteer making it a little bit more close, more misses coming through from Flamesteer as well. It's slowly closing in favor of Alpha U. And there's so little time left to go.
Yeah.
I mean, he's closed this gap from 60k to 10,000. I think Alpha U, although upset with maybe losing it, can breathe a sigh of relief that he's at least not let him get away too far.
Yeah, I mean, 10k score lead, not too bad. I mean, especially after Alpha U picked the DT2. Maybe Alpha U picked it for Flamesteer, I don't know. But regardless, we should see Flamesteer pick DT2 here. There we go. This should be Flamesteer's biggest map favor, his biggest comfort. Will really depend on how Alpha U can compete on the speed. But a lot of the times, that really, really high BPM ends up being a bit of a blind spot for some players. And if it is, Flamesteer should be able to build up enough of a lead to secure the set. Hopefully for him, to make it a little bit more closer.
Demetroid coming in. This was the Flames tier pick. Regardless, I mean, this one could have potential to be really, really close, considering Alpha and Flames tier both were eager to pick this one. And this is a very mechanically intensive map as well. 285 BPM, raw speed, 10.3. This map holds no bars, and it is around for a long time too. You know, that time that you see down there is inaccurate. It is not 4 minutes and 55 seconds long, and not tie-breaking length at least. That's for Hard Rock 1, if you'll see that later.
Yeah.
But this one is still at a really, really long length. This is 3 minutes and 16 seconds of this amount of difficulty. That's long for a DT map. I mean, you can't really understate it. Also being one of the highest star rating map in this pool, 7.8 stars. It is just a raw mechanics test here. And both our players so far playing this really, really well to high efficiency. No misses either just yet. 200 combos still gaining. And finally, Alpha used the miss to start this off.
A big miss from Alfie. Alfie was holding up at the beginning, but a pretty big act loss now puts the lead over to Flames tier. Flames tier dropping as well, so won't be running away with it, but still solid lead for now and plenty of map left to go to build that up.
I think one thing to be worried about this map as well is the intense guitar session we're going to be seeing midway. I mean, speed being a bit peak in this particular section here. It's going to be a lot more later on though, and if that fatigue hits one of these players a little hard, any particular chain miss could be seriously make or break, as this is still anyone's map. Accuracy though, in the favor of Alpha U at least so far, 94.95 now, just barely. For Alpha U, combo game dead even, not really the thing to worry about right now. Nearly 2.5% in the favor of Flames tier. This level is really, really valuable.
But you know what, Alpha U, after that break, holding that combo now, matching it out. If Flames tier manages to find a break and Alpha U can combo, there is a chance here. It might be very tough with how brutal this section is. Flames tier does find a break. Alpha U now in the combo lead, but does find a miss on the aim right after. And several misses as well with some act loss. Puts Flames tier back in the driver's seat. Oh, this is the part where the song goes crazy. This is probably one of the sickest guitar sections of all Ozu songs.
And this bit matters as well. There are some very dense patterns, especially with the tapping right there. This Flames tier still holds strong. Proving so far to be the mechanically superior player, but there's still a lot more to go, particularly right here. In control at an absolute max here. This matters more than anything for Flames tier. As long as he can hold on, keep consistent flow, he's got it all in the bag. He lands everything beautifully here. Only a couple 100s dropped, and it feels like Alpha U's fate on this set is sealed, as Flames tier is running ahead for the hills with still a great combo lead on top of the accuracy. Unless a collapse is to ensue, this seems like it might just be all but done here for Flames tier.
Yeah, I mean, you should just get like a instant win for performing better on that guitar solo section. That should just be the entire map. But yeah, I mean, with the score lead and combo and act lead, pretty much should be over for the set, especially with that 10k advantage for the first map. But man, Flames tier with the huge 700 combo. Alfie as well, actually had a 400 combo, but gone now, but Flames tier just doing fantastic on this ending.
Oh, this ending here is super fast paced as well, and he just passes the test with flying colors. What a gorgeous close to the map here from Flames tier. 70k now, 757 from Flames tier. What a dominant map performance from him. 7 misses and really solid accuracy to boot, considering how difficult the map is. Remember, this is 285 BPM. Flames tier is a damn strong speed player, as we can clearly see. I mean, Alpha U, I think, seemingly really solid on the tapping. It felt more like the reading was the issue, and he says it himself. That 10.3, with how volatile and dense and difficulty the map is, can lead your senses to be a little overwhelmed.
For sure, but back into the next set. Flames tier with a point on the board up against Alpha U's 2 sets. And for this next set, I believe Flames tier will actually be picking again as the first pick. Now, what does he want to play as the pool is starting to run out of options? It's going to be DT1, so staying in that DT lane makes sense. You won the DT2, DT3 was banned. This is much more of an A map, but still on the, I believe on the higher AR side, from what I recall.
Oh, yes.
Yep, 10.3. So if that 10.3 is a struggle point for Alpha U, maybe that's where you can find an advantage.
This map is so good, man. Song is a
Yeah.
banger, but map is even bigger of a banger.
I love any map that does like a structural gimmick. Obviously, this one, the gimmick is you're going left to right, over and over. I kind of wish more maps did stuff like that. Obviously, I understand why it's a lot of effort to map like that, but I always love to see it.
I mean, there's only someone like Melon Boy who can make these maps so specific, so obvious to its gimmick, yet still so playable, so fun, and so viable for tournaments. And it's just such a fun map to play. I mean, you could look from the outside in and think, hey, this may be a little bit more repetitive, but nah, man. When you play it, when you're in there, and when you see players pop off, especially towards the biggest spikes towards the latter third of the map, it is so fun to see and so satisfying to watch. Generally speaking, for the most part, these guys are going to be aiming up and down vertically constantly with only slow shifts left and right. Almost a little bit like a spiral. That's kind of the goal of the gimmick here. But the map is great, the song is great, and there are still some moments to look out for, like the slider aim is going to be a moment about halfway through the map, I believe, is going to have a bit of a jump scare in both the slider aim and the bursts. There's a very specific quad that's really easy to trip up on if you're not prepared for it. So we're going to have to wait and see on whether or not these two here can pop off and be prepared for it. So far, so good for both sides. Accuracy in the favor of Flames here this time. 97.6 in this new set. Looking to make this a tiebreaker set.
Yeah, but so far, both players holding on to the combos, but the map picks up here. You can see on the spacing, and man, you just get thrown into a trance playing this. The constant vertical is going side to side. But neither player finding that miss is going to be Alfie with the first break. Now Flamester almost over-aiming that slider take, but doesn't. Alfie dropping again. Now Flamester with a big lead. Does find a break though, but still has that ACK advantage. Give him a head start here.
Yeah, well done here so far from Flamester. Still keeping that accuracy close, even if the combo game is not in his favor, but this is a good moment here to build up as well. I mean, this 10.3 feels a bit more frightening, honestly, even if the patterns are a bit more predictable. Excuse me. It only really feels scary before you even got onto the patterns. Once the chain starts, it's a little easy, but still, moments like these are so abrupt and so sudden, you can get really caught off guard. Still, accuracy is very high from both sides, but it's not going to be long until we're going to see some very scary slider aim, including this jump scare burst that I'm just expecting someone to miss on, and there's Flamester to miss. Alpha clean on the draw, knows exactly what he's coming at him before he hits it, and so this combo lead is going to really help as long as these sliders can hit. I mean, the guy loves sliders, the guy loves tech. Maybe this is the time for him to shine even brighter, to overtake, closing the gap now from what was initially a 60k deficit to only 20.
I think you're right. I mean, that wiggle is reminiscent of a tech pattern, and those sliders follow in that suit, so that section favoring Alfie significantly now. Over 600 combo. Still behind on accuracy, but the score lead is closing, and once again, even if he doesn't necessarily win this map, any score you can get is huge, but Alfie still building that up. Hitting the spiral section.
It's going to be once again an abrupt awakening here, and down goes Alfie. He is tripped up by the jump scare of the final KI time, and that's given Flamester more than enough room to keep that lead ahead. Only by very thin margins though. 20,000 score and starting to climb up. As the jumps get harder and harder. Not really much else Alpha can do. He has to face the music knowing that his accuracy is far too low to really contest. Combo game can only do so much. Even with the advantage he had for so long throughout this map, it wasn't enough to overtake. There wasn't even a score lead he could have. It wasn't going to happen, whether he wanted to or not. Flamester was still in control. Accuracy proving to be the big factor to worry about in this tournament. Flamester proving it well. 40,000 score in his favor. Maybe slightly close in, assuming there may be a couple slip-ups, but it doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, it will be gaining, as Flamester will secure a relatively comfy 50,000 score lead. These maps for the last few sets have been very close. This one being no exception. Flamester with a lead. Alfie is going to have to overtake soon, hopefully. Close enough to maybe get us to a set 5.
Yeah, and there we go. 53k score. A pretty solid lead for the first pick. Definitely not something that isn't doable for Alfie to come back from, but this deep into the pool with the maps that are left, it's going to be hard to find those huge advantages. And it's going to be Hard Rock 1, so glad to see it. Won't be that Hard Rock 2 we talked about, but obviously it was such a different precision map, it's kind of up in the air. It's really down to Alfie's just comfort with that, whether or not that was a pick, but it's going to be the Hard Rock 1, 5-minute long map. Just an overall consistency test. It's a tiebreaker originally, so you're going to see a large variety, a large mix of skill sets.
Go. Hard Rock 1 being locked in, the final deal. You mentioned it before. Pretty banger OS original, oh not OS original, Course Ace original from Course Ace Open 2022, I believe, or 2023, one of those two stages. Very early stage, first stage in fact, tiebreaker. And it was to a very strong success. I think it's gained a lot more popularity now in recent years, now that people have had more time to look back and enjoy the ones that they may have missed on before. But this is indeed tiebreaker length. This is 5 minutes long. And with Hard Rock applied as well, you'd imagine consistency and nerve control is really the name of the game with this one. But generally speaking, the mapping style is pretty neutral and pretty consistent. It is a light tech flow aim test with some instances of slider aim, some instances of fit control, but generally speaking, nothing too crazy for our players to handle.
Yeah, and remember, for Alfie to win this set, lead to win this pick by a little bit over 50k, that early miss isn't necessarily going to help. The techie sections, the ulti sections, cut streams, those parts of the map should overall favor Alfie, but Flamesteer will be no slouch on this either, and showing it with this early combo lead. And it's these backing vocals that I really like a lot.
Oh yeah, I hear him. This is really cool actually. It reminds me of another song that I can't like pinpoint the name of, but I know what it is. There's like a flowing free mod from OWC 2021. It reminds me slightly of that, even if the vocals are a bit more pronounced. Good start here from Flamesteer though, unrelated, back into the match. After you with that combo break. You know, unlike most of the other maps in this pool, generally speaking, combo game becomes more and more valuable the shorter the map is, but this map, if you build up some free combo after hitting some difficult sections, you have loads and loads of time to build that combo lead to the point where it becomes a genuine threat. And, well,
Flamesteer,
that threat's no longer existent anymore.
Flamesteer does find a break, but with the lead Flamesteer has accrued, Alfie needs to win this by 50k, and if neither player can really build a massive combo, whoever ends up winning likely won't win by the largest margin, and that should favor Flamesteer. It's one of the downsides of picking these like very difficult to combo maps. The score lead for the winner likely won't be that high in magnitude.
Oh, solid advantage is solidified here from Flamesteer. It's not really much of an ordeal that Alfie can really deal with here. Big stream there, miss from Alfie again, and hit cleanly here from Flamesteer. Guy's clearly a very console player on a map like this. You're starting to question a little bit why Alfie would pick this, aside from the fact that if he wanted to get this set done and over with, this might be another strategic pick where he's just, you know what, we're gonna just get one of his strongest picks out of the way, which I honestly am not too surprised about. Flamesteer is a really strong Hard Rock player, but Alfie, although generally speaking known for being specialized in tech and hidden, is also a very well-rounded player, very much strong enough to do really well on a multitude of maps. But this does seem like a strategic pick here from Alfie to eliminate one of those picks from Flamesteer into the final set.
Yeah, it could be, but Flamesteer does win this one, which is looking like it will happen. That puts you in a 2-2 set situation where you have to play the tiebreaker, and also, yeah, kind of puts it up in the air. I think maybe it was just a case of there wasn't really any picks left that was a significant advantage. Flamesteer is kind of just performing here.
Yeah. And this cumulative score lead here from Flamesteer is exceeding now 130,000 score. You need so much from Alfie to overtake. This kind of feels already all but over. There's only a minute and a half left to go, and you've got no accuracy lead, dead even combo, which is not what really matters here anymore. Maybe you could see a potential threat had this been score v2, but not here. Minute left to go. BPM ramping up a little bit more with a little bit extra control being peppered in. There's some slider aim. As to get into final TI time. Another miss from Alfie. Might have just sealed his fate on this set in this fourth set. Flamesteer has managed to come back from the brink, being 2 sets down, and now bringing this back into a tiebreaker set.
Yeah, and a really, really good score for Flamesteer as well. This map is no joke, and now Flamesteer kind of running away with the momentum here. It was Alfeu to take up the first 2 sets with a resoundingly confident first pick with the Tech Map FC. But since then, Flamesteer falling back, and now we'll tie the sets up, giving us that tiebreaker chance. Well, I mean, guaranteed tiebreaker.
Yeah. That's going to happen. We are going to be seeing our original top of 2 other maps coming through. So these guys will have a chance at still flexing some of their own muscles on their respective maps, but this time there's no throwing anything away. These guys really need to be playing what they see as their absolute best, at least of what's left. Hard Rock 2 is still open, most notably. Hidden 3, I believe, is still open. Wait, am I wrong? No, I think Hidden 3 was actually picked. Never mind.
Hidden 3 was picked, yeah.
There's
There's
have a
Hard Rock 2, the Lazer map.
Laser mod, yes. Oh.
Is it just those 2 maps?
Yeah, it is. Last two maps plus the original coming through.
So we're gonna see a CS 7.8 map, a freeze frame map, and then an original big skill set banger tiebreaker. A very eclectic bag of maps.
Here's the thing. I feel like this is in favor of Flamesteer. If Flamesteer can at least put up a fight here on Hard Rock 2, he's going to be able to get a decent advantage on Flatbed 2nd. And this Mech Tech map in the original, although is techie for Alfeu, the mechanics are something that's going to be a lot more important, especially later on where fatigue is going to be a big issue here. I favor Flamesteer in this matchup, but Alfeu is Alfeu. I mean, he's a really strong player in that Hard Rock 2. We saw it in qualifiers, and we have to see it this time, surely. It really is a matter on whether or not it works, and considering the fact that Alfeu and Flamesteer are both admitting now that they haven't practiced, I'm starting to get concerned here.
Dude.
This is now suddenly went from something that I predicted to be really cool, close, and exciting to now being just a scrap. A complete scrap.
Here's the thing though, the scrap still matters a lot, right? Because with the tiebreaker, it's going to be so difficult. Once again, it's going to be similar to the Hard Rock 1 thing where whoever wins won't win by the biggest margin because you're not likely getting a massive score lead, right? Because you just won't get a big combo. I feel like really where you're going to need to build that score lead is going to be this Lazer map and the Hard Rock 2. Now, obviously, if neither players really practice it, it'll be pretty low scores, but any score counts. And then after that, it's just going to be who has the God Precision run will be super, super important. But it's going to start with this. You're going to see 2 very good players have a sight read on freeze frame to just show you how hard this can be.
Yeah, so freeze frame, one thing that needs to be noted is that per unique combo color, every single note from that combo color set will appear at the exact same time. Approach circles will be different in pacing, but all of the notes themselves will appear at the exact same time, which leads to a significant reading test. And this is why I say practice means perfect. This is the kind of thing where you need to be preparing very diligently. You know, with these new mods coming through, our players are not used to them one bit. Nobody really has had long-term experience on these laser map pools. Laser mods, sorry, having been very accustomed to playing stable formats in tournaments. So anyone who can just really win by the seat of their pants here is really going to be what matters, as, I mean, both these players noticeably and blatantly struggling to a pretty crazy degree, but it is going to be Flamesteer who's in that lead by the accuracy margin.
Yeah, I mean, Flamesteer doing a better job at the sight read here, but for the actual score lead, it won't be super, super impactful, but you never know. Any difference here that Flamesteer can build up might matter, but yeah, this is this is not sight readable at all.
Yeah, I was about to say there might be an instance where this is actually probably a bit easier to sight read, at least this specific linear pattern here. But yeah, not these.
Yeah.
These like little cone triangle patterns are a lot more easy to sight read, but these ones here that overlap like zigzags, that's rough. That's near impossible to fully accurately sight read. And, I mean, yeah, simple as, if you don't practice this, you're cooked. You are cooked. You're not going to win. But thankfully, neither of them did, so someone's just going to get lucky, and it seems like Flames Tier, the one who Lady Luck favors more in this.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's luck. That's a hard fought 5K score lead. That is no luck in there.
Oh my gosh. These are currently the 15th and 18th strongest Lazer tournament players in the world.
Well, you know, sight reading freeze frame is tough. It is tough. But yeah, big 6K score lead in the bag for Flames Tier. Hopefully, imagine if that ends up being the difference. That would be absurd. That would be
so
hilarious.
That would be so funny. Oh, I see a lot of Dynamas in chat, and I love that. You guys know all too well what to type in situations like this. Oh, Host Live chat is just perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for your Dynamas. It truly was a Dynamo map there. And next map coming through is going to be that Take a Breath Glacier Hard Rock 2. And in all honesty, I mean, knowing that neither of these guys have practiced, I don't know what to think about, because this is another map that really is pretty important to know and study. It's a slow-paced map, very consistent, but has instances where you just get jump scared randomly out of nowhere from some really scary, be it flow aim, linear aim, or slide up aim patterns. This is very high precision, Bordy.
It is very high precision. It's definitely more sight readable. Obviously, practicing it would definitely help quite a lot. But yeah, I mean, some of the spacings on the patterns where you have to snap from a node to a slider, and the ticks especially can really catch you off guard. At this circle size, can be very, very easy to miss a slider tick, so we'll probably be seeing some of that. But, I mean, I would arguably say this is the most important map of the set, because this is likely where you'll see the highest potential score difference. So this is really where somebody can make the brunt of the lead.
Yeah, I mean, if we were to compare previous Hard Rock 2 scores, it was AlphaU who took a really convincing lead on Malaka in qualifiers, having 942,000 score compared to Flames Tears in 796. Number 5 for AlphaU and number 16 for Flames Tier. So it is pretty clear that on paper AlphaU is very much the favorite player, but when you're sight reading something like this, it's different, especially with how volatile this CS is. Flames Tier is a strong hard rock player. You can't doubt him even if the CS is this absurd. We have to wonder if AlphaU can kind of filter that performance from qualifiers, even if he hasn't practiced like he would want to in qualifiers.
Yep, 2 minutes 48, potentially the fate of the match, the deciding factor for the winner, coming down to a CS 7.8 map, which is just all the more nerve-wracking. But neither player finding any misses too early on. We'll see that change soon with that drop in Flames Tier. And another thing, something about small circle maps like this, especially at lower BPM, just really hard to act. I don't know why, but they just are.
Yeah, straight up, just hard to act, man. And that mostly has to do with where you aim, not necessarily where you tap. Rhythms are not the difficult thing with high precision maps. It's more like your cursor aiming late, and so your tapping kind of syncing up with that, right? You are kind of culturally, kind of instinctively taught over your thousands of hours of playing the game that when your cursor's there, you click. You don't do anything in the middle ground. And sometimes it doesn't feel that way when you play it, but it really is the case still. And so that's why you still see Yak going down, even if tapping on paper really is still pretty pinpoint accurate, is that cursor being just a little bit late or a little bit too quick on the panic draw to get in there. But Flames Tier is honestly establishing a solid advantage to start this off. Not to say that he's dominating too heavily on this map, as it's flipping back and forth very quickly, and with Flames Tier's drop and AlphaU holding strong, including that accuracy advantage now flipped in his favor, it's suddenly gone from a 30,000 lead in favor of Flames Tier, now quickly in the favor of AlphaU.
Yeah, Flames Tier had a very good combo at the beginning. AlphaU built back up, and now it's super even as both players trading misses back to back. AlphaU obviously with that slight act lead, which means as the combos stay even, as time goes on, the score will go to AlphaU. But still no crazy lead here. I mean, it's flipping back and forth constantly. We'll see if either player can make a good run at the ending.
Oh, streams there. One of those few jump scare sections that I would note on this map. Gonna lead up tripping Flames Tier. AlphaU soon to fall afterwards, but still with the advantage to keep that lead going. 97 to 95, a huge advantage to look out for here. And although combo game is less valuable, still this needs to be noted as Flamestick mixing once again on holding onto that advantage. This is a slow burn here for Flamestick.
If the scores stay like this, I mean, then really the tiebreak will kind of just be an isolated map. Since Flamesteer had that 6k lead at the beginning, obviously you can mine a 6k from Alfie right now, but still 35k, 37k, that is no joke. You're talking about a tiebreak as hard as that, so if Alfie can keep this lead, could do wonders.
I know, honestly, a map this slow might actually be pretty helpful for Flamesteer's mechanics. His stamina is going to be able to hold up just a little bit, especially considering how rough the intro to Glaciation is. That's going to be what matters. And with the almost spiritual sounding ending there of this Hard Rock 2, it concludes our second map with Alfew solidifying a 45,000 lead to snuff out that first advantage from Flamesteer in map 1 of that set 5, and now 39,000 score in favor of Alfew into Deglaciation.
All right, and I mean, that lead is, it's nice. It's super nice to have, especially if we end up seeing scores in the, 400k-ish range. 39k is no joke. But, I mean, Flamesteer, you talked about the mechanics potentially favoring Flamesteer. The tech, though, potentially favoring Alfew. Flamesteer has a little bit of a hole to dig himself out of, but by no means is it too difficult. And if Hard Rock 1 was anything to kind of indicate, then Flamesteer definitely has the ability to form these type of tiebreaker maps. So we'll see what happens. I mean, this is kind of as close as you can really expect a last set to be in one of these matches.
Yeah, Flamesteer, he's looking to confirm this reverse sweep, having conceded 2 sets in a row to Alfew to start this off. And there's only one more map left for him to do so, to confirm that reverse sweep opportunity. As we get into Deglaciation, an O's original by Zevon, and an absolute banger at that, mapped by Misty as well. 7.51 stars, he has 4 and 9.8, 2 minutes and 47 seconds long, so not traditional tiebreaker length. Doesn't change the fact that this map is really brutal in many aspects here, in both tech and in especially mechanics, as we get into the first intro of the map here. Loads of bursts, loads of triples, loads of scary, slightly wiggly and unconventional aim patterns that we see in these bursts and triples. And you see some of them kind of overlap, some of them just edge over the sliders before them, and that makes things a little bit more complex and difficult for our players to fully adjust to, especially after a 7.8 precision map to come through. And Alfew seems to be the superior player, at least to start this one off. We're about close to halfway through, and it's only 18,000 score.
Yep, not a huge lead, but remember, Alfew is the one with a 39k score in the bank for the set. But so far, Flamesteer dropping again. Alfew now with a pretty big combo lead, given the length of the map, and 97 AC as well to about a 96. Alfew hitting all of these patterns, this tech skill set that they are so good at. Missing that pattern, though, gives Flamesteer a bit of an opening, but still 35k score in the lead.
It's a very small opening. It's a hole through a needle, and it's a hole through a ginormous cavern the size of a pin. It's very small, and already snuffed out very quickly after that trade. Actually, the things that matters here, with 1 minute left to go. Stakes are high in this one, guys. This is still not double elimination until top 8. These guys are 1 map loss away from being out of this tournament straight away. This is single elimination. And with this map being the last thing left, Alfew's advantage is seriously valuable. We have to also remember that he has that 39,000 advantage also in the bag. It's not noted here, but it's present. So Flamesteer doesn't only need to overtake this 44,000 score, he needs over 40,000 score to overtake this and win the whole thing. And with this final ending section being so absurdly brutal, I mean, it's essentially the same thing as the intro section, but just even harder in terms of the aim requirement. And there is just simply nothing Flamesteer can do, with Alfew not only having an advantage already pre-established in the bag as a looming threat over Flamesteer's ult on this map, it's also the map that he can win on himself, doesn't even need to worry about having that advantage. Unless a collapse towards the ending comes through here, as some falling apart, the stamina's coming through from Alfew. Wait a second, there's no way. Alfew is missing a lot. Flamesteer needs to hold on. There's only 5 seconds left of the map to go, but it seems like Alfew still, regardless, can just barely hold on when it matters the most, and it's still going to be him to take down Flamesteer and win set 5.
I mean, extremely close in the tiebreaker. super well done from both of these players. Alfeu ends up winning this entire set by a little bit over 40k, but man, still really well done to Flames Tier. There was the worry early on after those first 2 sets that this might be a sweep, but Flames Tier keeping it super competitive as it ever could be. And Alfeu will be winning this match, moving on in the bracket in Flames Tier, as this is elimination already will be out. But super well fought.
Alfeu. Imagine poor Alfeu having such a great battle against Flames Tier, only to then realize he has to go against Emrek in the next stage.
Oh no, that's
Goodness
not fair.
me.
That's
not fair.
That's not fair.
That's not fair. Poor guy, man. Well, he's got a little bit of time to practice himself up, hopefully. I mean, now having a little extra experience. But that being said, that concludes that match between Flames Tier and Alfeu. A really close one. Glad we could close the day off with a match like that. Gordy, thank you for casting with me, and that's been us at Lazer Grand Arena for today. But tomorrow we got plenty more matches, and still with equally as high stakes and equally as hype matchups. So, guys, although today is over, tomorrow will still be a new day where you can enjoy some amazing matches to come through. You can see the upcoming matches up here: Malishevsky, Decaden, Riot, Xylus. I mean, those are 2 matchups that are crazy strong. Atkins and Koshirek would also be really exciting to see. I mean, yeah, tomorrow just gets more and more exciting, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, see you all there.
Yeah, that's it. Simple as that, buddy.
See you all there.
I thought you were gonna say more about that. All right.
No, I had nothing to say.
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. There you have it, guys. Thanks so much for watching. I've been Shiba Drummer Vodi, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more Lazer Grand Arena Cinema. Take care, everyone.